Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
If Knight God Ryosuke can have Kaga-level strength, then Hyuga Hayashi also has enough reasons to persuade the elders of the clan to agree to this matter. After all, even if Hinata is married, it is still Hyuga Hayashi's daughter. She is also the elder sister of the head of the Hyuga clan in the future. With this status as her husband, Yagami Ryosuke, when the Hyuga clan is in trouble, is it embarrassing not to come to help? Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi can definitely use the reason of adding a Kaga-level ally to the Hyuga clan to convince the elders of the clan. Don't look at them. The Hyuga clan seems to have a high status in Konoha. But actually, the status of their Hyuga family can be said to be quite embarrassing, although it has always been claimed to be the #1 clan in Konoha. But in fact, their Hyuga family can't even produce a Kaga-level ninja. The #1 family in Konoha really does not live up to its name. Therefore, justify having one more Kaga-level ally. There is a high probability that those clan elders can be persuaded. In this regard, Hyuga Hayashi is confident. Pity, Knight God Ryosuke is not Kaga-level strength, although his potential is enough to support him to Kaga-level. But when exactly? A few years later? Or 10 years later? And what Hyuga Hayashi needs is the ability to immediately convince those clan elders. Not future potential. I can only delay as long as possible. I hope this kid can reach Kaga-level as soon as possible. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Yagami Ryosuke, surrounded by 3 girls, and couldn't help but look ugly again, spending time and energy on women all day long. When will you reach Kaga-level? Hyuga Hayashi looked like he hated iron, but not steel. The next match is Sasuke versus Gaara. Knight God Ryosuke turned his head to look at Gaara not far away. This guy looked like he couldn't wait any longer, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. The little panda can't wait any longer. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Next second, Gaara over there suddenly looked over, and then stared at Yagami Ryosuke with murderous eyes. Your opponent is not me. He pointed to Sasuke over there. The latter also looked at Gaara with a full face of fighting spirit. Hurry up, if I beat you, I will have to fight Ryosuke. Sasuke looked confident. It didn't seem like Gaara was a threat at all. This made Gaara also look at him with a fierce look on his face. Next match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. 2 contestants, please come on stage. On the field below, the chief examiner Sharingan Shinjin shouted loudly. Brush. A piece of sand flew up. Gaara appeared on the field in the form of Sand Instant Body. Come down. He yelled at Sasuke coldly. Can't you wait to lose to me? Sasuke sneered, turned over, and jumped off the stands, landing firmly on the field. Already, Sharingan looked at the 2 of them. I'll kill you, and then I'll kill that Knight God Ryosuke. Gaara said indifferently. Yagami Ryosuke. Oomph. The tone is not small, but the only one who can defeat Ryosuke is me, Uchiha Sasuke. No. The 2 of you hit it off. Why are they all dragged on me one by one? Knight God Ryosuke looked puzzled. One is going to kill him, the other is going to defeat him. Am I so welcome? Knight God Ryosuke looked at the 2 guys speechlessly. Game start. Shinui Shwama directly announced loudly, and then withdrew to the sidelines. These 2 little ghosts, one descended from Uchiha, and the other looked uneasy at first glance. Sharingan Shwama didn't want to stay on the court and suffer Chiyu, just like the previous match between Naruto and Shaoli. That movement, bigger than them, these special Jonin fights. I really don't know how these brats cultivate now. Why are all of them so strong? Sasuke on the field opened Sharingan the moment the examiner announced the start of the game. One on the left and the other on the right. There is a double hook jade and a single hook jade, making him look even more sinister. On the other hand, Gaara held it directly with one hand, and in an instant a piece of sand turned into sand shurikens and shot toward Sasuke densely. This guy, doesn't he need seals to perform ninjutsu? Sasuke relied on Sharingan's excellent dynamic vision ability to avoid the sand shuriken's attack while approaching Gaara, and at the moment when the distance was right, Sasuke quickly formed seals with both hands, releasing a huge great fireball and blasting towards the target. Fire style. Great fireball technique. There was a loud bang, and the fireball hit a piece of sand, causing a violent explosion. On the other hand, Gaara on the backside of the sand is completely unharmed. Even her eyes haven't changed at all. Wow. The sand dispersed, but Gaara found that Sasuke was gone. Where? He looked around for the figure of the other party. Next, second one. Lightning style, pseudo-dark. Above Gaara's head, Sasuke's figure appeared there. With his hands in Madra, he shot out a lightning gun in an instant, stabbing fiercely towards Gaara below. Sand barrier. Gaara raised his arm, and instantly a large piece of sand blocked the top of his head. But the next moment, the lightning gun thrown by Sasuke directly penetrated the layer of sand defense, and after piercing the sand, it attacked Gaara below without diminishing momentum. Gaara watched coldly, not intending to defend at all. Bingo! A look of joy flashed in Sasuke's eyes. But in the next second, what? He was surprised to see that a piece of sand suddenly flew out from the gourd behind Gaara, and it turned out to automatically block Sasuke's lightning gun. Ow! He obviously didn't use any ninjutsu. What happened to the sand? Sasuke couldn't understand it, but his attack was indeed blocked by Gaara's sand. The attack failed, and Sasuke then dodged the sand that Gaara waved, while moving at high speed to avoid the attack, while looking for an opportunity to strike again. He also has another trick, which is the lightning-style Chidori learned from Kakashi. This move is an A-level lightning-style ninjutsu, which is more powerful than lightning-style pseudo-darkness, and has a stronger penetrating power. Even the sand in the gourd behind Gaara's back is believed to be impossible to block U-Bird's attack. And, following the fight, Sasuke also discovered that the sand in the gourd behind Gaara seemed to automatically block some attacks for him, which seemed to have nothing to do with Gaara's own subjective consciousness. But if his speed is fast enough, these sand that will actively defend will not be able to keep up with him. Chidori's speed is extremely fast, without the cooperation of Sharingan. Even the caster himself cannot accurately grasp the point of ninjutsu. That's right. Just use Chidori. Gaara's sand will definitely not be able to keep up with my speed. Sasuke felt that he had found Gaara's weakness. His self-defense, sand, seems to be unsolvable, but in fact the weakness lies there, which is very obvious. The key is whether you have enough speed to catch this weakness. Although Sasuke doesn't have physical skills that are too fast to be seen by the naked eye after turning on the 8 inner gates like Shaoli, but the moment he casts Chidori, his moving speed in a straight line is not much slower than Shaoli, who has turned on the 5th gate. With this speed, as long as you find an opportunity, you can give Gaara a one-hit kill. Immediately end this battle. Now, the key is to find this opportunity. So next, Sasuke began to carry out harassing attacks around Gaara, testing the sand in the gourd behind him again and again, looking for its rules. What's going on? Why does this descendant of Uchiha keep circling around this sand shinobi ninja? Hurry up. We're not here to watch you play monkey games. Do you still want to fight? What's going on? Didn't you say that the descendants of Uchiha are very strong? Why do I feel that they are not as powerful as the 2 ninjas in the first game? What Uchiha? I don't think the name really lives up to it. Sure enough, Uchiha is dead. After all, there's only one person left, so I shouldn't expect anything. In the auditorium, those audiences who came rushing towards the descendants of Uchiha at the beginning, at this moment, saw Uchiha Sasuke running around the audience like a monkey show. 10 of them complained in disappointment. At first, there were only a few sporadic people shouting. But later, more and more people began to complain dissatisfied. Sasuke himself heard the complaints of these audiences, which made him very anxious. He wanted to prove that even if he was the only one left in the Uchiha clan, he was still as rich as Zungjin. Available now. If he continues to dawdle like this, people are afraid that they will trample their Uchiha's glory into the mud. Damn it! How dare these people? Sasuke gritted his teeth and the hooks on a pair of Sharingan twirled crazily. Originally, there was only a single hook in the left eye, but at this time the second hook gradually solidified. After a few seconds, the second hook jade in his left eye was completely solidified. At that moment, Sasuke felt that the chakra in his body increased sharply, and at the same time, the originally unbalanced eyesight suddenly became balanced. It's now. Suddenly, Sasuke caught a trace of a flaw in Gaara's body, and those fully automatic defensive sands would pause for a moment after defending against the last attack. This pause was extremely short. If it was Sasuke who had double right eyes and left single eye, maybe he would have ignored it. But at this time, Sasuke, who successfully opened the double-hook jade in both eyes, discovered this situation all at once. Lightning style. Chidori. Sasuke slammed his right foot on the wall of the arena, and with a click, the concrete wall cracked a large piece the moment he stepped on it. Next second, a surge of thunder attribute Chakra gathered in his hand, making a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping. In an instant, Gaara felt as if his skin under the protection of the sand armor was being pricked by needles. Almost subconsciously, Gaara immediately surrounded himself with a large amount of sand to form a spherical sandball, firmly protecting him in it. Brush, like a flash of lightning. Even the speed is much faster than the lightning in nature. Sasuke was still hundreds of meters away 1 second, and was already in front of Gaara in the next second. The Chidori on the right hand directly pierced Gaara's absolute defense. The Chidori with strong penetrating power even hurt Gaara inside the sand shield. A moment, Gaara let out an angry roar, like the roar of a wounded beast, and a terrifying aura permeated from him. Brush. Get Zhao Zhao. Sasuke retreated a distance in an instant. He looked at each other suspiciously. What the hell is going on with this guy? Just now Sasuke seemed to feel that some terrifying monster was about to wake up from Gaara's body. The palpitation made him instinctively choose to back away. The stance. Noticing that a few ninjas dressed in umbu over there suddenly started to form seals. The corners of Night God Ryosuke's mouth also raised a slight arc. It's finally time to start. He muttered to himself. What's starting? Ino, leaning on his arms, asked curiously. It's nothing. I'll take you back later. Yagami Ryosuke said. Just when Ino and the others wondered why they were sent back first, feathers suddenly floated in the sky. Of course, these feathers are not real feathers, but an illusion formed by illusion. Who is using illusion? What happened? Not good. It's an enemy attack. The faces of the Konoha shinobi players in the venue changed in shock. Some jonin even made the quickest response directly, but they were still a step slower. On the high stance, the third Hokage and fourth Kazekage, who were chatting and laughing just now, turned into the latter holding the former hostage. Fueying, do you know what you are doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene with a dark face. He figured with his feet that it was Sand Shinobi who had launched an attack on Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure out, why did Sand Shinobi do this? And where did they get their confidence? Kazekage? Hehe. Teacher Sarutobi, you are really old. Orochimaru sneered, holding Sarutobi Hiruzen in his arms, and jumped onto the roof in an instant. At the same time, the Odanin Four under Orochimaru also appeared on the four corners of the roof in an instant, and at the same time cast the barrier 4 purple flames, covering the entire roof in the barrier. Let outsiders not disturb Master Orochimaru's next actions. Teacher Sarutobi? When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this name, he was also stunned for an instant. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the fourth Kazekage, holding himself in disbelief. Are you Orochimaru? Orochimaru sneered and revealed his disguise, threw the Kazekage hat off his head, and revealed his true colors. What? Is that Orochimaru? S-rank ninja Orochimaru? How could he pretend to be Kazekage? Not good. Lord Hokage was kidnapped by Orochimaru. This is terrible. Outside the Saiyan formation, those umbu who were in charge of protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru, who showed his real appearance inside the barrier. The complexions of the 10 faces also changed one after another. If it is said that fourth Kazekage will not really hurt their Hokage-sama, if they have scruples in their hearts, then a traitor like Orochimaru really doesn't have any scruples. After all, he was originally Konoha's traitor, and he had already offended Konoha to death. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid to wear shoes. Even if Orochimaru really kills Sarutobi Hiruzen, what can Sleepy Leaves do to him? At most, the bounty will be increased. That's all. You can't use all the strength of the whole village to hunt down Orochimaru all over the world, can you? I also know that Konoha can't do this. After all, there are too many ninja villages staring at Konoha in the ninja world. The ninja villages of the other 4 major countries all wished that Konoha's power would be weakened. If Konoha really sends a large number of ninjas to hunt down Orochimaru, then the other 4 major ninja villages will definitely take the opportunity to take action. Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a dark face. This time he really regretted it. Regret that he shouldn't let Orochimaru go softly in the first place. To know, when Orochimaru was sentenced to the village, his Sarutobi Hiruzen was far younger than he is now, and his strength was still at its peak at 740. If he wanted to, the original Orochimaru wouldn't be able to run away from Konoha. But it was because Sarutobi Hiruzen was merciful. That's why Orochimaru was let go. As a result, 10 years have passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally paid for his actions back then. What do you want to do? Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue with a sneer, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen feel sick. He also doesn't know how he taught Orochimaru the traitor. Forget about being rebellious, but in the end, there's so many disgusting ninjutsu. Even though Orochimaru was cute when he was young, if there is a purpose, it's probably because I don't like things that don't move. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened with question marks in his head. Don't like things that don't move? What's the meaning? What did Orochimaru learn outside these years? Has everything become so philosophical now? I can't understand it at all. Orochimaru looked at his teacher with contempt. The current Konoha is like a motionless windmill in my eyes, and I want it to rotate instead of being lifeless like it is now. Orochimaru thoughtfully explained his ideas to his teacher, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't understand. You want the windmill to turn? What does that have to do with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why hold me hostage? Besides, look at the ninjas of Sand Shinobi and Konoha who have been fighting below. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand anymore. Orochimaru, you are really crazy. Sarutobi Hiruzen can only think that Orochimaru finally played himself crazy. He has done so many human body studies over the years. God knows if he has tampered with his body, maybe he accidentally broke his head. That's why these weird ideas come up. What windmills? What motionless? It's all crazy talk. Am I crazy? Maybe. Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment. Aged. In the end, his dear teacher still failed to understand his true thoughts. It was such a disappointment to him. But at the same time, it also strengthened Orochimaru's thinking. Mr. Sarutobi, you are really too old. Too old to keep up with this era. Brush. Brush. Several figures also appeared outside the 4 purple flame formation at this time. What's going on? Why didn't you rescue Hokage-sama? No, this is the 4 purple flame formation. Our people have no way to break it. Hurry up and think of a way. We must rescue Lord Hokage. Actually, I don't think we need to do anything at all. Master Third Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Just an Orochimaru, you can easily catch him, right? Hearing Umbu's speech, the other Jonins present all looked at each other, as if they were asking each other who this idiot is. Could someone really naively think that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage in the ninja school textbook, so he is really the strongest Hokage? No way. No way. Indeed, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen did have what it takes to beat Orochimaru. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is old now. The strength of ninjas is not that the older they get, the stronger they become. On the contrary, once a ninja passes that peak period, his strength will only become weaker and weaker as he ages. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in his 70s this year. He is well past his prime, let alone facing an Orochimaru now. Even some Jonin are still maliciously speculating in their hearts. Can their Lord Third Hokage still beat an elite Jonin? So, if they really did what Umbu said, they would simply watch outside and do nothing. That would be like sending Sarutobi Hiruzen to die. It's not good. A lot of enemies suddenly appeared outside the village. At this time, a special Jonin suddenly ran over and said anxiously, "Is it Sand Shinobi and those Tone Ninjas?" Nara looked at the man and asked. This particular Jonin nodded and said, "That's right, but most of them are from Sand Shinobi, and there are also a lot of big snakes." Needless to say, Orochimaru must have made those big snakes. This guy is the best at playing snakes in the ninja world. Trouble, we have to stop those intruders first, and I'll leave this to you. Nara Lugio finished speaking to the Umbu present, then took the others and rushed towards the outskirts of the village. As for Master Hokage's safety, the safety of the village is more important now. As for Lord Hokage, then wish for luck. Anyway, if they stay here, they won't be able to break through the 4 purple flame formation, so it's better to spend more energy on the other side. At least it can protect the village and civilians, right? Watching Nara Lugio and others leave, the Umbu who were left here looked at me, and I looked at you, and they were speechless for a while. "What do we do now?" Someone asked. "Let's just watch. Hokage-sama can definitely kill Orochimaru. He is the strongest Hokage," the Umbu from before said, a look of confidence in their Lord Third Hokage. The others thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Then watched the play. Illusion, solution, brush. A figure appeared on the side of the player's stance. Kakashi, who rushed over, immediately released the illusion on everyone. Certainly. In fact, not many people were affected by the illusion. For example, like the Night God Ryosuke and Hinata, they didn't get recruited very much. Ino has a strong mental power and is naturally resistant to illusions. Hinata did not get hit because of her increased strength, and the fact that Ryosuke, the Night God, had trained her to resist illusions and taught her how to deal with illusion-type ninjas. As for Xiangren, relying on her powerful perception ability, she discovered the influence of the illusion early in the morning and then directly broke through the illusion with the help of the huge chakra in her body. After all, what Yakushi Kabuto and the others used was just a large group illusion. A bit is that the impression range is large and the coverage is wide. But the shortcomings are also obvious. It's okay to deal with ordinary genin and ordinary people, but most chunin can easily dispel this illusion. Night God Ryosuke, Naruto, and Sasuke, I'll give you an A-level mission now, Kakashi said with a serious face. Sorry, please forgive me for refusing. I have to send them back now. I don't have time to accept Kakashi's appointment. Night God Ryosuke directly rejected Kakashi's mission. He knew what Kakashi wanted them to do, nothing more than chasing Gaara and his party. But Night God Ryosuke is not available. He has more important things to do now. Hearing that the Night God Ryosuke rejected his mission without hesitation, Kakashi had no choice but to look at Naruto and the others. "Miss Kakashi, let's do it." Naruto raised his hands high and shouted. Seeing this, Kakashi could only nod his head and agreed to let Naruto and Sasuke lead other people to carry out this mission together. And here, Yagami Ryosuke also led Hinata and the 3 of them towards the outside of the stadium. Little devil, evil. A few sand shinobi rushed up recklessly. Their murderous look frightened Ino and the others. Court death. Night God Ryosuke stared. Next second, a few shadows rushed out like lightning. Moment. The few sand shinobi who rushed up in front of them directly took the lead. The head and body branch house fell to the ground with a few plops. As for the Night God Ryosuke, with a thought, more shadows rushed out from under his feet in an instant, covering a large area around him. Wherever he went, no matter whether it was Chunin or Jonin, they could not escape the ruthless slaughter of these shadows under his hands. One time, the Konoha shinobi players who were still fighting these enemies were stunned. They watched the shadows rushing up from the ground, and then they seemed to be holding knives and slashed at the shadows of those ninjas. While the shadows were decapitated, the ninjas themselves were also decapitated. What ninjutsu is this? It seems to be the ninjutsu used by that kid over there. Is it Nara's shadow secret technique? It doesn't look like it. Killing the enemy directly by killing the shadow. Who can stop this kind of ninjutsu? No solution. Fortunately, this guy is our Konoha ninja. Those Konoha shinobi around looked at the night god Ryosuke, who took Hinata and the others away, and the surrounding area was like harvesting wheat, and the enemies of October and October fell. All of them had their heads chopped off and died in different places. Shikamaru, why does Ryosuke know your family's shadow art? Inuzuka, Fong, who didn't know when he ran here, asked puzzledly. The others also subconsciously looked at Shikamaru. Our Nara family shadow art is not so variable. Shikamaru smiled wryly and said, I don't know what kind of ninjutsu it is, but it's definitely not our Suoliang family shadow secret technique. Is not it? Everyone looked in surprise at the night god, Ryosuke, who had disappeared over there. This kid, he has never shown such ability. Kakashi squinted his eyes, feeling a faint feeling in his heart. It's like he never really got to know Ryosuke, the overnight god, in the past. What he showed seemed to be what he wanted them to see, and what he didn't want them to see, he never showed. DJ, why did he suddenly show these abilities today? Kakashi thought of many things at once. He didn't know whether his guess was right or not, but he could realize that there must be a huge trouble behind this matter, and with his character, he just thought about it for a while and didn't want to go any further. Anyway, Night God Ryosuke didn't mean to judge the village. As long as he is still Konoha's ninja, nothing else matters. He is Hitaki Kakashi, not Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and he doesn't need to worry about the strength of the ninjas in his village. Get out of the arena. Night God Ryosuke also doesn't know how many enemies his shadow has killed. He only knows that the number of shadows he controls has grown from a dozen to hundreds. The dense shadows centered on him, moving within a radius of 300 meters. As long as it is an enemy encountered, all of them will be killed with a knife. Few people can block the attack of his shadow. In fact, resisting the shadow's attack is also very simple. That is to hide your own shadow. For example, if you are fast, you can directly avoid the attack of the shadow. Your shadow will move with you, and if you dodge, it also means that your shadow has dodged, so you won't get hurt. The other is to run under a bigger shadow. Then your shadow will disappear. The shadow controlled by Night God Ryosuke can't enter that area, so naturally it can't hurt you. But these Sand Shinobi and Inrin don't know this. This ability of Night God Ryosuke is unknown to them. Without information in hand, naturally he didn't know how to resist and was caught off guard for a while. As soon as he walked out of the arena, Yagami Ryosuke met Hyuga Hayashi with Hyuga Hanabi. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi is fighting against 3 Sand Shinobi on the opposite side. The strength of these 3 Sand Shinobi is Jonin, and one of them is the strength of Elite Jonin, which is only weaker than Hyuga Hayashi. 1 against 3, plus protecting the little girl. For a while, Hyuga Hayashi also fell into a disadvantage. Its father, seeing that her father was in danger, Hinata subconsciously wanted to rush to help. Give it to me. Night God Ryosuke put his hand on Hinata's shoulder and then shot himself, appearing behind the 2 Sand Shinobi Jonin almost instantly. The 2 swords flashed. Before the 2 Tsunagekyu's Jonin could react, they were killed by the Night God Ryosuke. What? The only remaining elite Jonin Sand Shinobi was also taken aback by this scene. But Night God Ryosuke didn't give him chance. In the next second, a knife light flashed in front of the elite Jonin's eyes. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but his mind became confused for a moment. When he recovered, he was already decapitated. Illusion plus swordsmanship. This is not second Hokage, Senju, Tobarama's Dance of the Crescent Moon, but a sword move created by Night God Ryosuke. He abandoned the gaudy dance of the Crescent Moon and directly used the speed to match the momentary trance produced by the illusion, giving the enemy a fatal blow. This move is a swordsmanship move created by Knight God Ryosuke after he obtained the entry Shadow Swordsman. Swordsmanship by itself is enough to be rated as a level. Coupled with the addition of entries, even if Hitaki Tsukumo is reborn, if he simply competes in swordsmanship, he will be willing to bow down. Nowadays, Knight God Ryosuke, whether it is ninjutsu, body art, illusion, blood succession, or swordsmanship, none of them are below the peak of Kaga level. Most of them are above Kaga level. If ninjutsu is enabled in Sage mode, it is directly at the Quasi-Six Paths level. He has no shortcomings. Even if the weakest item is taken out, it is a height that no one else can reach in a lifetime. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the ease with which the three Sand Shinobi's Night Gods Ryosuke were eliminated, and for a while, he didn't know how to speak. He only felt that most of his life was in vain. Even worse than a 12-year-old kid. Wow, brother-in-law, you are so amazing. Hyuga Hayashi was so surprised that he couldn't speak, but Hyuga Hanabi, who was protected by him behind him, yelled out directly. It was a brother-in-law, which made Yi shun Ryosuke's affection for this sister-in-law sore. You're Hanabi, right? Your sister often mentions you to me, and you are really smart. Night God Ryosuke praised this girl with a smile. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. Hyuga Hanabi, who was praised, also said with a happy smile. It's nothing, it's just that they are too weak. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hyuga Hayashi? No, what do you mean, kid? Are they too weak? Then what am I? The weakest of the weakest chickens? Certainly, Hyuga Hayashi is definitely not a weak chicken among the weak chickens. The reason why he fell into the disadvantage just now is purely because of the need to protect his young daughter. If there are no worries with his quasi-Kaga level strength, it is still no problem to kill the three Sand Shinobi with one enemy and three. The village is in chaos now. I'll send you back. Night God Ryosuke didn't notice that he accidentally hurt Hyuga Hayashi, the old father-in-law, and in view of the current situation in the village, he also proposed to escort them back by himself. Yeah. Before Hyuga Hayashi agreed, Hanabi had already clapped his hands happily. Hyuga Hayashi, who wanted to be tough, was embarrassed, but he could only nod in agreement. It just doesn't look good. Yishin Ryosuke didn't care either. He was not a good guy in the eyes of the old father-in-law. After all, it is strange that the person who cheated his little padded jacket has a good face. Then let's go, Yagami Ryosuke said. The distance from the venue of the third Chunin exam to the Hyuga family's place is not very far. Along the way, Ryosuke, the night god, cleared the way. Those Sand Shinobi and Inrun who had entered the village couldn't get close to them at all, and arrived at the Hyuga tribe's land without any danger along the way. Ino, you and Xianglin will stay here at the Hyuga tribe for the time being, and I will pick you up when things are over. Yagami Ryosuke said to Ino and Karen. Now, in Konoha, the safest place should be the clan land of the Hyuga clan. The first is that the Hyuga clan is large enough. The number of Chunin Jonin is large enough to resist incoming enemies. In addition, their white eyes are good at scouting, so they don't have to worry about being stabbed from behind by Sand Shinobi and Inrin. Yagami Ryosuke is also relieved to arrange Karen and Ino here. Certainly, even if something goes wrong, Yagami Ryosuke is prepared. One of his shadow clone is always watching nearby. If there is any danger, with the speed of Night God Ryosuke, he can get here in an instant. Same. On the side of his mother Yagami Mizuki, he had already made foolproof arrangements. There will be no surprises. Ryosuke, won't you stay? Hinata and the others looked at Night God Ryosuke worriedly. I still have things to deal with. Don't worry. These things won't hurt me at all. After Yagami Ryosuke finished speaking, he also nodded to Hyuga Hayashi at the side, and then disappeared in place in an instant. Okay, don't worry. With this kid's strength, those intruders can't do anything to him. Although Hyuga Hayashi doesn't like this prospective son-in-law who doesn't save himself face, he has to admit that with the strength shown by Night God Ryosuke just now, These ninjas who invaded Konoha really can't do anything to him. Even if he fell into an ambush or something, wouldn't it be easy to leave with the ability of the Flying Thunder God technique? Ryosuke will be fine. Xianglin looked at Hinata and Ino beside her, and also comforted them. After all, she has seen with her own eyes that Yagami Ryosuke destroyed the entire Kusanagi village with a single ninjutsu. Under support? As for those intruders who are no match for elite Jonin strength, they are all just sending their heads. Hokage Building. When Night God Ryosuke escorted Hinata and the others back to the Hyuga tribe, one of his wood clone also appeared here. Even when the village was invaded by foreign enemies, there were still many ninjas guarding the Hokage Building. After all, many of the village's top secrets are hidden here. Even treasures like the Book of Seals are stored here, so it is naturally impossible for them to be left unattended. The person in charge of guarding Lord Hokage is Sarutobi Asuma, the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Night God Ryosuke's wood clone, dressed as an Umbu ninja, sneaked into Hokage's office silently. I don't know if that old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen put the sealed book here. Wood clone went straight to open the desk drawer. In the first drawer is a crystal ball. It was the crystal ball that Sarutobi Hiruzen usually used to peep. Rubbish. Would clone threw the crystal ball aside and open the other drawers. 0. Seeking flowers. But these drawers are filled with documents and the like, which are not used for sealing at all. Is it in these cupboards? Would clone goes over to open the cabinet door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a huge roll sitting in the cabinet. No, is it just put here? There are no organs, barriers, or the like. Afterward, Clone was stunned for a moment. He immediately took the sealed book out of the cabinet. As a result, as soon as it was taken out, it was discovered that there was a stack of detonation symbols connected to the back of the sealed book. I knew it. Would Clone had such an expression on his face. Next second, boom, an explosion directly shattered the entire cabinet and also alarmed the ninja guarding the Hokage building. A group of figures surrounded them towards this side. In the smoke and dust, Mufin surrounding the sealed book slapped the ground fiercely with one hand. Earth style, crack the earth and turn your palm. Asuma and others who had just rushed into Hokage's office had not had time to see the appearance of the intruder clearly. The entire Hokage building was accompanied by the cracking of the ground below, and the whole building was torn apart and collapsed towards the ground. Careful! Asuma shouted loudly. One side rushed out of Hokage's office quickly and landed directly on the open space outside the Hokage building. A large piece of land in front of me was covered by what Clone's earth style, and the cracked ground tore apart the Hokage building, causing the entire building to sink into the ground. Asuma watched this scene with a dark face. Ninja figures appeared around him. All of them were from the Sarutobi clan, and each of them was at the Jonin level, and there were many ninjas with the strength of 10 elite Jonin. The group looked at Asuma together, waiting for his order. Find! We must find this intruder, Asuma yelled with a dark face. His father gave him the task of guarding the Hokage building, which was an easy task in itself, but he ended up watching the intruders sink the entire Hokage building into the ground. How does this make him explain to his father? Asuma itself is a face-to-face. Now he can't even do such a small thing. Doesn't it prove from the side that he has no ability? Can he only rely on his father as Hokage to support him? So, either way, find the intruder and take back from him what he took from the Hokage building. Asuma still doesn't know that it is the sealed book that would Clone took away. Otherwise, he might be even more anxious. I saw it. That person is over there. Suddenly, a Jonin of the Sarutobi clan noticed a suspicious figure appearing nearby with a huge scroll on his back. Asuma heard the words and looked over there, and immediately shouted, "It's him, F***Kami, grab him." As soon as he saw the scroll on the man's back, he recognized it as the sealed book of the village. After all, this thing is kept by Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen all the year round, and Asuma, as the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, can watch it whenever he wants. Other Konoha shinobi users need to make great contributions or have enough talent to be able to read the sealed book and can only choose one of the ninjutsu to learn. And Asuma, as the son of Hokage, can read any kind of ninjutsu in the sealed book at will. Sarutobi Hiruzen is good enough for his son. It's a pity that Asuma didn't live up to it. Obviously, he has obtained the best resources in the whole Konoha, but his ability is limited. Although Asuma's rating in Konoha is elite jonin, but in fact, his real strength is the level of a formal jonin. The reason why he became an elite jonin was completely the back door Sarutobi Hiruzen opened for his son. To be honest, if it wasn't for him, he would be extremely disappointed in his youngest son. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not think about raising the grandson Konohamaru. After all, it will be nice to have my son as a Hokage. There is no need to wait another 10 years, and they will be able to take the position directly. At that time, Konoha will still belong to their Sarutobi clan. But who let Asuma live up to it? A group of jonin of the Sarutobi clan surrounded the wood clone of the night god Ryosuke. Wood clone, who was carrying the sealed book, glanced at these people and was surprised to find that these people seemed to be the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen really arranged it well. Others are working hard on the front line. The ninjas of their Sarutobi clan can stay in the Hokage building with peace of mind and don't have to go anywhere. Wood clone sneered. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't predict the future, he already knew that Orochimaru was coming to Konoha and had already appeared during the second Chunin exam. Therefore, he arranged for the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan to take care of the Hokage building, while the venue for the third exam was handed over to other Konoha ninjas. Obviously, this arrangement was intentional in order to reduce the casualties of the ninjas of his own family. If Orochimaru really wants to do something, he will definitely attack the venue of the third exam. As for the Hokage building, what is Orochimaru doing here? He doesn't want any sealed book. After all, he has seen this thing several times. Otherwise, what do you think he learned his reanimation jutsu? When Orochimaru and Danzo were still in the honeymoon period, Danzo personally brought the sealed book to him so that Orochimaru could help him study Hashirama's cells and Sharingan. There are so many forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, although Orochimaru can learn not many. But what he remembered was not a few. Therefore, the sealed book is useless to him. Naturally, the Hokage building didn't hold much appeal for him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected it. Orochimaru doesn't miss the sealed book, but Ryosuke, the god of 430, does. He thought it was a foolproof arrangement. In the end, he took the initiative to send the elite of the Sarutobi clan to the night god Ryosuke. To be precise, it is in front of his wood clone. After all, the night god Ryosuke's body is still on the way to the Hyuga tribe right now. Hand over the sealed book. Asuma led the group of Sarutobi ninjas to surround wood clone. There are more than 20 jonin from the Sarutobi clan, and many of them are elite jonin. With such a lineup, even if the opponent is a strong player with Kage-level strength, they will still be defeated. Therefore, Asuma is confident. No worries about tipping over. If this can overturn the car, he can simply find a piece of tofu and crash it to death. However, facing the 20-odd ninjas of the Sarutobi clan who surrounded them, would clone of Ryo Yagami put his palms together calmly, slapped the ground, and shouted, "Ice escape beast attack." What? Asuma's eyes widened, and she watched in amazement as countless frosts spread, followed by 10 ferocious frost servants roaring towards their 10 Sarutobi clan ninjas. It's ice done. Could this guy be the Minazuki clan from Miss Shinobi? Damn Miss Shinobi, what are they doing? Everyone use fire style. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are best at fire style. At this time, the 20 or so ninjas of the Sarutobi clan surrounding the wood clone calmed down instantly in their panic, beginning to seal and release the Great Emperor's fire-style ninjutsu to blast at the giant ice and thunder beasts attacking from the opposite side. However, just when they confidently thought that fire style could melt these frost behemoths, they were horrified to find that after breaking through fire style's blockage, the size of these frost behemoths did not change much. It's just that it has shrunk so little that it is invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of frost behemoths trampled past. Although these ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are quite powerful. But in the face of this group of almost indestructible frost monsters, they can only escape in embarrassment. If you can't escape, you'll be killed by a giant frost beast on the spot, or you'll be frozen into ice sculptures by the power of freezing. Wood Clone looked at this scene with cold eyes, glanced around, and then waved one hand. A large piece of ice crystals condensed into ice panes. Thousands of T**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************8 Thousands of ice panes shot towards the fleeing ninjas. In an instant, there was another scream. Just for a moment. The 20-odd ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, who had surrounded them aggressively just now. In such a short time, there were already many casualties. Those who can still stand can count with one hand. Fire style. Ash burn. Asuma rushed to the back of Wood Clone under the cover of two elite jonins from the Sarutobi clan. He spit out a cloud of soot exuding scorching heat. At the same time, the two elite jonins who were responsible for covering him also used their seals to cast fire-style fire dragon flame bullets to the direction behind Wood Clone. However, the next second, an ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the attacks of the three. Wait until the ice wall breaks. Where's the figure of Wood Clone in front? Before Asuma and the others shifted positions, the sleepy clone had already appeared above their heads. Ice escape. Ice spear. A spear of ice appeared in Wood Clone's hand, and the spear shot away, piercing through the body of an elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan in an instant. The blood was frozen the moment it was sprayed, forming ruby-like ice crystals and falling to the ground. Brush. Wood Clone dodged and rushed in front of another elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan and knocked him back with a leaf hurricane. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, an ice spike instantly extended, piercing through his chest like lightning. Fire style. Fire. On one side, Asuma formed seals with both hands and was about to use fire style to kill Wood Clone at close range. Then in the next second, a hand covered his head. Frost spread. In an instant, Asuma, who had not had time to release ninjutsu, was frozen into an ice sculpture, lively standing in place. Brush. Wearing a black windbreaker and a white mask, the night god Ryosuke appeared in front of Wood Clone and took the sealed book for Wood Clone. The scroll was opened, and night god Ryosuke put it away after confirming that it was a real sealed book. Your mission is over, he said to Wood Clone. Wood Clone nodded and followed the initiative to disperse, leaving a big tree in place and rising from the ground. Night god Ryosuke glanced at the messy scene around him and then disappeared in place in an instant. On the roof, four purple flames enveloped the entire roof. At this time, inside the barrier, Orochimaru is saying his final farewell to his teacher. After today, Konoha, the motionless windmill, will turn again. The era that belongs to the purpose of the third generation will also declare its end. And at this time, the figure of night god Ryosuke appeared outside the barrier. He glanced at the Umbu ninjas who seemed to be watching a show, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why do these Umbu seem in no hurry? This thought flashed in Ryosuke's mind, and then he didn't bother with those Umbu ninjas. He grabbed the barrier in front of him with both hands. The effect of the four purple flame formation is to instantly burn those who come into contact with it. The terrifying purple flame can burn everything, second only to the flame of Amaterasu. But it is known that Amaterasu never burned anyone. But the flames of the four purple flames really burn people to death. I have tried it before without fear of death, and then burned to death. But at this time, Ryosuke's hands are covered with a layer of chakra, and the flames continue to burn the chakra attached to his hands. Chakra is consuming crazily, but is not as good as Ryosuke's output. Open it for me. Yishan Ryosuke tore his hands violently, directly tearing a hole in the surface of the four purple flame formation. Then he walked in. The opening behind him quickly closed, and the four Odinin who presided over the four purple flame formation also changed their expressions at this time. Master Orochimaru, someone broke in. The four immediately informed Orochimaru of the news. Orochimaru, who was fighting with his teacher, also frowned when he heard this, and immediately forced back Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him with a move, followed by a distance, and looked over there. Umbu ninja? The first time Orochimaru saw the other party, he thought it was Umbu's ninja who broke in, but after a closer look, it was obvious that the other party was not Konoha Umbu's ninja. It was a masked man whose identity was unknown. Sarutobi Hiruzen also found the other party, and he didn't act rashly even though he didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend. Is there something for you to come in? Orochimaru didn't want to overwhelm. His purpose is to kill his teacher because the teacher sees him off. As for the masked man in front of him, who knows if he will destroy his plan? I'm here to get something. Night God Ryosuke spoke. His voice sounded eerie, completely different from his own. Sir, as long as you join hands with me to seize this traitor, I can give you whatever you want. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately seized the opportunity to shout. Really? Hokage-sama is really generous. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with gloomy eyes, and the latter couldn't help feeling creepy. This guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, couldn't help feeling a little nervous. At this time, Night God Ryosuke also said quietly, So what if I want the head of your head, Mr. Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru. No, why are there still people grabbing heads? Orochimaru looked at the man wonderingly. Could this guy be some kind of enemy that the teacher provoked outside? Or some ninja from the village? Subconsciously, Orochimaru thought of Ryosuke, the night god whom he met once in the Forest of Death. But the masked man in front of him gave him a completely different feeling from the previous night god Ryosuke, and he didn't look like the same person. I have a grudge against your excellency? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a dark face. Night god Ryosuke shook his head. No grudge. Then why did your excellency take my head? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned angrily. Since there is no enmity, are you going to take the old man's head as soon as you come up? Well, I was actually joking. Yagami Ryosuke grinned sinisterly. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like a joke. Both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this unexpected intruder with apprehension. The opponent's ability to break into the Caesian formation is enough to demonstrate his strength. Can't help but Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen are not careful. Orochimaru, don't you want to give your teacher a ride? Why don't you do it? Night God Ryosuke said suddenly. Orochimaru looked at him coldly, without saying a word. The meaning is clearly clear. With you, I don't know if it's the enemy. It's you's guy. The two of them can't fight at all. Seeing this, Night God Ryosuke also shook his head in disappointment. Originally, he wanted to take a closer look at the master-student fratricide, but he couldn't do anything if they didn't cooperate. Forget it. Take your things and go. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Next second, Mangekyo Wong. Illusion. Nightmare. The moment the Mangekyo is turned on, the Night God Ryosuke's gaze met Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, the illusion nightmare he developed based on the characteristics of his own pair of Mangekyo also appeared. Move. In an instant, Rao 0.6 was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who was also caught in an instant and was dragged into the world of illusion. This is much stronger than the illusion that Night God Ryosuke used on Orochimaru in the Forest of Death before. In fact, the illusion that Night God Ryosuke used on Orochimaru before is a simplified version of Nightmare. And the real illusion Nightmare requires the cooperation of Sharingan to exert the greatest effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dragged into the illusion at this time, was also greatly shocked. What did he see? This unknown mysterious person has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. This guy is the remnant of Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen got it. It is all a lie to say that you have no hatred against yourself. This guy is here to avenge the Uchiha clan, the remnants of Uchiha, an Uchiha who turned on Mangekyo. But why had he never heard of such a person before? If there was such a clansman who activated Mangekyo when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, would Itachi and Jin be able to easily exterminate the clan? Or Is this Mangekyo who awakened after the genocide? So how did he escape the genocide? Sarutobi Hiruzen counted the dead bodies in the Uchiha clan land afterwards, and confirmed that all the Uchiha clan members were there, except for the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Other Uchiha lot. Then who is this person in front of him? Could it be the secret weapon that Uchiha has been hiding all along? The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen was dragged into the illusion world, the figure of Night God Ryosuke appeared in front of him in a flash. Puff! A splash of blood splashed. Yagami Ryosuke scratched Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheek with a handful of kunai in his hand, and a hideous wound like an ant appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. He collects a drop of Sarutobi Hiruzen's blood, which immediately causes the system to transform directly. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. The strongest Hokage, Purple. System, you are naughty again. Night God Ryosuke looked at this transformed talent entry and couldn't help smiling. The strongest Hokage, isn't this what Sarutobi Hiruzen called himself? Immediately, he finds the properties of this new entry. Check it out. Strongest Hokage, Purple in the textbook of Ninja School. You are recorded as the strongest Hokage in Konoha. Under your leadership, the development of the village is booming. The people live a life of prosperity and peace, and countless people praise you. Even Uchiha Madara is willing to call you the most shameless. The name of the strongest Hokage is well-deserved. Ninjutsu power plus 400%. Skin thickness plus 500%. Comes with the will of fire. Will of fire. When you explain the will of fire to others, it will make them more convinced. How to say? This entry cannot be said to be useless. At least the attribute of ninjutsu power is quite useful. But other attributes are really useless at all. What skin thickness does Ryosuke need? Will he want? Fortunately, there is also a ninjutsu power bonus. Otherwise, this broken entry will be reduced to the same as the strongest pot shadow, which can only be used for synthesis. Equipped with the strongest Hokage item, Night God Ryosuke also disappeared in place. Immediately, 09 took the initiative to withdraw the illusion from Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he doesn't withdraw, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability, he will never be able to get rid of this magic bed for the rest of his life. Just out of the influence of the illusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt on the roof, weakly on one knee. The whole person panted heavily. He was sweating profusely and looked exhausted. You are the remnant of Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Night God Ryosuke in horror. What? Startled, Orochimaru subconsciously looked into the other's eyes, and sure enough, he saw a pair of Mangekyo that he had never seen before. Mangekyo like Itachi. Greedy eyes flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, but soon he recalled the memory of being instantly killed by Itachi, and his face became gloomy again. Damn! Sharingan is just like Tionkuem. Uchiha's hatred has nothing to do with me, so you don't have to worry that I will shoot you because of Uchiha. Yagami Ryosuke sneered and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would you like to hear what you are saying? Haven't you already made a move? But in fact, the Night God Ryosuke was right. He shot Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to capture his biological pheromones to transform talent entries. Not for what Uchiha. Go ahead. I'm leaving. Night God Ryosuke has got what he wants. And if he continues to stay here, these two guys may not be able to fight. So he simply turned and left. Once he is gone, neither Orochimaru nor Sarutobi Hiruzen will care about his existence anymore. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had just been hit by his illusion, and he was being tortured quite a bit at the moment. Lose it, but it is definitely not a small impact. I don't know if he can seal Orochimaru's hands in the end, or is he going to seal something else this time? Like 10 fingers or something? Using the same method to tear apart the 4 purple flame formation, Night God Ryosuke went straight back outside the barrier. As soon as he came out, he was surrounded by a group of Umbu's ninjas. Stop! Night God Ryosuke has no time to dawdle with this group of Umbu ninjas. Illusion. Extinguishing God. With a sweep of Mangekyo, The dozen or so umbu in front of him were all dragged into the hallucinations in an instant. Next second, these umbu seemed to have lost their minds and cut their own necks directly with kunai. Then he fell to the ground with a strange smile on his face. All dead. Illusion-destroying God is an illusion developed by Night God Ryosuke. It sounds very powerful, but it is actually a kind of abusive skill. If you use it to deal with those ninjas who are extremely determined and whose strength is around Kaga level, it will have almost no effect. But if it is used to deal with these ninjas below Kaga level, it's almost one use, one accurate. Directly deprive the opponent's mind. Let the opponent sink into the illusion and act according to the will of the Night God Ryosuke. It's as if just now, Yagami Ryosuke made them commit suicide en masse. With no effort, this group of umbu ninjas was ended. Brush. The figure of Night God Ryosuke disappeared instantly. There were more than a dozen corpses of umbu with strange deaths, and it wasn't until a while later that Konoha's ninjas came over and discovered these corpses. And at this time, the Night God Ryosuke has long since disappeared. In the village, you can see the invading Sand Shinobi and Odanin ninjas fighting with Konoha ninjas everywhere. Among them, in the area near the village barrier, there are several huge snakes, which are wantonly destroying the buildings in the village. Hurry up, give it all to me. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Wind style. Vacuum Sphere. Secret technique. Shadow Binding technique. A large number of ninjas rushed towards the big snakes who were wreaking havoc. But these big snakes have thick skin and thick blood strips. In addition, there are a lot of Sand Shinobi around to stop Konoha's ninjas, which also makes it impossible for them to kill these big snakes for a while. At this time, shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. The shadow swung the knife and killed dozens of Sand Shinobi shadows in an instant. The strange thing is that the Sand Shinobi whose shadows were beheaded turn out to be decapitated in an instant just like their shadows. Konoha Shinobi, who was watching them just now, was taken aback for a while. Brush. At this time, Yagami Kyoko appeared on the scene, holding a ninja sword with the power of the shadow devouring sword in his hand. This is actually one of his wood clone, and the shadow devouring sword was also given to wood clone by Night God Ryosuke, and it happens to be able to use the power of the shadow devouring sword to kill the enemy. Night God Ryosuke intends to separate his own ability from the ability of his other identity, Whirlpool. Even Mangekyo Sharingan, himself, doesn't show up when he appears as Night God Ryosuke. As for the mother, could it be that his own mother would betray him? So don't worry about this. And at this time, Wood Clone, who bears the identity of Ryosuke, the Night God, wants to show his ability to manipulate shadows. Just this ability is enough for the Avatar to have Kaga-level strength. It is more than enough to deal with these intruders. Quickly evacuate the surrounding people. Wood Clone said loudly to the dazed Konoha Shinobi around. By the way, evacuate the group. These dazed Konoha Shinobi reacted instantly and quickly escorted the surrounding Konoha residents to retreat to the rear. At this time, Yamanaka Hai and Akamichi Choza, who happened to be dispatching at the scene, also came to the Wood Clone. Ryosuke, do you have a solution to these big snakes? Yamanaka asked. Let me try. Wood Clone didn't talk too much. Then hundreds of shadows flew out from under his feet, fast enough that Elite Jonin couldn't help but look sideways. Next second, the dense attacks fell on the shadows of those big snakes. If it is said that the attack of a single shadow cannot instantly kill these big snakes, then hundreds of shadows attack at the same time. No matter how rough the skin and flesh of these big snakes, they cannot avoid being instantly killed. These big snakes, who were still wantonly destroying the buildings in the village just now, were directly strangled by the shadows. The huge body was directly cut into several sections and crashed to the ground. It seems quite simple, Wood Clone said lightly. Yamanaka Haichi, Akamichi Choza, is this kid so powerful? The two looked at him with surprised expressions. Such a big snake with rough skin and thick flesh was killed in an instant. This is what they never expected. Fire style. Flame bomb. Boom! In the distance, a huge explosion sounded. Jiraiya killed several invading sand shinobi in an instant, and then rushed here in a flash. Oh, looks like it's been resolved. You guys did a great job. Jiraiya looked at the dead snakes on the ground and said to Yamanaka and the others. Heard. Yamanaka smiled wryly and said, It's not our fault. It's all done by Ryosuke himself. Oh, it's you, Brad. Jiraiya looked at Ryosuke's wood clone in surprise. Even he didn't see that the one in front of him was actually a clone, not the real night god Ryosuke. Okay, did you learn this secret technique from the Nara family? Looking at the shadows around who were still strangling the enemy, Jiraiya asked curiously. For reference, I am indeed inspired by the shadow art of the Nara family. Wood clone said, Brush. At this moment, the figure of Nara Shurgyo just arrived here. Hearing Wood clone's words, he couldn't help but smiled wryly and said, Our Nara clan shadow secret technique is not as strong as your secret technique, Ryosuke. Thanks to you this time. As the commander-in-chief of this Konoha defense battle, Nara Shikahisa has just roughly counted that the intruders killed by Night God Ryosuke with his shadow secret technique alone accounted for 70% of the total number of intruders. That is to say, he alone killed more enemies than all the other Konoha shinobi fighters combined. This is too exaggerated. Even Konoha's White Fangya and Yellow Flash 883 back then, Nara didn't think it was so exaggerated. Certainly, this is mainly due to the fact that the number of shadows of the night, God Ryosuke, is sufficient. They have been killed so far, and the number has expanded from a dozen at the beginning to more than 700 today. That is to say, the number of ninjas who died at the hands of these shadows was already over 700. It is conceivable how much Sand Shinobi and Odanin have suffered. Unfortunately, though, the Shadow Sword effect seems to only work against humanoid targets. The big snakes that were killed just now didn't work, and their shadows were not within the devouring range of the Shadow Devouring Sword. I'm also the ninja of the village. This is what I should do. Wood clone said with a dignified expression. Good job. You sure didn't let me see it wrong. Jiraiya laughed and slapped Wood clone on the shoulder. Fortunately, this is a Wood clone. If it were a shadow clone, this slap will disappear immediately. By the way, what's going on with the old man? When she was free, Jiraiya only thought about caring about her teacher's situation at this time. Not too optimistic, Orochimaru's strength is very strong, and Hokage-sama is old after all, and his strength is no longer at the peak. Nara Shikahisa said, A mysterious person appeared just now, and the other person was wearing a mask, but Hokage-sama said that the other person was the remnant of the Uchiha clan, and that person had Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength was very impressive. Afraid. Uchiha. Jiraiya frowned. He really didn't know what to say about this matter. Uchiha was certainly wrong for wanting to start a rebellion. But Jiraiya knew very well that the reason why Uchiha did this was completely forced out by the village's senior management. After all, he is also one of the founding families of Konoha. You bully others over and over again, and they are not made of mud, so how could they not be angry? But the relationship between Jiraiya and Uchiha is average, and there are no familiar friends who belong to Uchiha. Therefore, if he was really asked to take sides in this matter, he would still choose to take sides with the village. Now that there is another Uchiha remnant, and the legendary has been awakened, Jiraiya must pay attention to it. What did that Uchiha do? Jiraiya asked. He used an illusion on Hokage-sama and killed more than a dozen Umbun ninjas with the illusion. This man's illusion ability is terrifying, and no ordinary elite jonin can resist it. Nara Shurgyo also came to this conclusion from the analysis of the dead Umbu corpses and gathered Hokage-sama to be able to get rid of the opponent's illusion. So he judged that the opponent's illusion was a threat to elite jonin. But in fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have the nerve to say that he couldn't get rid of the opponent's illusion at all, so Nara Shikage made a wrong judgment. Otherwise, Nara Lugio might be even more worried now. After all, a phantom ninja that even a Kaga-level powerhouse like Hokage can't resist, the threat is absolutely fatal. For ninjas like them who are not yet Kaga level. Don't we see each second? Is it hard to resist even elite Jonin? Jiraiya frowned. This is really tricky, but not enough to make him feel helpless. Do you know where the other party is now? Jiraiya asked. Nara Lujo shook his head. He really didn't know about this. Forget it. Ignore him for now. Deal with these intruders first. Seeing Nara Shikahiza shaking his head, Jiraiya also sighed and decided to get rid of the intruders in the village first, and then discuss about the remnants of Uchiha. Phew. For the time being, it seems that the most important thing is to deal with these intruders first. Ryosuke boy, are you interested in comparing me and seeing who kills more intruders? Jiraiya suddenly smiled and said to the knight god Ryosuke beside him. What did you say? Wood Clone glanced at Jiraiya lightly. At the same time, his shadows also kill the last few sand shinobi around them, and then hundreds of shadows all return to his shadows. Jiraiya, Jin, F*****K. How did you kill them all? Save some for me. Jiraiya looked depressed. What he said just now is a comparison of who kills more. Now does this still work? You can see it without comparing it at all. Outside, the Konoha in the dense forest. Boom! A sudden loud noise resounded through the entire forest. Next second, countless sands gathered to form a huge figure, and the surrounding trees seemed very small in front of this huge figure. What monster is that? Oops. Gaara is completely out of control. Sasuke looked at the monster that suddenly appeared in shock, while Kankuro and Tamari's expressions changed in surprise, and they retreated a certain distance subconsciously. As Sunagekyu's ninjas, they are all too aware of the consequences of Gaara's rampage. At the moment, Gaara, who was supposed to run away in Konoha village, ran away in the forest outside the village. This obviously didn't go with their original plan. But this plan itself has certain problems, and Temari and Kankuro are completely helpless at the moment. Facing the runaway Gaara, it is an existence that the six relatives do not recognize. They dare not come near at all. Smelly Fox, is this the one-tailed crane you mentioned? On a tree, Naruto looked at the monster in front of him, but there was no shocked expression like Sasuke's on his face. After all, he has seen nine tails in his body countless times in the past year or so. Compared to nine tails, the one-tail Shoha in front of him is nothing at all. Note, the height setting of the tailed beasts is very confusing. This book uniformly sets the heights of the nine-tailed beasts to be about the same. Taking the 100-meter height of nine tails as an example, they all move around this value. Although the size is similar, the one-tail Shokaku in front of him is about 80 meters tall, but compared to the nine tails in terms of momentum, is much worse. Not scale at all. Trash Shoha, he's the most embarrassing one among our nine big-tailed beasts. Naruto boy, I will give you strength. You go and blow him. In the sealed space, Nine Tails also saw the figure of one-tail Shoha through Naruto's eyes and couldn't help showing disdainful eyes. In the eyes of Nine Tails, this guy at the end of the day is a disgrace to the tailed beast. Chakra at least. Their lead standard attack is the tailed beast bomb. It turned out that one-tail Shokaku's favorite thing to use was wind style to practice empty ammunition. What kind of crap is that? So, seeing One Tail guarding the cranes so arrogantly, Nine Tails was very upset, and without hesitation, he directly lent his strength to Naruto. Let Naruto use his powers to blow up One Tail Shuku. Stinky Fox, do you have any grudge against this One Tail Shoha? Naruto blinked in amazement. On weekdays, he wanted to borrow some chakra from Nine Tails, but Five Tails pushed back and forth every time. As a result, today he took the initiative to lend him strength. Is this the sun coming out from the west? What nonsense! Just say whether you want it or not. Nine Tails didn't bother to explain. He and One Tail didn't actually have any grudges, but One Tail Shoha was too much to beat up. He liked to say hello among the nine big-tailed beasts. He had the worst relationship between Nine Tails and One Tail. Certainly, the relationship between the other leaders and One Tail is not so good. This guy belongs to the type who loves to play more and more. Obviously, the strength is the most rubbish, but he likes to talk about it. Every time you can't win, it's the hardest. And he also likes to brag about his strength behind his back. So Ninetales despised this guy the most. Yes, please, Yuan Fox, give me strength. Naruto has long wanted to try the power of Ninetales, but the stinky fox has always refused to give it to him, so he has never had the chance to try it. However, Ninetales is always whispering in his ear how powerful the power of the tail beast is, and Jinchuriki should learn how to use the power of the tail beast. Naruto figured out with his, but the stinky fox was provoking him on purpose. But he had nothing to do. Finally, the stinky fox offered to lend him his power today. How could Naruto not want it? He has long wanted to try how powerful the tailed beast that Ninetales said it is. Remember, you can use the power of 3 tails at most. Once you use 4 tails, your will fall into a state of rampage, and even I can't help it. Before Ninetales lent his power to Naruto, he reminded the brat. After all, the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki are one and the same. Once Naruto completely ran away and died, Tail himself would also disappear, although the tail beast can be resurrected again. But it takes a long time in between, and Ninetales doesn't want that. It was already very miserable to be sealed and lose freedom. Are you going to lose consciousness now? Wouldn't that be worse? So, Ninetales will take the initiative to remind Naruto, because he really can't stop Naruto's rampage. In the final analysis, it is still the problem of the seal. Too overbearing, 5 tails can't do anything by themselves. Okay, I get it, hurry up. Naruto said anxiously. He can't wait to experience what it's like to wield the power of Ninetales. The other side, Gaara used the sleeping technique to make one-tail Shoha completely appear in the outside world. At this time, Shoha, who had just regained his freedom, also laughed excitedly, feeling the feeling of freedom, which gave him the illusion of superciliousness. Huh, is this Chakra from Stinky Fox? Shuha, who was still excited just now, suddenly sensed an extremely familiar Chakra's breath. Can't go wrong. It's that Stinky Fox. Even if he forgot the Chakra of other tailed beasts, he couldn't forget the breath of Chakra of Ninetales. Smelly Fox, get out! The defiant Shoha shouted arrogantly. At this time, boom! The air exploded in an instant. He saw a crimson figure crashing into the huge one-tail Shoha in an instant. With a loud bang, the forest behind him was directly blasted into a large open space by the shock wave, and Shohei, who was bumped into his body, also felt a burst of severe pain. His huge body was actually knocked out directly. The Shoha flew hundreds of meters away and smashed into the forest, screaming loudly. Who is it? Who dare to sneak attack you, Lord Shoha? Shoha got up from the ground, growled angrily, and glanced around. At this time, he noticed a tiny figure moving quickly on the ground. That's Stinky Fox. Brush. The crimson figure rushed in front of Shuha in an instant, and a claw-like hand clenched a fist and punched Shuha's head heavily. Boom. Sand splashes. Shoha was staggered by the punch and took several steps back. Damn Stinky Fox. Brat. You are looking for death. Shoha was furious. He recognized at a glance that the red figure in front of him was the Ninetales Jinchuriki kid from before. And what this brat is using at this time is the power of that Stinky Fox. Naruto, who grew 3 tails behind him, felt that his mind was full of thoughts of destroying everything. He shook his head hard and finally realized why Ninetales said that he could only bear the strength of 3 tails at most. Right now, he already has the urge to destroy everything. If there is one more tail, his consciousness will probably go berserk completely, because he will lose himself. But is this the power of Kurama? It's really strong. Naruto grinned. From the outside, it was a monster that looked like a fox grinning. It looks very scary. Far away, Sasuke, who was seriously injured, supported his body and climbed to a tree, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Sasuke's eyelids twitched when he saw a red figure constantly attacking the huge monster, and the monster seemed to be being beaten all the time. Is that Naruto? I don't know if it's the telepathy between good friends. Even though Naruto has turned into a tailed beast at this time and turned into such a ghost, Sasuke still recognized him at a glance. Is this Naruto's true strength? Sasuke looked at the three-tails Naruto, who could kill him with a single blow from a distance, and his brain went down for a while. Speechless. Brush. The figure of Night God Ryosuke also appeared nearby at this time. He looked at the battlefield between Three-Tails Naruto and Shikaku from a distance, and thought, Naruto borrowed the power of Nine-Tails this time, instead of summoning Bunta Toad to fight with Shikaku. Is the power of Three-Tails already so strong? Night God Ryosuke looked at the Three-Tails Naruto who was chasing the crane and suddenly understood why it is said that the strongest state of tailed beasts is not their wild state, but the state after they perfectly fit with Jinchuriki. Just think about the various forms of Naruto in the later period. What Fairy Fox mode? Nine-Tails Chakra mode. Naruto in these modes. The strength is definitely stronger than a single Nine-Tails. However, the strength of One-Tail Shoha is really too strong. It is worthy of the shame of the tailed beast. Yishan Ryosuke shook his head as he looked at Shikaku, who kept releasing wind-style practice blanks in the distance, but repeatedly missed them. One tail guards the crane. The shame of the tailed beast, Limaheo. It's a real hammer. Can't even beat Naruto with three tails. What an embarrassment to the other tailed beasts. Certainly, this is why Shuha is unwilling to cooperate with his host. Otherwise, he also lent his power to Gaara, and also let Gaara enter the tail beast mode in a sane state. The strength is really not lost in Naruto with the main tail. After all, Shikaku could totally lend his power to Gaara. Don't worry about Gaara losing himself, but not Nine-Tails, because Nine-Tails is too powerful. Standing in the sky and looking at it for a while, Night God Ryosuke suddenly had an idea. The cells in a human body are biological pheromones, which can transform talent entries. So what about tailed beasts? Night God Ryosuke had a whim, thinking that he could collect some tail beast chakra and see if he could use the system to convert them into corresponding talent entries. After all, the chakra of the tail beasts is like their flesh and blood. Whether it is Nine-Tails or other eight-tailed beasts, they are all energy bodies formed by pure chakra. So in theory, Night God Ryosuke only needs to obtain the pure chakra of a tailed beast, not the kind of chakra that is the fusion of the chakra of the tailed beast and the chakra of Jinchuriki. Will it be able to transform into corresponding talent entries? Night God Ryosuke thinks this possibility is not low. And there just happen to be two tailed beasts in front of me. Will it work? Well, you know if you try it. Think of this. Night God Ryosuke is no longer standing here, just watching the fun. He flew directly over, supported by the sand under his feet, and soon came to the range of this battlefield. Wind style. Practice empty ammunition. The huge wind ball spewed out of Shoha's mouth slammed into the ground at an extremely fast speed. A large area of surrounding trees were all destroyed. The power is really not small, but no matter how powerful it is, it's useless if it doesn't hit someone. Facing the nimble Three-Tails Naruto, the huge but cumbersome Shikaku can only be beaten. However, Naruto deliberately didn't hit Gaara, who was falling into a doze on the top of Shikuru's head, as if he wanted to fight hard before he would give up. The angry Shokaku was also furious, but he couldn't do anything to Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto's attack landed on Shizuru's huge body. At most it just caused him some pain, no substantial damage at all. Even using blank ammunition again and again consumes a lot of chakra of Shizuru. Shoha is not Nine-Tails. He doesn't have as massive a chakra, and Chakra's recovery is nowhere near as good as Nine-Tails. Why is Nine-Tails called Unlimited Chakra? It is because of his huge chakra base, coupled with his strong recovery ability. The speed of consumption cannot keep up with the speed of recovery. Nature will never run out, but Shoha didn't have such an innate advantage. Back then, when Sage of Six Paths distributed the chakra of 10 tails, it favored 9 tails, which was probably one part of 1 tail, one part of 9 tails, one part of 2 tails, one part of 9 tails, and another part of 9 tails. So, distributed, most of the chakra of 10 tails are concentrated on 9 tails. The chakras of the other 8-tailed beasts are not as many as 9 tails, hence the title of strongest tailed beast. At this time, being chased and beaten by Naruto with 3 tails, Shuha also felt ashamed. Fortunately, there are no people in this wilderness. Otherwise, in the future, the ninja world will probably spread the news that his 1-tail Shikaku can't even defeat the 9 tails Jinchuriki, who only uses 3 tails. The embarrassment was thrown to Grandma's house. Damn stinky fox, die. 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 The furious Shikaku couldn't beat Naruto with 3 tails, so he could only keep shouting, looking crazy. Just then, Night God Ryosuke came to the battlefield between the two, directly blocking the middle of both of them. Wind style. Practice empty ammunition. Shizuru subconsciously fired a blank bullet at Night God Ryosuke. 937. Don't watch Showa's practice empty bullets hitting empty again and again. But in fact, the power of this move is really not small. It is much more powerful than ordinary A-level ninjutsu. Comparable to the destructive power of S-level ninjutsu, it is enough to kill any ninja below Kaga level at the moment of hit, even if it is a ninja of Kaga level strength. If it is hard enough to suffer this, there is no strong enough defense method. I am afraid, yes, he will also be seriously injured. However, facing Showa's practice empty bullet, Night God Ryosuke just glared at the other party, and then several dark ribs appeared in front of him, and he took the practice empty bullets solidly, but nothing happened. Uchiha Shoha didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. On the contrary, Nine Tails and Naruto sensed a familiar chakra at this moment and roared angrily. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is arguably the thing Nine Tails hate the most. Back then, Uchiha Madara used these eyes to control him and walked him around like a puppy. Then, the Nine Tails rebellion 12 years ago. He was once again controlled by Mangekyo. Although Nine Tails doesn't care how badly Konoha has been damaged, he wants to destroy the damned village even after letting Sharingan control him. But the direct result of that time was that his original complete body was split into 2, turned into 9 tails with yin and yang. Therefore, sensing the power of Mangekyo Sharingan again, how can Nine Tails not be angry? He even wanted to break through the seal in front of him, rush out and tear up the Uchiha outside. Pity, Nine Tails can't do it. It can only be incompetent and furious in the sealed space. One tail guards a crane. Night God Ryosuke's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan stared coldly at the behemoth in front of him. Tail beasts are quite large in size. For example, the guard crane in front of me is about 80 meters tall. It looks like a fat civet cat. Who are you? Shoha watched the masked man who suddenly appeared in front of him with a vigilant face. Although he has been dismissed by other tailed beasts as being too smart, Shuha is actually not stupid. The masked man in front of him easily blocked his empty bullet, and even a fool could see that this guy is definitely a very strong human being. Shoha is still worrying about how to kill that overly flexible Nine Tails kid. Naturally, I don't want to add a more difficult enemy to myself. My name Uchiha Noodles, Night God Ryosuke said lightly. Uchiha. Shikaku looked at him in surprise. Even Shikaku, who stayed in San Shinobi all the year round, knew how powerful Uchiha is. After all, they were all captured by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back then. It was later separated by Senju Hashirama and distributed to other ninja villages. Therefore, Shizuru is well aware of Uchiha's strength. The Sharingan of their clan is simply the nemesis of their tailed beasts. Certainly, those below Mangekyo do not count. In the eyes of Shoha, only the Sharingan who has activated Mangekyo is worthy of being called the power of Uchiha, as for other Senju Gyu and the like. What is that? Uncle Shoha doesn't pay attention to him at all. Was that Susanoo just now? You are Uchiha who has awakened Mangekyo. Shizuru finally remembered what it was that Yagami Ryosuke blocked his practice blank bullet just now. Isn't that the simplified version of the Gundam that Uchiha Madara drove back then? The legendary ultimate power of the Uchiha clan is also called God's power. When he realized that the masked figure in front of him was Uchiha, who had awakened Mangekyo. Shikaku felt a little scared. It's Mangekyo after all. It's not that he is too cowardly in one tail, but that Uchiha's eyes are too rascal. One glance can control them, these tailed beasts. What can he do? Uchiha, are you from Sasuke's tribe? Brush. Naruto, with 3 tails waving behind him, appeared on the side, curiously looking at the night god Ryosuke flying in the air and asked, "Nine Tails kid, if the Sasuke you're talking about is that Uchiha Sasuke over there, then he is indeed my clan." The bewitching Mangekyo swept across Naruto's body, and Naruto felt startled when they looked at each other for a moment and subconsciously looked away, not daring to look at this man who claimed to be Uchiha with a numb face. "Since you're a member of Sasuke's tribe, are you also a ninja in the village?" Naruto asked innocently. Hearing this, Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but sneered and said, "Konoha's ninja? Nine Tails kid, don't you think that all Uchiha are from your Konoha?" Naruto took a step back uncomfortably. "So you are the enemy?" He looked at each other warily. At this moment, the voice of Nine Tails also rang in Naruto's mind. "Kid Naruto, be careful with this guy in front of you. He is the evil Uchiha, and he has awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Remember, don't look him in the eye." "Well, why can't I look him in the eye?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "Anyway, just don't look into his eyes. Is it possible that the old man will still hurt you?" Nine Tails said angrily. Naruto couldn't figure out why Nine Tails was suddenly angry when she was quite happy before. "Well, I don't look him in the eye." "Well, that's right, and run quickly." Naruto, "No, I've already promised not to look into the other person's eyes, so why run away?" But this question does not need to be answered by Nine Tails. Naruto quickly understood. "Shoha, Nine Tails, hand over your calendars obediently." Susanoo, rumble. A giant several times larger than Shoha rose from the ground, looking down at the 2 small beings below. "Keep Crane." Naruto, "No. Is it necessary to open Gundam if there's a disagreement?" "I didn't even say no." Shoha almost cried in his heart. Looking at Susanoo, who was taller than a mountain in front of him, Shikaku recalled the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara back then. "Wind style. Practice empty ammunition." Shoha opened his mouth and sprayed out a wind style, then turned around and ran away without looking at the result. "If you don't run away at this time, is it possible that you are still waiting to be abused?" But the next second, "Want to run? I'll let you run 500 meters first." Yagami Ryosuke, who was standing on Susan's head with his arms folded, looked coldly at Shizuru, who was running away. After the opponent ran 500 or 600 meters away, he controlled Susan to open his 5 fingers and grab Shuha. "Don't come here." Shuha watched in horror as the huge palm grabbed him. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Naruto, God, the monster named Shoha was captured by this giant. Just now he didn't understand why Nine Tails let him run. Available now. Naruto suddenly regretted that he didn't run sooner. If you run now, is it too late? Tell you to run. Are you really running? Yagami Ryosuke manipulated Susan to grab the Shikaku. Susan, who is 500 or 600 meters tall, grabbed the 80-meter shuker, just like an adult holding an old hen. No matter how frantically Shoha struggled, even frantically condensing chakra to condense a tailed beast bomb in his mouth, it was useless. "Tailed beast bomb? Hee. Do you want to tickle me?" Night God Ryosuke said disdainfully, then let Shizuru spray out the tailed beast bomb from his mouth and blast it on the huge Susan. In the astonishing explosion, the gigantic Susanoo didn't even take half a step back. Wait until the flames of the explosion dissipate. There wasn't even a trace left on Susanoo's body. Shuha is desperate. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as when he faced Uchiha Madara back then. If it wasn't for the tailed beast who wouldn't shed tears at all, Shoha should be crying bitterly right now. "Trash, it's useless to give you a chance," Night God Ryosuke said disdainfully. Next second, he grabbed Shuha's right hand and slammed it into the distance. A mountain fell over. Boom! The mountain, more than 700 meters high, was smashed to pieces. Showa's body was smashed and exploded, turning into sand flying all over the sky. Night God Ryosuke also immediately took away part of the chakra that kept the crane and stored it in the system's biological pheromone warehouse. Saved successfully, Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but his eyes lit up. This almost shows that his previous guess was correct. Since it can be stored, it means that the system recognizes that the tail beast chakra is the biological pheromone of the tail beast. Ah, far away. The smashed Shuha screamed in pain. The sand all over the sky converged into Shoha's head, and then Shoha, who was already terrified, ran back to the seal and Gaara's body on his own initiative. The remaining sand lost the power to guard the crane and scattered directly. Even Gaara fell from the sky. Fortunately, the sand in the gourd behind Gaara caught him. Otherwise, he would have ended up crippled, even if he would not have died if he fell from such a high midair. It's really worthless, so you admit it? Yishan Ryosuke saw Shizuru running back into the seal on his own initiative and also looked at him. Immediately, he looked down at Naruto with 3 tails below. Gudu. Sensing the giant looking at him, Naruto swallowed subconsciously. What are you still doing? Run. 9 tails shouted in the sealed space. But in the next second, boom! Susan's palm fell from the sky and crushed the earth directly, grabbing Naruto with 3 tails and the surrounding ground together in his hand. Let me go. Naruto struggled, scratching Susan's fingers frantically with his blood-red claws. But with his little attack, it's not enough to even scratch Sue's was itch. It's useless 9 tails brat. There was a smile on the face of Yagami Ryosuke's mask. Next second, bang! It was a loud bang. Susan's palm hit the ground heavily, directly crushed Naruto with 3 tails into the ground dash. Naruto's body surface 9 tails chakra was directly crushed. The 3 tails behind it also disappeared. Wait until Susan's palm is removed. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and in the middle of the palm print is the unconscious Naruto. 9 tails chakra here. Night God Ryosuke has got what he wants. But the 9 tails inside Naruto is actually only half 9 tails. Not all 9 tails. What Night God Ryosuke got now should be chakra belonging to young 9 tails, instead of the full 9 tails chakra. Then can I swipe the entry twice on 9 tails? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, if young 9 tails and E9 tails belong to 2 different individuals, then his idea of swiping the entry twice can be established. But if the system determines that they are the same individual, then you can only brush it once. The key is how the system judges. Naruto. Just as Night God Ryosuke knocked Naruto unconscious with strength, several of his little friends also rushed towards this side. The first person to arrive was Sasuke, who jumped down from the top with a worried face, fell into the palm-shaped pit, and picked up the unconscious Naruto. After checking, Sasuke found that Naruto just passed out and nothing happened, so he was relieved. Sasuke, is Naruto okay? Shikamaru and Inuzuka Tooth, who took a step back, also looked at Naruto, who was held in Sasuke's arms with concern, and asked, "It's okay, I just passed out." After hearing Sasuke say that Naruto is fine, Shikamaru and others also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine. Shikamaru, you watch Naruto first. I'm a bit important to deal with." Sasuke got up suddenly and handed Naruto to Shikamaru, then jumped out of the palm-shaped pit, looked up at the masked man in midair, and shouted loudly, "Uchiha Face Numb, are you from our Uchiha clan?" Sasuke's voice sounded a little trembling. God knows how much he wishes there were other clansmen alive in this world besides that damned Uchiha Itachi. In this case, at least the pain in his heart can be slightly relieved. At this time, Ryosuke, the night god who had released Susanoo in midair, also looked down at Sasuke, who looked down excitedly. He slowly landed on the ground and said lightly, "Since my surname is Uchiha, I am naturally a member of the Uchiha clan. But why have I never heard of your name?" Sasuke asked suspiciously. "I have lived outside of Konoha since I was a child. It is normal that you, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, have never heard of me." Night God Ryosuke said lightly, "That man, I will definitely kill him. Hearing the name Uchiha Itachi again, Sasuke couldn't help showing hatred on his face. Kill him. Yishin Ryosuke sneered a few times. With your ability? A pair of two-hook jade. How to kill Uchiha Itachi. I can do it, Sasuke said loudly. Besides, you are also a Uchiha clan. Shouldn't we avenge other clans together? Hearing this, Yagami Ryosuke laughed. Revenge? I have nothing to do with you, Uchiha of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi is the enemy of your Konoha Uchiha clan, but not mine. Yagami Ryosuke said with a sneer. You. Sasuke glared at him angrily. Originally thought that he had found a clansman who could share the same hatred with the enemy, but I didn't expect that the other party was so indifferent. They don't care about the innocent ghosts of the Uchiha clan. He even said he didn't hate Uchiha Itachi. This made Sasuke very angry. Angry? It's a pity that you are too weak, so weak that I can crush you to death with one hand. Night God Ryosuke said coldly, You are so weak. What can you do with anger? It's nothing more than incompetent rage. What else is there to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi? If you really see Uchiha Itachi, you will only be killed mercilessly by him. So, I advise you to give up this idea, develop and grow the Uchiha clan, marry more wives, and have more children. That's what you should do. Impossible, Sasuke yelled angrily. I must kill that man. No matter how high the price is, I will do it. Really? Yagami Ryosuke sneered and pointed to Naruto, who was being supported by Shikamaru and the others. Then what if this Ninetales kid dies? You have a good relationship with this Ninetales kid, right? Then you know, Uchiha, how can a Sharingan of a family unlock a more advanced Mangekyo? Sasuke faintly guessed something and looked at Yagami Ryosuke in horror. It seems that you have already guessed it. Night God Ryosuke said with a smile, If you want to open Mangekyo, you have to watch your most beloved person die. This Ninetales kid should have a lot of weight in your heart, right? If he dies now, you might be able to activate Mangekyo. How? Would you like me to help you? For the sake of Uchiha, I can kill him for you. No. Sasuke subconsciously stood in front of Naruto. You can't hurt Naruto. Reluctance? Yishin Ryosuke said with a sneer, You are so weak. Why are you talking about revenge? Listen to me, get married and have children obediently. Revenge or something is not suitable for you. Being denied and ridiculed again and again. Sasuke also clenched his fist with both hands, asking himself again and again in his heart, could he really have the ability to kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge Uchiha's soul? Thinking of what Uchiha Minma just said, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little shaken in his heart. Does he really have such ability? Just when Sasuke couldn't help self-doubt in his heart, a hand was suddenly put on his shoulder. He looked back and found that Naruto had woken up and was looking at him with a firm face. Fart Sasuke, you're not going to give up your goal, are you? Naruto said with a grin. Naruto, Sasuke stared at him blankly. If it were me, even if many people said it was impossible, I would not give up my dreams and goals. Sasuke, what about you? Are you willing to give up like this? Naruto's words pierced into Sasuke's heart like a ray of light piercing the darkness. No, I'm not reconciled. The expression on Sasuke's face no longer showed the slightest hesitation and self-doubt. He said firmly, I will kill that man. Even if everyone in the world thinks I can't do it, I will not give up. He jerked his head back to face Uchiha, who had almost shaken his determination to take revenge. Just watch, I'm sure to kill him. Kill Uchiha Itachi. Avenge all Uchiha ghosts. Sasuke shouted loudly. Now, the momentum is good. I hope you can really do it, not just talk. Night God Ryosuke also showed a smile on his face under the mask. He strengthened his persuasive force 30 times, and was actually rebounded by Naruto's words. Worthy of being a good friend. It has to be Naruto. Yagami Ryosuke thought with a smile in his heart. However, after today, maybe Sasuke will be more eager to gain power? After he found out that staying in Konoha would not improve his strength quickly, it might be time to go to Orochimaru. I just don't know if Naruto can keep Sasuke this time, or Can Sasuke convince Naruto to leave Konoha? Interesting kid. I look forward to seeing you next time. Your strength has far surpassed the present. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to kill Uchiha Itachi. After Yishan Ryosuke said these words to Sasuke, he disappeared in a flash. As soon as he left, Shikamaru and the others also let out a long sigh of relief. I was scared to death just now. I thought this person was going to kill us to silence him. Inuzuka Tooth patted his chest, looking scared. What are you afraid of? That guy is also a member of Sasuke's clan, so he will definitely not do this. Naruto is quite optimistic, not as terrified as Shikamaru and the others. Hearing this, he also rolled his eyes speechlessly. To have such an idea, should I say, as expected of Naruto? At this time, in the forest on the left, Kankuro and Temari, surrounding Gaara, also came out from behind the tree, seeking flowers 0. When Shikamaru and the others saw the three of them, they immediately put on a fighting pose. Wait, we surrender, Temari hastily shouted. Gaara has lost her combat effectiveness now, and she and Kankuro alone are no match for the group in front of them. So, Temari chose to surrender on the spot, without hesitation. This is better than surrendering after being beaten to the ground, right? You better really surrender. Shikamaru stared at the three of them and said, in the village, the battle is pretty much over. The rest of the Sand Shinobi also surrendered. As for Tonin, originally, Orochimaru didn't send many people here, and most of them were Genin and Chunin. To put it bluntly, it is cannon fodder. Therefore, these sound ninja were wiped out not long after the battle started. Most of them died at the hands of Night God Ryosuke's shadow. Some were also killed by other Konoha shinobi. At this time, Yagami Ryosuke, Jiraiya, and others have returned to the venue of the third exam. The 4 purple flame array on the roof is still there. There are many Konoha shinobi people gathered around. When they saw Jiraiya, they couldn't help their eyes light up, as if they saw hope. Master Jiraiya, it's great that you're here. Hurry up and save Master Hokage. Jiraiya frowned and checked the situation of the 4 purple flame formation, then shook his head. 0. No, even I can't break this barrier. As he spoke, he looked at Night God Ryosuke again. Ryosuke boy, do you have a calendar? Let me try, Yagami Ryosuke said. Immediately, a shadow flew out from his own shadow and rushed directly to the 4 purple flame array in front of him. Can be next second. A purple flame engulfed in an instant, but fortunately the shadow of Night God Ryosuke quickly. The speed was fast, and it flashed directly to the side, so as not to be burned by this piece of purple flame. No, my shadow can't break through this enchantment. Night God Ryosuke shook his head and said. At this time, the Konoha shinobi around him also looked at him in surprise. That shadow. Is it the shadows from before? I know him. He is a civilian genius graduating this year, named Night God Ryosuke. Oh my god, just graduated from ninja school? So he's only 12 years old this year. Killing Jonin at the age of 12 is like cutting melons and vegetables. I feel like I have lived on a dog for more than 30 years. In previous battles, many Konoha ninjas were rescued by the shadow of Night God Ryosuke. Therefore, they didn't recognize Night God Ryosuke at first, but when they saw this shadow, they all understood. Feelings. The person who saved them before and beat those intruders like grandchildren is this kid who just graduated from ninja school in front of him. What does this represent? 12-year-old Kage level. Even more exaggerated than Kakashi back then, and that Uchiha Itachi. Just as strong as a monster. Even you can't help it. Jiraiya frowned, sighed, and said, then there's no other way. It's up to the old man himself. All Konoha shinobi creators. At this time, inside the 4 purple flame formation, the central area is covered by a large area of trees. Exhausted, Sarutobi Hiruzen was gasping for breath while grabbing Orochimaru's hands with both hands. The thing I regret the most is that I didn't teach you to establish a correct value at the beginning, but it's not too late to make up for it now. Orochimaru, Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Correct values? Is it as correct as your old man? Then I really can't learn it. Orochimaru looked at the dying teacher with a sneer. Teacher, you are old. It's time to go to the Pure Land to enjoy the happiness. Orochimaru said, Yes, but the old man decided to go to another place. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head suddenly, and in the field of vision that Orochimaru couldn't see, a huge Shinigami appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The moment the Shinigami appeared, although Orochimaru couldn't see it, the smile on Orochimaru's face disappeared instantly because of the feeling of being stared at by some terrible existence. First generation, second generation, Orochimaru yelled anxiously. While on the other side, first Hokage and second Hokage, who were dragged down by Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone, stood in place at this moment, with expressions of struggle on their faces. Teacher, Hashirama-sama. A few shadow clones from Sarutobi Hiruzen stood beside them with apprehensive looks on their faces. Monkey, you still have a minute. Senju Tobirama tried his best to suppress Orochimaru's control over the body of impure world reincarnation, but he could only suppress it for another minute or so at most. Senju Hashirama on the other side is similar. This time, Orochimaru can be said to have capsized in the gutter. I met the night God Ryosuke in the Death Forest before, which made Orochimaru a little worried about whether his Konoha collapse plan would encounter any trouble. After all, he can't guarantee whether there will be unexpected situations like Night God Ryosuke at that time. Therefore, during the 1-month preparation process, Orochimaru deliberately replaced several corpses used for impure world reincarnation, replaced with a stronger corpse. In this way, the body of impure world reincarnation produced by summoning will be stronger. Originally, Orochimaru was right. The stronger body of impure world reincarnation can indeed help him better, but he forgot that if the ninja from impure world reincarnation is too strong, he may not be able to suppress it. This time is fine. Although Orochimaru slightly strengthened the strength of some impure world reincarnation offerings by 150, but the increase was not much. Therefore, whether it is Senju Tobirama or Senju Hashirama, the strength of both of them has only increased by about 10% on the original basis. This 10% improvement is not enough to make them completely break free from Orochimaru's control, but it also gave them a certain ability to resist. This is how the current scene happened. Orochimaru probably didn't think that he would shoot himself in the foot, right? It was originally prepared to deal with Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Konoha. The result turned out to be the last straw that crushed him. To know, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's current physical state, if Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's impure world reincarnation body is still obedient, then Sarutobi Hiruzen has no ability to seal Orochimaru. At most, it is just pulling the soul of one of the ancestors, Hokage, into the belly of Shinigami together. There are no more seals of Orochimaru after that. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously been hit by an illusion by Night God Ryosuke, and his body and spirit were already weak. Being able to fight till now is already the result of his forceful support by relying on his willpower. But now, with the taboo sealing technique of ghoul sealing, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only drag one person's soul into Shinigami's stomach at most. No more dragging a second person into the water. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed Orochimaru's 2 hands, and within Orochimaru's invisible vision, his soul body was being pulled out of his body bit by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Orochimaru is not a defenseless scarecrow. He also realizes that Sensei Sarutobi may be using some kind of scary forbidden technique. So he struggled desperately. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already exhausted and close to the limit, unable to hold on anymore. Cannot be done. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that he couldn't pull Orochimaru's soul into Shinigami's belly with him. Orochimaru struggled too violently. He felt that if he insisted on sealing Orochimaru's entire soul, the final result might only be a bamboo basket. The water is empty. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who made a quick decision, directly gave up sealing Orochimaru's entire soul. But although he couldn't seal all of Orochimaru's soul into Shinigami's stomach, he has already pulled out Orochimaru's two palms. Orochimaru, today I will take back all the ninjutsu I taught you. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, and instantly in the sight that Orochimaru couldn't see, the huge Shinigami slowly bent down. It held a soul-cutting blade in its hand and directly cut off the soul of one of Orochimaru's fingers. Then he snatched away the entire soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen, took these souls together, and put them into his stomach. Plop! Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose soul was sealed, fell instantly. He was still unwilling to die, although Orochimaru's 10 fingers are sealed, so that he can no longer perform ninjutsu in the future. But Sarutobi Hiruzen still has too much to do. He hasn't watched his grandson, Konoha, grow up yet. Haven't put him in Hokage's place yet. Haven't dealt with Danzo, the big-tailed old man, and cleared the way for his grandson. The most important thing is Ryosuke, the night god who is gradually showing amazing talent. He has already planned everything. Just wait for the Chunin exam to finish him. But now, he will never have this chance to carry out his plan again. And it was Orochimaru who caused all this. Just sealing his 10 fingers. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really not reconciled. But he can't help it. Either seal the 10 fingers or draw water from the bamboo basket in vain. He can only be forced to choose the former. At least, it would also cost Orochimaru something. Not being able to use ninjutsu for Orochimaru definitely has a huge negative impact on his strength. Not to mention completely losing his fighting power. But at least, it will greatly weaken his combat effectiveness. In this way, it can be considered that he has not wasted his efforts. My fingers! Orochimaru looked at the fallen Sarutobi teacher, feeling the breath of life that had been heard from him, and he, who should have been happy, couldn't smile at this moment. He raised his hands, but the 10 fingers were limp, unable to make any movements according to his idea. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and he already guessed in his heart what forbidden technique Master Sarutobi used before. Ghoul's Band. Damn it. It turned out to be this forbidden technique. The only thing that made Orochimaru feel lucky was that Mr. Sarutobi was too weak before, so that he didn't have the strength to drag the 10 seals of his entire soul. Otherwise, what he lost now was not just 10 fingers, but his whole soul. The soul is sealed. No matter how strong Orochimaru's life-saving ability is, it is useless. If the body is killed, he can be resurrected with the help of the curse seal of the sky. But the soul is sealed. How can he be resurrected? Come back to life. Luckily, thanks to the masked man from the Uchiha clan before, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have become so weak if it wasn't for the other party's illusion. Orochimaru is probably already chatting with Sarutobi Hiruzen in Shinigami's belly by now. Orochimaru, with a gloomy face, also sensed the 2 impure world reincarnation bodies that were resisting him at this time. He frowned and simply canceled the ninjutsu directly. In the woods, just saw the disappearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone. The 2 ancestors Hokage, who realized that something was wrong, were also looking at their bodies that were turning into ashes. Brother, it seems we are going back to the Pure Land. Senju Tobirama said calmly. Yeah, it's just a pity that I didn't change it this time, so I took a look at the village certificate. Senju Hashirama looked disappointed. He originally wanted to see how Konoha had developed, but he didn't even have the chance to take a look. What a disappointment. By the way, Tobirama, where are you in the Pure Land? Have you ever met other souls in the Pure Land? Your elder brother and I have always been alone. So lonely. Senju Hashirama took advantage of this last moment, intending to ask his brother's location in the Pure Land, so that he could go over and talk to him or something. Brother, I don't know where I am in the Pure Land. They all look similar, but I have met a few souls before, but I don't know any of them. Senju Tobirama's body has almost disappeared. He finished this sentence quickly, and his soul was pulled back to the Pure Land in an instant. What? Why haven't I met anyone? The Juzi complained, while being forcibly sent back to the Pure Land world. Zian was outside the formation. A large number of Konoha shinobi players are gathering here anxiously, discussing how to break this result. Look, the barrier is gone. At this moment, someone suddenly discovered that the original barrier was disappearing. So he quickly shouted to remind others. Did Hokage-sama finish off Orochimaru? Some people speculate that the battle in the barrier is over. As for the result, of course Hokage-sama won. That is the strongest Hokage ever. Go in and have a look, Narashikahisa said. Following a group of people, they directly used ninjutsu to break open the big trees in front of them, and soon came to the central area of this artificial forest. It's here. They saw Sarutobi Hiruzen lying dead on the ground. As for Orochimaru, didn't see it at all. It is estimated that it has run away. Among the crowd, Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was no longer alive on the ground, and couldn't tell whether he was happy or relieved. Originally, there was no hatred between Sarutobi Hiruzen and him, and the night god Ryosuke was born as a commoner, not a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen also targeted him at the beginning with a solicitation policy, until night god Ryosuke showed a talent similar to Namake's Minato, not only defeated Tianzong, who was an elite jonin at a young age, but even learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Future Kage level can be expected. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen see the threat in Knight Ryosuke. Consider him the second Namake's Minato. In terms of attitude, it also changed from the original wooing to wanting to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid affecting his plan. But it doesn't make sense to say that now. Sarutobi Hiruzen is gone. His plan against Knight God Ryosuke could never have started. No one would know that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to get rid of Ryosuke, Konoha's rising star. In the eyes of others, Yagami Ryosuke is a young man Sarutobi Hiruzen is very optimistic about. Some people even think that Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to train Knight God Ryosuke to be the next generation of Hokage. Have to say, people who think this way really don't know their Hokage-sama at all. Master Hokage. My God, how could it be Hokage-sama? Where's Orochimaru? Damn Orochimaru. He killed Hokage-sama. The Konoha shinobi around looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's dead body on the roof in horror. Jiraiya, who was standing in front of the crowd, went over to check in person and confirmed that his teacher was dead and said, "There is no chance of being rescued." Orochimaru. Jiraiya closed her eyes in pain. Although he is very dissatisfied with some of the teacher's practices, and he doesn't like the policy of Konoha senior management. 4.0. No matter what, Sarutobi Hiruzen is always the teacher of the three of them. At this moment, bits and pieces of Zung Jin flooded into my heart. A sad emotion instantly echoed in Jiraiya's mind, which could not go away for a long time. Damn, we must avenge Master Hokage. Yes, that's right. We must take revenge. Orochimaru has gone, but the people from Sand Shinobi are still there. Go find them. Damn Sand Shinobi, they're obviously our allies. Why should they cooperate with Orochimaru? The surrounding Konoha shinobi followers were cursing furiously, and those who said they would make Sand Shinobi pay for Hokage-sama's death shouted loudly to hit Sunagakure. But there are not many people who support this statement. Okay, everyone be quiet. Jiraiya stood up at this time and said loudly, "Now is not the time to discuss whether to make Sand Shinobi compensate. The most important thing at the moment is to restore order in the village and buy for a burial." These ninjas who were still clamoring just now calmed down and looked at Jiraiya in front of them. Master Jiraiya is right. Everyone listen to me. Nara Shurjo also stood up at this time, coordinating and dispatching these Konoha ninjas and arranging their own tasks. I go first. Knight God Ryosuke was not interested in watching what happened next. He said to Kakashi beside him, turned around and headed towards the direction of the Hyuga tribe. Kakashi looked back at him who was going away, his eyes thoughtful. Knight. Yagami Ryosuke sat in his room, looking at the full moon in the sky outside the window. After a while, he took out a copy of Nine Tails Chakra from the system's biopheromone warehouse. System, transform it. Night God Ryosuke ordered. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Sage of Six Paths, favorite cub, golden. Oh, the name of this entry is quite in line with the status of Nine Tails in the minds of Sage of Six Paths. After all, that's Chakra, with more Nine Tails than the other 8-tailed beasts combined. What's not the favorite cub of Sage of Six Paths? And the most important is, this turned out to be another Golden Talent entry. This is already the 12th Golden Talent word that Night God Ryosuke has on hand. If each of the 9 big-tailed beasts can transform into a Golden Talent entry, then the number of Golden Talent entries for Night God Ryosuke will reach as many as 20. Look at the attributes first. Night God Ryosuke opened his character panel and found this newly added talent entry. Sage of Six Paths, favorite cub, golden among the 9 big-tailed beasts. You're the one that Sage of Six Paths likes the most, so you get the most favors, but you seem to be incomplete. Maybe you can find the other half to integrate with it. Chakra plus 800%. Ninjutsu power plus 500%. Comes with Young Nine Tails Chakra. There are not many attributes, and the value is not particularly high among the Golden Talent entries. But both properties are useful. One increases Chakra, and the other increases the power of Ninjutsu. What really caught Ryosuke's attention was that this seems to be another talent item that can be integrated, just like the legendary Sannin before. But 12. The difference is that this time, there is no reminder that the level of the entry will be upgraded after the fusion. So there is a high probability that the 2 golds are still golden after they are fused, but the attributes will definitely be greatly improved. At least double it? Otherwise, what is the point of integration? Nine Tails and Namikaze Minato are sealed inside the Shinigami body. Maybe I can find a chance to find that Shinigami mask and unseal them. 11. Yagami Ryosuke rubbed his chin and thought. In doing so, he can acquire the chakra of Nine Tails. Thus another entry of Sage of Six Paths' favorite cub is transformed. Then fuse the 2 entries into a stronger entry. However, what is the solution to the ghoul ban? Yagami Ryosuke frowned. To unlock the ban on ghouls, you don't just need to get a Shinigami mask and then wear it to cut open your stomach. That way the music will perform a seppuku ritual on the spot. What is really important, and the key to matching the Shinigami mask, is the way to undo the seal of the ghoul ban. This thing future Orochimaru will work out. But so far, it seems that no one has studied it. Night God, Ryosuke, do you want to study it by yourself? Coincidentally, the sealed book is in his hand. He has checked this thing before, and it is indeed true. But in the same way, all the above ninjutsu are in a sealed state and can only be viewed after the jutsu is resolved. However, this solution is not complicated. Yishan Ryosuke studied a little bit, and by virtue of the 10 times learning ability brought by the Shuba entry, he easily mastered the solution method. Then he unlocked the seal on the Book of Seals and saw the contents of various ninjutsu inside. Naturally, it also includes the sealing technique of ghoul banning. However, it is not so simple to study the solution of this thing. It cannot be done in 3 or 2 days. Even Ryosuke, the night god, may have to spend several months without any foundation. After all, he had never learned anything about sealing techniques before. Need to start from the basics. Just a few months, it's not a long time. Night god Ryosuke decided to study this ghoul ban by himself, and then go to the Namian temple of the original Uzumaki clan to get the Shinigami mask. The ghoul ban can be released. Sage of Six Paths' favorite cub. This talent entry, in addition to 2 attributes that increase the power of chakra and ninjutsu, also has an additional attribute of Young Nine Tails chakra. After being equipped with this entry, Night God Ryosuke felt that an area similar to the sealed space appeared in his body, but different from the sealed space. Then strands of Young Nine Tails chakra are gradually produced in this space, and the number is increasing. Just for a minute or so, the Young Nine Tails chakra accumulated in his body has almost reached the amount of a Chunin's whole body chakra. The speed of saving is so fast, I don't know if there's a limit. Night God Ryosuke observes these Young Nine Tails chakra, guessing in his heart, if there is no limit, then sooner or later the young Nine-Tails chakra in his body will exceed the chakra of the real young Nine-Tails in Naruto. When the time comes, who is the real young Nine-Tails? After all, when the young Nine-Tails chakra in Night God Ryosuke reaches a certain amount, it will also form a Nine-Tails form. That is, this Nine-Tails has no mind. Just a shell of pure, young Nine-Tails chakra. At this point, it can't replace the real Nine-Tails. But Yagami Ryosuke likes this. He didn't want to have an intelligent creature living in his body. Even if it was a chakra aggregate like a tailed beast, he would inevitably feel weird in his heart. Next day, morning hours, Yagami Ryosuke put on black clothes and went out with his mother Yagami Mizuki. Today is the day of Sarutobi Hiruzen's burial. Everyone in Konoha will go there to see off third Hokage. The entrance of the Konoha cemetery. When the night god Ryosuke and his mother arrived here, there were already a large number of Konoha shinobi wearing the same black clothes. Outside, many Konoha villagers gathered spontaneously to see off their Lord Hokage. Have to say, although Sarutobi Hiruzen has been calculating all his life, he has managed his reputation well. The villagers in the village also love him very much. There are even many younger ninjas who really regard him as the strongest Hokage. Ryosuke. Outside the cemetery, Yagami Ryosuke met Hinata and the others who also came to see Sarutobi Hiruzen off. Hyuga Hayashi was also accompanying, still with that expressionless look. But to his surprise, he saw Hyuga Niji beside him. Are you reconciled? Yagami Ryosuke looked at the two of them and asked. Master Hayashi has already shown me father's letter. Niji nodded and said, Is that so? Without Naruto's words, Niji still forgave his own Uchiha? Or is it just a superficial understanding? However, considering that Niji was defeated by Hinata in the third Chunin exam, maybe this is one of the reasons. Ryosuke, have you seen Karen? Ino asked at this time. Xianglin? Yagami Ryosuke looked over there and beckoned. A touch of red in the crowd quickly ran over. It was Xiangrin. Ryosuke. Hinata, Ino, you are all here. After Xianglin came over, she greeted everyone and then said hello to several elders. Yagami Mizuki looked at the red-haired girl, looked at her son, and got a positive response. This is another daughter-in-law, yes. Yagami Mizuki didn't know whether to be happy or complain about her son's flirtatiousness. How many times is this? She secretly counted with her fingers. Hinata, Ino, Kurenai Yuhi, plus the Xianglin in front of me. There are already 4. Shouldn't there be more? Otherwise, Yagami Mizuki is really worried about whether her son's body could take it. After exchanging pleasantries outside the cemetery for a while, Yin's family followed the crowd into the cemetery. Next, there's a burial ceremony. After all, it was Hokage who was buried. Rituals are also necessary, otherwise how to reflect the face of Hokage. When the ceremony was over, the Konoha shinobi who came to see him off also stepped forward to say goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen one by one. Night God Ryosuke also saw Shimura Danzo in the crowd. This guy doesn't use the transformation technique, and also changed into a more feminine dress. Duh. Really, this old guy's heart has changed a little bit. Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help getting goosebumps all over his body. Even though he seems to be responsible for all this, that doesn't stop Ryosuke from being disgusted, does it? Soon, the people in front have all said goodbye, and it's the turn of the night god Ryosuke. He put down the bouquet of flowers in his hand and silently glanced at the tombstone in front of him. Konoha, 3rd Hokage, tomb of Sarutobi Hiruzen. There's also a photo of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a kind face on it. After stopping for a while, Yagami Ryosuke turned around and gave way to the people behind. Soon, Hinata and the others have also bid farewell. In fact, they really don't have much impression of Mr. Hokage. After all, every time I see it, it's just when Sarutobi Hiruzen comes to the ninja school to preach the will of fire. In their perception, this is an old man who likes long speeches. As for more, feel sorry. They really don't know anything else. Could it be possible to talk about the strongest Hokage in the textbook? But both Hinata and Ino are ninjas from a rich family. Under the influence of their ears and eyes since they were young, they would not believe the hype in the textbooks. What one person put down World War II and WW3. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has settled these two ninja wars by himself, blowing too much. At this time, there was a burst of heart-piercing cries from the front, which attracted their attention. Night God Ryosuke also heard the sound and looked over, and found that the crying person was Naruto. He even cried more sadly than Konoha 721 before. Correct. In fact, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen was buried today, but also those Konoha shinobi who died yesterday. Among them is Sarutobi Asuma. Ino looked a bit down, also because of Asuma's death. After all, it was Jonin, the leader of their 10th class. Although we didn't get along for a long time, there's still a little bit of affection, more or less. Certainly, and that's all. After all, it's only been a month or two. Asuma, Ino, and the deer. The relationship between the three of Maru and the others is far from as deep as it was later. Even Shikamaru is just a little sad right now. He didn't show a bitterness and hatred, and he insisted on avenging Asuma. Of course, this may also be because they don't know who the enemy is at all. After all, apart from a bunch of ice sculptures at the scene, it can show that the other party is a ninja with the Ice Escape blood successor. There is no other information. Even the ninjas of the Yamanaka family used family secrets to probe the brains of the dead ninjas of the Sarutobi family, but they only saw a mysterious person dressed as Umbu. Regarding the identity of the other party, they are completely blinded. Naruto is crying so sad. Ino looked at Naruto, who was crying bitterly over there, and he didn't expect that this guy who was always joking and laughing on weekdays would look like this. Naruto has the best relationship with Lord Third Generation, and it's normal for him to be so sad. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. After all, he was brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen since childhood. Even after Yi Shun Ryosuke's point, some changes have been made, but this still cannot affect the status of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Naruto's mind. This moment, Naruto was the one who cried the saddest in the entire cemetery. Others, namely Konohamaru, cried very sadly. As for those ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, most of them are because of heartache. Without the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage, they may not be able to enjoy the good treatment they used to have in the future. As for being sad or something, there are not many. After all, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, especially the elders in the clan, are probably the few who know best what kind of person Sarutobi Hiruzen is. To make them cry over Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, it's a bit embarrassing for them. It's like people like Nara Shurgyo and Hyuga Hayashi. None of them shed tears. In the cemetery, the sad Naruto who was crying was hugged and comforted by Sasuke. Standing next to her was a little Sakura who also wanted to step forward but hesitated, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Night God Ryosuke looked at it for a while, then greeted Hinata, and they left the cemetery together. Those who should be sent off have also been sent off. Then there will be nothing for them. Noon. We made an appointment to have lunch at Akamichi's Yakiniku restaurant. After lunch, Yagami Ryosuke accompanied Hinata and the three of them to go shopping for a while, and then they separated. The other side, after the burial in the morning, Konoha's top management has been in meetings. This time the village suffered serious losses, and the root of everything lies in Orochimaru, the rebellious Konoha. But at the same time, the ignominious role played by Sand Shinobi cannot be overlooked either. At present, the envoys of Sand Shinobi are already on their way to Konoha, and the captured Sand Shinobi are now under house arrest in the village, under the care of the ninjas in the village. They're only allowed to move within a certain small range. Once there is any escape behavior, they will be killed directly, and they will never show mercy. To this, these Sand Shinobi also obediently chose to stay in the house obediently, and no one provoked Konoha at this time. On the one hand, Sand Shinobi also suffered a lot this time. Not just a fourth Kazekage died. Even the many ninjas who sneaked into the Land of Fire with them secretly died in Konoha, and the former is because of Orochimaru. This be asterisk 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 D, who cooperated with Sunagakure on the surface, but secretly gave them a knife. Feng Ying, who dared to kill them, was simply audacious. But Baki and others who were under house arrest also heard that Konoha's third Hokage seemed to have been killed by Orochimaru. My heart is more or less balanced. At least one of the shadows of the village died, not only Sunagakure, but the loss of the latter is great. There are more than 900 ninjas, although most of them are middle genin. But there are hundreds of ninjas with jonin strength. These people are all accumulated by Sunagakure over the years. The reason why they are sent out this time is because Orochimaru said that the Konoha collapse plan this time is absolutely hopeless. And Luo Sha also believed Orochimaru's nonsense and really sent a large number of ninjas to sneak into the land of fire. Result: there were almost 1,000 ninjas when they came. Up to now, Baki and the others, who were imprisoned on Konoha's side, had less than 30 people, a direct loss of more than 900. This is a heavy blow to Sand Shinobi, whose number of ninjas is not large among the 5 major countries. And what caused all this turnout to be a genin who had just graduated from ninja school for a few months. No one would believe this matter if they told Tian Chu, but it is true. They couldn't help but not believe it. Now, Konoha also knows that Sand Shinobi suffered heavy losses. But that's not enough. As intruders, they deserve the death of these people. Konoha is the most innocent of them. Obviously, kindly invited Sand Shinobi to take the joint Shunin exam. As a result, the people of Sunagakure had evil intentions, and they joined forces with Daji to carry out such a Konoha collapse plan. Certainly, this matter, Baki and the others refused to admit it. Anyway, he was tricked by Orochimaru. They didn't know that their Kazekage had already been killed by Orochimaru, otherwise they wouldn't be able to attack their allies. Konoha's people are not stupid. Baki's words cannot be trusted. But the problem is that now they are not willing to start a war with Sunagakure either. And if war is not a threat, will the people of Sunagakure be willing to pay the price? Just think of the previous Cloud Shinobi village. If you don't bite back, it's because Sunagakure doesn't have the strength himself. If it were Cloud Shinobi village, 100% will come back with a bite. Right now, village leaders are discussing what to do with Sand Shinobi. As a result, after discussing for a long time, there was still no final answer. We could only discuss this issue after the arrival of Sunagakure's envoy. Now it's time for us to talk about Hokage. In the conference room, Danzo said impatiently, she doesn't care about compensation or not at all. All she cares about is who should inherit the Hokage position after Sarutobi Hiruzen dies. Is there any need to discuss this? In the current village, no matter whether it is strength or prestige, who is more suitable for the position of Hokage than Jiraiya-sama? Midokado Hamura glanced at Danzo and said, "Brush." Danzo looked at the old guy with a pair of cold eyes instantly. Since her Shursue's Mangekyo was taken away, Danzo has been replaced with a normal eye. Therefore, she is no longer a one-eyed dragon. Well, not him anymore. Hamura is right. No one is more suitable than Jiraiya. Uchiha Koharu, who has always been on the side with Midokado Hamura, also echoed at this time. These two bloody fellows. Danzo looked at the two of them viciously. Originally, he thought that the 3 of them should be on the same boat, and felt that Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu would definitely support him. But now, Danzo can't see it. These 2 old things never thought of letting her sit on the position of Hokage. Is this because she's afraid that she will be liquidated? Still in jealousy? Danzo doesn't know, but this beam is completely settled. I also think Jiraiya-sama is the most suitable candidate to succeed Hokage. At this time, as Konoha's military advisor, Nara Shurjo also agreed with the proposal of the 2 advisors. No one is better suited to be 5th Hokage than Jiraiya. The other patriarchs also expressed their opinions after seeing it. Danzo looked at these people with a dark face and found that no one supported him. All support Jiraiya to succeed Hokage. While this made Danzo angry, he also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He finally understood that when he was in the village, he really hated ghosts. It's fine if the patriarchs of these ninjas don't support her. Even her old friend from the past are unwilling to support her, running to support the idiot Jiraiya. Haven't they thought about who is guarding Konoha these years? Where was Jiraiya when she, Shimura Danzo, silently guarded Konoha? A hot spring bath in some unknown town? Or a custom shop? These people completely ignored her silent dedication to Konoha over the years. Turn all heads and run to support a guy who hasn't been back to the village in years. It just doesn't make sense. No, don't support me. Jiraiya saw that she was about to be promoted to the position of Hokage. He doesn't want to be a Hokage. How tiring. Thinking of how his disciple Namake's Minato looked like when he became Hokage, Jiraiya couldn't help shivering. No, definitely not a Hokage. Whoever likes this thing should be whoever he is. Anyway, he won't be a Hokage. By the way, isn't there Kid Ryosuke? The old man was also very optimistic about him before. I think the old man must be planning to cultivate Ryosuke boy as a Hokage seed. Why don't Ryosuke kid be the Hokage? Jiraiya, who doesn't want to be Hokage, even said such unconscionable words. Sarutobi Hiruzen is cultivating Night God Ryosuke as a Hokage seed? It's not that Jiraiya doesn't know her teacher well. How could he not know that Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely didn't think so? But anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already buried in the ground at this moment, and it is impossible to jump out to refute his words. So, isn't Jiraiya saying what she wants? I propose that Ryosuke, the night god, be appointed as 5th Hokage. Jiraiya raised her hand, then looked expectantly at the others. As a result, no one in the audience agreed with him. Jiraiya, stop messing around. Midokado Hamura frowned and said, Night God Ryosuke is indeed strong enough to take on the position of Hokage, but he is only 12 years old this year. Have you ever seen a village where a 12-year-old child became a temporary shadow? If you are really optimistic about him, then you will be the 5th Hokage. When he is a little older, you will step down and let Ryosuke be the 6th generation. No, what Hokage looks at his ability? What's wrong with being younger? Jiraiya is not happy anymore. He wouldn't even want to be Hokage for a day, let alone for a few years. And what's wrong with being young? Who stipulates that you can't be a Hokage at a young age? There were at least 700 or 800 intruders who died at the hands of Kid Ryosuke yesterday. He killed more people than all the ninjas in the village combined. I think we should pay more attention to his ability than his age. And I think Ryosuke is very mature. He doesn't look like a 12-year-old kid at all. It's no problem to let him be Hokage. I have to say that Jiraiya's remarks are quite convincing. At least many people present were already thinking about Jiraiya's proposal, and some people felt that what Jiraiya said was not unreasonable, especially Yamanaka and Hyuga Hayashi. I was even thinking in my heart, if the night God Ryosuke became the Hokage of the village, wouldn't they become Hokage's father-in-law? Especially Hyuga Hayashi. Yesterday, he was still worrying about how to persuade those old people in the clan to agree to Hinata's marriage. But if Night God Ryosuke becomes Hokage now, there is no need to persuade. Those old guys who are quick-sighted will definitely rush to marry Hinata. I'm absolutely right that Jiraiya is right. We should pay more attention to a person's ability, not age. Oh, Hayashi, you think so too? Jiraiya was overjoyed by Hyuga Hayashi's sudden support, and followed by Yamanaka Hai on the side also expressed his support for Jiraiya's proposal. Even Yamanaka Hai supported it. Then the other two, Ino, Shika, Cho, who have always been one, naturally chose to support it. The 4 ninjas who saw the biggest Konoha all expressed their views. The patriarchs of other ninja clans, big and small, also expressed their opinions on Jiraiya's proposal. Danzo saw this and was even more furious. Okay, if you don't support me, it's fine if you support Jiraiya. Now you're supporting a 12-year-old kid as a Hokage. You'd rather have such a brat be a Hokage than me? Love me this. The leader of the root has no face. Danzo was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Anyone present could see her murderous eyes clearly. B. No one cares. Generally, ninjas are afraid of Shimura Danzo, the root chief. But who here is not a big shot with a pivotal position in the village? Even someone like Hatake Kakashi, who is the only commander left in the family, is not afraid of Shimura Danzo. After all, the name Hatake Kakashi has a very high status in Konoha's Jonin circle, no Zhao Zhao. To put it bluntly, if Kakashi and Danzo are allowed to stand together and shout, then those Jonin in Konoha will definitely support Kakashi, not Shimura Danzo. Why don't we call Knight God Ryosuke over and ask him what he means? Seeing so many people supporting Knight God Ryosuke, Mitokado Hamura thought about it and then proposed. Okay, just call that kid over. Jiraiya nodded. He believed that no one could refuse the position of Hokage. Certainly, he himself is an exception. Ask me to a meeting? Knight Ryosuke looked at the Umbu ninja in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. I'm just a genin. What kind of meeting do you want me to attend? Only the Umbu ninja, who was in charge of delivering the message, shook his head. How could he know this? Master Yishun, please follow me. The Umbu ninja in front of him said respectfully. Now, who in the village does not know that the 12-year-old Yagami Ryosuke possesses Kaga-level strength, became famous in a battle yesterday, and killed more invaders by himself than all the ninjas in the village. Some people have already called Knight God Ryosuke Konoha Shura. Some people think that Ryosuke should be called Konoha Shinigami, because once he makes a move, the opponent will definitely die. And the method of killing people is hard to guard against. It doesn't matter whether it's Konoha Shura or Konoha Shinigami. In short, Knight God Ryosuke is completely famous this time. Few of the ninjas in the village do not know Ryosuke, the Night God. Up to elite jonin, down to kids who are still in ninja school. We've all heard about his amazing feats. Okay, you lead the way. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, letting the Umbu ninja in front of him lead the way. At the same time, his attention was on the other side. Shame of the Tailed Beast. Purple, you are often called the Shame of the Tailed Beast by your companions. Although you never admit it, everyone seems to have tacitly accepted that this is the truth. Chakra plus 500%. Attached. One tail, Shoha Chakra. www. This is a talent entry obtained by Knight God Ryosuke before transforming Shakura's chakra. Not the imaginary golden talent entry. It's purple. And Shame of the Tailed Beast? Is even the system complaining about guarding the crane? But this attribute is really not very good. There's only one attribute that increases the amount of chakra, and then it is the standard Tailed Beast chakra. Nothing else. It is worthy of a Shame of the Tailed Beast. It deserves its name. It seems that not all the entries of Tailed Beast transformation are gold level, and there may be more than one purple level like Shikaku. Knight God Ryosuke probably already has some judgments in his mind about the talent entry obtained by transforming chakra of one tail Showa. The 9 big-tailed beasts do not represent the 9 golden talent entries. In fact, in terms of strength, it seems that 9 tails is the only one who can reach the super shadow level. Others, even 8 tails Gyuki's strength, does not seem to have reached the threshold of Chaoying. At most, it is Kaga level invincible. Coupled with the natural size of tails and powerful map guns, it can play a far-reaching role in large-scale wars. The destructive effects of over 10 and 8 Kaga-level powerhouses come. But if you really want to fight one-on-one, the strength of 8 tails should not be enough to enter the super movie standard. Or, 8 tails is also barely a super movie. Knight God Ryosuke can't be sure right now, but the one that can't be sure is almost one 8 tails Gyuki. For the other 7 big-tailed beasts, it is basically certain that the talent entries transformed from them should all be purple. The golden entry is really not that easy to get. In the past, it was really easy for Yagami Ryosuke to think. If the golden entry is so easy to get, it wouldn't be a second-level talent entry. If 8 tails counts as Chaoying's 470, then it is barely squeezed in, and then the 9-tailed beasts can also transform into 2 golden entries. Moreover, the strength of 9 tails far exceeds that of the other 8-tailed beasts. A single young 9 tails can transform into 1 golden entry, so one Ninetales can actually transform into two golden entries. Just don't fuse and then turn into a stronger golden entry. If there's only one Eight-Tails, even if the converted entry is golden, its attributes should be similar to young Ninetales, or even worse. In this way, Night God Ryosuke can basically get 2 golden entries and 7 purple entries from the Nine-Tailed beasts. He now has 32 items equipped on his body. Among them, there are 12 golden talent entries and 20 purple talent entries. But there are also a few purple talent entries that are not very useful to Night God Ryosuke, and they're dispensable and tasteless entries, and he plans to use them to synthesize them later. Bang bang luck. See if you can synthesize 1 or 2 useful golden entries. At present, as long as it is a gold level talent entry, I haven't encountered one that is completely useless. Even if it's like 50 to 50 split, there is no entry for specific numerical improvement in strength, but it also has the ability to forcibly split 50 to 50, which allows Night God Ryosuke to directly pull the opponent's strength to the same level as your own. At critical moments, this entry can be used to save lives. Not to mention the other golden entries. All of them can directly increase the upper limit of Night God Ryosuke's strength. No matter which one it is indispensable. He could not have the current strength without the help of these golden entries. It can be said, without these golden entries, Night God Ryosuke's current strength is at the peak of Kaga level. Even Super Shadow is hard to reach. Not to mention Quasi-6 Paths. Don't even think about it. Hokage Building. The Hokage Building, which had been sunk into the ground, reappeared at its original location. However, BCCJ, Careful Night, God Ryosuke, still found the difference between this Hokage building and the previous one. Nothing else, just too new. Even the building itself smells of fresh wood. As expected of Konoha Architect, the speed is really fast. Yagami Ryosuke wanted to know that it must have been written by Yamato. This would style Tycoon what he is best at is building houses. What is a mere Hokage building? People clap their hands and directly rebuild a house on a street for you, which is all about sprinkling water. Master Night God. The ninja guards in front of the Hokage building were also respectful when they saw Ryosuke Yagami. They had no psychological barriers at all to calling a 12-year-old child an adult. After all, in a ninja world, liars have always been respected. He is stronger than you, yet you still act like you look down on him. Isn't that just looking for death? All the way to the 3rd floor, the Umbu ninja, who was leading the way for Night God Ryosuke, pushed open a door in front of him. Inside the door is a conference room that Yagami Ryosuke has never been to. In fact, he seems to have only been to the Hokage office. As for the rest of the building, Yagami Ryosuke really hasn't been there much. Kid Ryosuke is coming. You can ask his opinion. As soon as Jiraiya saw the Night God Ryosuke, his eyes lit up immediately. He came over with a smile and put his arms around his shoulders and then whispered in Ryosuke's ear, "Ryosuke boy, do me a favor. These people will ask you later, don't want to be Hokage. You remember to say you want to." Yagami Ryosuke. "No, you want me to be Hokage?" Night God Ryosuke thought about the reason why Konoha's high-level officials sought him out. I just didn't expect that these guys would think of him as the Hokage. On the one hand, Ryosuke, the Night God, has no such idea at all. Hokage or something. He really never thought about being a Hokage. On the other hand, his age is here after all. When did the 12-year-old shadow appear in the ninja world? There are no such examples even in some small ninja villages, let alone the 5 ninja villages of the 5 great nations. Future Gaara was 15 years old when he became 5th Kazekage. Just like that, during the 5 Kages conference, Kages from other villages satirized him for being too young, calling him a junior, and talking to Gaara in the tone of an elder teaching others. If it weren't for Gaara's ability to suppress the scene, Sunagakure would have been humiliated because of his young Kazekage. Although, Sunagakure seems to be often embarrassing. What is the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages? Kazekage is an adjective such as shame of the 5 Kages. and it is used by people to put it on sand shinobi from time to time. And now, Yagami Ryosuke is only 12 years old, though he'll be 13 in a few months. But even at the age of 13, that's still a child. You guys in your 30s and 40s, let me be a 12-year-old kid as a Hokage? Night God Ryosuke really wants to ask them what they think. When did Konoha become so enlightened? Could it be that once Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, those old concepts, bad habits, etc. will really be completely eliminated? Isn't this too fast? Night God Ryosuke, we called you here because Jiraiya recommended you to succeed Hokage of the village. What do you want to say about that? Mitokado Hamura asked. He himself was actually against Night God Ryosuke as Hokage. There is no other reason, but I think that Ryosuke, the Night God, is too young and will be laughed at by other villagers. In terms of itself, Mitokado Hamura does not reject the Night God Ryosuke. After all, the other party is from commoner background, and it is completely fine to become the Hokage of the village, but not now. At least until adulthood. In the same way, Acid High is not the same idea. They all think that Ryosuke is too young. Need to wait a few more years. But just now Jiraiya convinced other people present to support Night God Ryosuke to succeed Hokage. Although their 3 Hokage advisors did not support Night God Ryosuke. But now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is gone, Mitokado Hamura and his former Hokage advisors are, to put it bluntly, the veterans of the former dynasty. It is not clear whether they can continue to hold power. At this moment, they naturally don't want to offend the patriarchs of these ninja clans too much. If this was left in the past, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was still there, when Hyuga Hayashi made his first statement just now, they jumped out to refute and even scolded Hyuga Hayashi for being ignorant. But now, they are cowardly. I plan to keep a low profile for a while and see the situation. Make me a Hokage? Yagami Ryosuke looked at these people present. They were basically old acquaintances. For example, the 3 leaders Ino, Shika, Cho, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, and the head of the Inuzuka clan. Even Kakashi sat in the last seat. Sorry, I don't want to be Hokage, but I think Jiraiya is pretty good. Yagami Ryosuke said. Asterisk T. No. How is your boy? That's Hokage. Why are you still looking down on me? Jiraiya people are stupid. He strongly recommends Night God Ryosuke to become 5th Hokage. On the one hand, he himself does not want to do this drudgery, and on the other hand, he really thinks Night God Ryosuke is quite suitable for Hokage. Strong and smart, he will stand up without hesitation when the village is in danger and be on the front line. These qualities are enough to qualify as a Hokage. However, Jiraiya never expected that Yagami Ryosuke refused. Didn't everyone in the village want to be a Hokage? That kid, he hangs up the shadows he wants here all day long. If it was Naruto today, he would have gone crazy with joy, right? Ryosuke boy, think it through, it's Hokage. From an angle that no one else could see, Jiraiya blinked frantically at Night God Ryosuke. How can Ryosuke, the Night God, not understand Jiraiya's thoughts? It's nothing more than these people's first proposal to let Jiraiya be the Hokage. But with Jiraiya's character, he certainly doesn't want to stay in the office to correct 10 piles of documents. So this guy proposed Ryosuke, the Night God. Now give him crazy winks. Pity. Night God Ryosuke completely ignored Jiraiya's hints and acted as if he hadn't seen it. Okay, since this brat himself refused, there is nothing to say. God knows how complicated Danzo's heart was when he heard that Ryosuke refused the position of Hokage. She was happy that Ryosuke did not agree, but also angry that this kid still didn't like the position of Hokage that she had dreamed of. Little devil, you can go down. Danzo suppressed his excitement and immediately planned to let Night God Ryosuke out to avoid any further changes. However, it's good that Danzo doesn't speak, but Night God Ryosuke doesn't want to be Hokage. No matter how Jiraiya gives him hints, he won't accept it. But now Danzo looks like he is in a hurry to drive him away, and his attitude is so arrogant, which makes Yi Shinjing a little upset. Ma'am, who are you? Night God Ryosuke deliberately showed that he didn't recognize Danzo and called her Nyam. But Night God Ryosuke was right. Danzo looks like this now. Isn't he just an old lady? Old man Shimura Danzo. Danzo's temples were throbbing with anger, and he looked at Yagami Ryosuke angrily. Aunt? You are the aunt. Your whole family are ants. So it's you, the man-turned-female titan. Night God Ryosuke looked suddenly enlightened. When the other people heard Yishun Ryosuke's words, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. In fact, when they first saw Danzo today, they almost didn't recognize him. When he knew that this guy turned out to be Danzo, he almost laughed out loud. Some time ago, Danzo, who was extremely resistant to becoming a woman, has accepted the change as gender and put on women's clothes. Now, what they dare not say is spoken through the mouth of Night God Ryosuke. Let them almost break the defense directly. The corners of their mouths twitched crazily, looking like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Brat, what did you say? Danzo patted the table as if he was about to eat someone and stood up. Did I say something? I just stated the facts. Is there a problem? Night God Ryosuke said unmoved. You are just a genin. Do you know who this old man is? And what is your identity standing here talking to this old man? At this time, Danzo raised his identity to oppress Night God Ryosuke. At the same time, he was actually beating other people present, telling them that even though Sarutobi Hiruzen is gone, Shimura Danzo is still the leader of the root. He is not Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, two powerless Hokage advisors. If you offend him, Danzo, do you really think his roots are dead? Master Danzo, the leader of the root is in control, right? Night God Ryosuke suddenly sneered. Then I would like to ask, when a village was invaded by the enemy yesterday, I didn't know that Danzo was in control of us. Where's the root ninja? Dash. I don't think I saw any of them yesterday. I don't know if my eyes are dazzled. Dash. Oomph. I naturally have my own things to do, and it's not up to you, a genin, to tell me what to do, Danzo said with a cold snort. There is absolutely no meaning to explain. Danzo, you said Ryosuke boy is genin, so I have no right to ask you, what about me? Jiraiya frowned and looked at Danzo. Just now, Night God Ryosuke suddenly mentioned Danzo and his roots, and Jiraiya remembered that he hadn't seen the root ninjas come out of the group yesterday. Reminiscent of Danzo's dark history, Jiraiya is very suspicious that this guy knew about Orochimaru's plan. Even the reason why Sand Shinobi's people can sneak into the outskirts of the village without being discovered may be due to Danzo's help. If his guess is correct, then Danzo is really a sinner in the village. Jiraiya, what do you mean? Are you questioning the old man? Danzo said with a dark face. Yes, I'm questioning you now. Danzo, don't try to threaten me with your tricks. You know I'm not afraid of these things. The more Danzo doesn't say anything, the more sure Jiraiya is that his guess is right. This guy definitely cooperates with Dajwa. Otherwise, why did he keep refusing to say it? This is a guilty conscience. Danzo-sama, please answer Jiraiya-sama's question. At this time, other people in the conference room also looked at Danzo. All of them looked bad. On the list of casualties yesterday, there were also ninjas from their family in it. If Danzo is really Orochimaru's internal counterpart, then they can't turn a blind eye to it. If it's the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not alive. Then Danzo, who has Hokage Asylum, can be picked up high and put down gently. But now Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. There's only one Danzo left. Do you really think these ninjas are easy to bully? The strength of the roots is very strong. But if these ninjas really joined forces, how could Danzo and his roots be their opponents? Danzo didn't expect that he would cause himself such a big trouble just by mocking the Night God Ryosuke. Besides, how did this brat know about his collaboration with Orochimaru? Although the Night God Ryosuke didn't say it clearly just now, Danzo could tell that the little ghost seemed very sure that he was Orochimaru's internal response in the village. Did Orochimaru betray me? Thought Danzo. Danzo-sama, are you talking? Are you dumb? Night God Ryosuke looked at Danzo aggressively. Danzo had nothing to do today. Yagami Ryosuke was also happy to embarrass her Shimura Danzo when she saw her transformation. But Danzo courted death by himself. It's no wonder that night God Ryosuke forced her to die. It seems that you don't believe me. Danzo showed a heartbroken look at this moment and said, I don't want to talk about this matter, but since you must let me talk about it, there is nothing you can do about it. Danzo sighed, but suddenly looked at Yagami Ryosuke coldly. Is this old thing going to be remade? Night God Ryosuke saw through Danzo's thoughts at a glance. Yesterday, Danzo and his roots never left the base of the roots. They're all hiding underground. What I didn't want to say at first, there is nothing at all. So now we can only make up a set of sayings. Maybe Danzo is thinking of an excuse in his heart now, with a look of dilly-dally. Obviously, he hasn't thought of it yet. A few days ago, the old man received a mission from Hiruzen. He was worried that Orochimaru would continue to sabotage during the third Chunin exam. So he ordered the old man and his root ninjas to go to Konoha dungeon to guard. You should know how many prisoners are locked in Konoha's dungeon. If those prisoners are allowed to escape, where will we put our Konoha's face? Those rich businessmen from all over the world, the daimyo of the country of fire, what will they think of our Mai? Leaf, didn't you say that you didn't see the ninjas from Roots out yesterday? That's because they are all under the leadership of the old man, secretly protecting the safety of the Konoha dungeon to prevent Orochimaru from going there to release those criminals. After Danzo finished speaking, he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, she thought of such an excuse. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not attack Konoha dungeon yesterday. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to find an excuse. Guarding the Konoha dungeon, Nara Shikahisa frowned and said, Master Danzo, I remember that Umbu is in charge of guarding the Konoha dungeon, right? When do you need people from your roots to guard? Lugio, are you suspecting that the old man is lying? Danzo said angrily, You must know that as Orochimaru, can a few Umbu ninjas stop Orochimaru? Hiruzen is not at ease, so I ordered the old man to take the root ninja to guard the Konoha dungeon. With the old man and the root ninja, even if Orochimaru comes, he will never succeed. Is there a problem with this? Danzo thought, well, Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead anyway. The so-called death without proof. They can't go to a dead person to ask for evidence, can they? So, as long as Danzo bites to death, that is the task assigned to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, then no matter how much Jiraiya and the others suspect him, they can't do anything to him without evidence. Thinking of this, Danzo also looked coldly at the night god Ryosuke over there. All because of this nasty brat. If it wasn't for him, why would he need to explain this to these people here as the leader of the root of the darkness of the ninja world? Still try to think of these excuses. At this time, Naralugio and others looked at Danzo, even though they still doubted the authenticity of Danzo's words. But just like Danzo thought, everyone in Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, so it is impossible for them to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to verify this matter. No proof, so they can only believe what Danzo says. Yesterday, he and the root ninja were guarding Day Dungeon. Seeing that these people have nothing to do with him, Danzo is also very proud. This old man is the darkest ninja world. With this little trick, do you want to force this old man? Little ghost, what else do you want to ask? Danzo looked at the night god Ryosuke and almost had the word satisfaction written on his face. What do you do to me? Danzo sneered in his heart, and at the same time was calculating, when he finds a chance, he must get rid of this nasty little devil. But now the little ghost has full wings. The secret shadow technique that he created somehow is infinitely more terrifying than the shadow secret technique of Nara's family. That kind of silent, unpredictable killing method. Even Danzo was secretly shocked when he found out. It is impossible for Danzo to do anything to Ryosuke until he finds out how to crack the shadow art of Night God Ryosuke. Otherwise, just look at those Sand Shinobi who died at the hands of Night God Ryosuke. What a disastrous consequence. Ryosuke with Jiraiya patted Yagami Ryosuke on the shoulder, signaling him to stop this matter. Although Jiraiya has basically affirmed in his heart that Danzo is Orochimaru's internal response. But he couldn't refute the reason Danzo made, so it can only be counted. Watching the Konoha dungeon, Night God Ryosuke ignored Jiraiya. He shook his head and said, "No, I don't believe it." Danzo, "What? What are you talking about? You don't believe it? Then what evidence do you have to prove that the old man is lying?" Danzo looked at the nasty kid with an annoyed expression. What a perfect excuse he had. This kid still doesn't believe it. If you don't believe it, don't believe it. What does this look of disdain mean? Ask for flowers. Evidence? No, I don't need any evidence. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. Then he slowly pulled out the ninja knife from his waist. "Ryosuke boy." Jiraiya stared at him with wide eyes. Others didn't expect that Night God Ryosuke would draw his sword here. "What does it mean? Do you want to do it?" Next second, Night God Ryosuke answered their doubts directly with actions. Danzo didn't see clearly when Night God Ryosuke made a knife. In just a split second, Yagami Ryosuke's ninja knife pierced his chest. Immediately, the blade was pulled out, and with a crosscut, it directly slashed Danzo's head. Plop! The flying head fell to the floor, and Danzo's body fell heavily at the same time. Everyone present looked at him in disbelief. They were not only shocked by the act of Night God Ryosuke killing Danzo when he disagreed with each other, but also surprised that Night God Ryosuke's strength was stronger than they imagined. Not only the weird shadow secret technique, but also his own swordsmanship is incredible. That moment. Don't mention Danzo, among them, apart from Jiraiya. I'm afraid no one can stop the slash that Yagami Ryosuke just made. Abandoned all the bells and whistles, and some are just extremely fast. One-hit kill. This made many people present think of a person. Hitaki Sakumo. Konoha's white fang. "Ryosuke boy, you are too impulsive." Looking at Danzo's dead body, Jiraiya couldn't help but sighed and said. He also saw that Danzo was very upset, and he was 100% sure that what this guy just said was an excuse, and the actual situation must be different from what he said. However, Jiraiya will not impulsively kill Danzo directly. It's not in his character. And Night God Ryosuke has now killed Danzo in front of so many people, and if he wants to elect him to be the Hokage of the village, few people will support him again. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help feeling distressed. While on the other side, Ryosuke, the Night God of Danzo, didn't care about it all. He kills when he wants. I kept Danzo just to see a joke. As a result, Danzo didn't cherish it, and instead took the initiative to jump out to kill him. Then Night God Ryosuke can still get used to her? Just draw the knife and cut it. As far as Danzo's ability is concerned, he can't do a single trick in the hands of Night God Ryosuke. He easily chopped off Danzo's head using only his weakest sword skill. But Danzo is not dead. On the ground, the corpse that was originally decapitated suddenly disappeared like a phantom. At the same time, a figure broke through the glass of the window in an instant and rushed directly to the outside of the Hokage building. Night God Ryosuke swept his gaze and disappeared in place in an instant. Sharingan again. Many people present have seen this scene. Especially Kakashi subconsciously touched his right hand. When Danzo turned into a woman, he refused to remove the transformation technique because he was afraid of death. He also used Raikiri to kill Danzo, once with the cooperation of others. It was the same at that time. Danzo's body disappeared like a phantom. So Kakashi is very familiar with this scene. Sharingan? What do you mean? Jiraiya hadn't experienced this, so naturally they didn't understand why they mentioned Sharingan when they saw Danzo come back from the dead. Danzo transplanted Sharingan on his arm and used the Uchiha family's secret technique Izanagi to make the damage he received unreal, so that his vision was similar to the effect of resurrection from the dead. Nara Shikahizo explained. Uchiha still has this ability, Jiraiya said in surprise. It was also the first time he had heard of the secret art of Izanagi. Immediately surprised that the effect of this thing is so heaven-defying. But this secret technique also has a price, and the price is that a Sharingan will be completely closed and can no longer be used. Nara Shikahiza said. So it is. Jiraiya nodded. He understood. So Danzo transplanted a bunch of eyeballs on himself? What a cruel man. Before Danzo was taken away by Master Hokage, I thought the Sharingan transplanted on him had been removed, but I didn't expect it to still exist. Narashikajiu shook his head and didn't talk much about this topic. After all, it involves the previous generation of Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was just buried today. If he keeps mentioning this matter, it will inevitably give people a feeling that he is discrediting the previous generation Hokage. How many Sharingans on Danzo to revive him? Jiraiya asked. Naralujo shook his head. He didn't know about this. Definitely more than 2 or 3. Boom! At this time, there was also an explosion outside the Hokage building. Let's go and have a look. Don't make a big deal out of it, Jiraiya said with a sigh. The others also nodded one after another, and then left the meeting room together, leaving Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looking at each other, seeing embarrassment in each other's eyes. The two Hokage consultants, seem to have no one to care about. In the past, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, these people would still give them some face. But they also saw what happened just now. Needless to say, Night God Ryosuke dared to directly chop Shimura Danzo with a knife in the Hokage building, which is not ordinary courage. But they're full of confidence, and the village is currently inseparable from high-end combat power like Night God Ryosuke. So, unless it is the behavior of the Crisis Village itself, otherwise, everything else can be forgiven. Therefore, no matter how unscrupulous he is, the others can only say a few words about him at most, and they dare not speak too seriously. And like Nara Shurgyo and other ninja patriarchs. 19/7". The two consultants completely ignored them before, although it seemed impolite. But behind the politeness is contempt and alienation. In contrast, on the contrary, Jiraiya respects them, but it is limited. I also subconsciously ignored the existence of these two Hokage consultants before. Certainly, maybe Jiraiya thought they were quite dangerous, for fear that night God Ryosuke was too happy to cut Danzo, and even cut them both together. Shall we go out and have a look? Asked Uchiha Koharu. Go ahead, we can't just sit and wait here, can we? Midokado Hamura stood up and walked outside. Uchiha Koharu hurriedly followed. At this time, outside the Hokage building, Yagami Ryosuke held a ninja sword attached to the shadow-devouring sword, and approached Danzo on the opposite side step by step. Danzo was cornered at this point. While Jiraiya and they were just talking, Night God Ryosuke killed him 3 more times. This means that 4 Sharingan before and after Danzo have been scrapped because of this. And there are only 8 Sharingan on his arm, which are left over from the previous consumption, and now there are only 4 left. That is to say, Danzo has 5 lives left. If the 5th life is gone, then it is really gone. Night God Ryosuke, we have something to talk about. What do you want? I can give you everything. Danzo was scared. It is the strength of Ryosuke, the Night God, that frightens him too much. Superb swordsmanship. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge it every time. Even, his swordsmanship is also mixed with the power of illusion. Last time he was clearly prepared in advance, but after a trance, he found himself beheaded again. Such swordsmanship, Danzo, is simply unheard of. Even Konoha's White Fanyaback then didn't dare to say that it could reach such a level in terms of swordsmanship strength. But, in fact, Night God Ryosuke's strength in swordsmanship is also at the peak of Kaga level. It's actually similar to Hatake Sakomo, but the focus of the two is different. Yi Shunliang is absolute speed and the fusion of illusion and swordsmanship. And Hatake Sakomo also pursues speed, but he is the fusion of lightning style and swordsmanship. In terms of killing efficiency, Night God Ryosuke will be a little higher, because even if the effect of illusion is only a momentary trance, but in front of his speed, this moment is enough for him to kill the opponent more than 10 times. It's not that Hatake Sakomo doesn't want to use the fusion of illusion and swordsmanship to create a swordsmanship with higher killing efficiency. But his attainment in illusion is not high, and his talent may not be very strong. Therefore, even if he did this, it would be difficult for his illusion to pose a threat to opponents of similar strength. Maybe it's perfectly fine to abuse food, but facing opponents of the same level, it will be a bit stretched. But Night God Ryosuke will not. Even without the Sharingan, his illusions are still powerful. For an opponent like Danzo, he can easily let the illusion affect him, and even pull him into the illusion space, making him completely lost in it. If it weren't for Danzo having so many lives, Night God Ryosuke would have killed him in one shot. How can I let him last until now? But also soon, die. As soon as Danzo finished begging for mercy, he found himself killed again. He didn't even see how Night God Ryosuke shot. It felt as if he was just walking towards him, and then he died inexplicably. While this shocked Danzo, he also began to despair. He seems to have no chance of turning the tables. Are you really going to die here today? The newly revived Danzo tries to escape, but in the next second, the figure of Night God Ryosuke stood in front of him, blocking his way. Wind-style vacuum. Danzo made madras with his hands, but before the ninjutsu was released, his head had already moved. Night God Ryosuke looked at Danzo, who was rushing to the street again, and looked at Jiraiya and others who came not far away. Do you see anything? Jiraiya asked the others on the side. It's an illusion, Yamanaka said, although their Yamanaka family does not have Grandmaster illusions. But the Grandmaster family is proficient in mysticism, so they have a lot of research on illusions, and they also have a strong ability to resist illusions. But even Yamanaka Hai didn't have the confidence to resist the illusion performed by Night God Ryosuke. If you switch him to Danzo's position, it seems like Danzo can only be chopped up by Night God Ryosuke like melons and vegetables. You can see it, you can't stop it. Yamanaka smiled wryly and said, Among us, only Master Jiraiya can fight Ryosuke, the rest of us. Naradir has not finished speaking for a long time, but the meaning is already obvious. Others went, only to be killed in seconds. I'm choking too, Jiraiya said with a smile. But in fact, Jiraiya is quite confident. After all, he still has a move called Sage Mode, which is his ultimate move. I seem to have discovered the weakness of Ryosuke's shadow art. Nara Lugio touched his chin suddenly and said, Is a shadow? Jiraiya said with a smile. Nara Shurjo nodded, then shook his head again. Jiraiya and others are confused. It's not wrong to say shadows, but more accurately, it should be called darkness. Nara Shurjo said, Ryosuke's shadow should not be able to move in a dark environment, just like our Nara family's shadow secret technique is the same. A dark and lightless environment is our nemesis. But such an environment is too rare. Yamanaka shook his head and said, Absolute darkness and no light environment is too rare. Shadows are more common. It is easier to use. Second Hokage has an illusion called darkness technique. I wonder if the shadow technique can be restrained. Akamichi Chose asked. No, that's an illusion. In fact, it doesn't create a dark space, but just makes you lose your vision. It won't have any effect on a shadow secret. Nara Lugio shook his head and said, If it is our Nara family's shadow secret technique, because it requires the operator's own control, so if the caster cannot see it, it will indeed be restricted, but I think Ryosuke's shadow secret technique art is capable of autonomous action, and those shadows should not be deprived of vision. Indeed, the vision of shadows is different from that of humans, and the illusion can't affect the action of the shadow. Only sealing techniques, enchantments, six paths chakra, etc. can have substantial effects on shadows. Here, Jiraiya and the others discussed the shadow art of Night God Ryosuke. There was no intention of stopping Night God Ryosuke at all. This made Danzo, who thought he saw hope, completely despaired. He looked at one eye closed again on his arm. Now, all 8 of his Sharingan have been used up. That is to say, he has no chance of resurrection. It seems that you have only 1 life left. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Danzo's arm lightly and said, This old man protects the roots of Konoha. You short-sighted guys Sooner or later you will regret it. Knowing that he must die, Danzo also completely gave up resistance. He shouted angrily, venting his anger and fear. Next second, a flash of light strikes. Danzo suddenly shouted, "Lasixiang seal, Yi Shun Xiao Gui, go to hell with this old man." The appearance of giving up resistance just shown by Danzo is actually deliberately inducing Night God Ryosuke, in order to bring Night God Ryosuke to die together. The Lasixiang seal on his body will activate at the moment of his death, swallowing everything around him. Pity. Night God Ryosuke already knew that Danzo has such a trick, so how could he be fooled into it? He watched Danzo activate the 4-elephant seal at the moment of his death, and then devoured one of his own shadow clone and annihilated it. Sealing a shadow clone is much better than sealing a bridge. Night God Ryosuke came out of his hiding place, looked at the deep hole left by the place where Danzo died, and thought silently. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sealed Orochimaru's 10 fingers, Danzo, who sealed a shadow clone, didn't seem to be any better. But at least better than a bridge, right? Anyway, that is also a shadow clone. Brush. A series of figures approached and landed next to him. "Kid Ryosuke, you surprised me so much. I thought you were going to be tricked just now." Jiraiya laughed and said, "That heartless look is very much like Naruto's usual look." But Yagami Ryosuke knows that Jiraiya is usually joking, but when it comes to serious things, he is more serious than anyone else. And don't be fooled by his grinning look. You know, Jiraiya is really ruthless, but even a woman like Tsunade, who has had a crush on her for decades, can be ruthless. Certainly, the premise is that Tsunade has done something to betray the village. Otherwise, Jiraiya will not care about some other actions. His mind is too easy to guess. Night God Ryosuke said lightly, "You can't tell Jiraiya that you already know that Shimura Danzo has this trick, right?" "Yes, Danzo is really easy to see through," Jiraiya said with a laugh. Immediately, none of them questioned why Ryosuke killed Shimura Danzo, nor held him accountable for his actions. For one thing, none of them liked Shimura Danzo as a person. Danzo is actually quite a failure in life. Offended a lot of 0.5 ninjas in the village, especially the patriarchs of these ninjas. At the beginning, in order to expand the strength of the roots, he often forcibly captured these genius ninjas of the ninja clan. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was supporting him, so Danzo was able to enjoy himself until today. But now Sarutobi Hiruzen himself is cold. Of course, no one keeps Danzo anymore. Actually, even if Yagami Ryosuke doesn't make a move today, Danzo won't be proud for a while. It's just that because of the existence of Night God Ryosuke, it makes him cool down faster. On the other hand, it is also because the strength displayed by Night God Ryosuke is too important for Konoha, who is currently in a weak state. To be honest, the village cannot do without the Night God Ryosuke. Back then, why did people like Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to persecute those talented ninjas in the village again and again? It is because Konoha's background is too strong. The basic situation left by the Senja brothers to Sarutobi Hiruzen is so good that people like Sarutobi Hiruzen consciously cannot grasp it, for fear that their power will be emptied. That's why they do incomprehensible behaviors again and again. To put it bluntly, it is for their own interests. Before the survival of the village is really endangered, they would rather have 1 or 2 Kage-level powerhouses in the village, and also ensure that their own interests will not be affected. Even if this influence, it may be that they themselves judge the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, but in line with the principle of killing mistakes rather than letting them go. Even if they kill 1 or 2 wrongly, they don't care. All you need is a rich and willful man. However, it is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's past actions that have led to the serious lack of high-end power of Konoha. Originally, there was also Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was old, but he was also a Kage-level strong man, can barely support the facade. As for those like Shimura Danzo, they can barely maintain the strength of Hwai Kage level if they are invincible. He claims to be a Kaga-level powerhouse, but most of them are bragging. Others like Sannin these. It is also the defection of the defection, the departure of the departure. It cannot be regarded as the existence of conventional combat power at all. And now, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who barely supported the facade, is dead, and Jiraiya, one of the main ninja, a Kaga-level strongman, has refused to succeed Hokage. There is a high probability that they will not choose to stay in the village. Therefore, with the existence of Night God Ryosuke, it can be said that Konoha is the only strong Kaga-level powerhouse now. So let's not talk about killing Shimura Danzo, who is unpopular and disliked. Even if the other two Hokage consultants are killed together, Nara Shurgyo and the other patriarchs of the ninja clan will not accuse Night God Ryosuke of his actions. Kid Ryosuke, Hokage, really don't think about it anymore. Jiraiya still hopes that Night God Ryosuke can become 5th Hokage, although he actually has another candidate in mind. But to be honest, Jiraiya is not confident that he can persuade that. In contrast, Night God Ryosuke looks a little more convincing. Master Jiraiya, I'm too young. Why don't you be a Hokage for a few years first, and wait a few years later? Yagami Ryosuke joked with a smile. Hearing this, Jiraiya also smiled wryly. Why does everyone want him to be Hokage? He, Jiraiya, is a prodigal son. Does the prodigal son understand? Okay, since you don't want to, then I can only go to Tsunade. Jiraiya sighed, a little nervous for no reason. At the thought of going to Tsunade, Jiraiya suddenly felt a headache all over his body and had the illusion of recurring old injuries. Master Jiraiya means that you plan to ask Master Tsunade to come back to succeed Hokage? Nara Lugio's eyes brightened. If it was Tsunade, then it would be no problem, and it would be the best choice. To be honest, the behavior of Ryosuke, the night god, who drew his sword and slashed people today when he disagreed with each other, more or less scared them. If it really makes Night God Ryosuke the Hokage of the village, well, Nara Shikaku and the others should be more careful. If you offend this lord in the future, don't get your head chopped off with a knife. It will be miserable. In other words, why didn't I see that this kid had such a violent temper before? Hidden really deep. Many smart people probably want to understand something in their hearts at this moment. But it's good to know this kind of thing in your heart. There is no need to say it. Otherwise, he would just cause trouble for himself. To be honest, regardless of their age, it is no problem to be a father to Night God Ryosuke. But when facing Night God Ryosuke, they always feel a little creepy in their hearts. Even Ryosuke, the night god, looks kindly now, but they still couldn't help being frightened. So, when Jiraiya said that he would invite Tsunade back to succeed 5th Hokage, all the people present agreed to the proposal one after another. Even Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, who came a step late, agreed with both hands. Good job, Tsunade. As long as Tsunade can return to the village to serve as Hokage, it means that Konoha has another Kaga-level powerhouse. And Tsunade is also the best medical ninja in the ninja world. With her here again, Konoha's medical level can directly soar several grades. At that time, even if the 4th Ninja World War really breaks out, they don't have to worry about the wounded not getting effective treatment. Jiraiya, when are you going to find Tsunade and come back? Mito asked in a hurry. In 2 days, I will set off after a little preparation. Jiraiya thought for a while and said, well, remember to tell us when you leave. Mitokado Hamura nodded. It's only been 2 days. He is not in a hurry to tell Jiraiya to leave quickly. Okay, the matter is over. Everyone leave. Jiraiya waved his hands impatiently, then put his arm around Yagami Ryosuke's shoulder and said with a smile, Ryosuke boy, let's get up and have a drink. Yagami Ryosuke. In an izakaya in Konoha, Jiraiya brought the night god Ryosuke in with ease. After talking with the young proprietress at the door, the proprietress led them into a box inside. Sit down first, I'll greet other guests. The proprietress winked at Jiraiya, then twisted her waist and turned away. Night god Ryosuke has never been to this kind of place before. He looked at the box, then looked at Jiraiya in front of him and asked, You have only been back to the village for a month. Why do you seem to be very familiar with this place? Will you come to take care of me every day? Nonsense. I only come here a few times occasionally. Jiraiya argued stiffly. Night God Ryosuke chuckled, not believing his nonsense at all. How many times have I been here occasionally? And I'm so familiar with the proprietress just now. Sat for a while. Several beautifully dressed waiters also came in with food and drink. Jiraiya laughed and let Yagami Ryosuke do whatever he wanted, then hugged a young lady and asked about her height and weight. Yagami Ryosuke rolled his eyes. Jiraiya is really unreliable. He even brought a child of him to such a place. After drinking a few glasses of wine, the steamed dishes in front of me seemed to be half-eaten. Jiraiya finally waved off the waiters. Ryosuke boy, do you want to go out of the village with me in a few days? Jiraiya asked casually. Come with you to find Tsunade. Night God Ryosuke shook his head and said, Forget it, I'm not interested. If you have that skill, it's better to spend more time on cultivation. You kid, you really worked hard. Jiraiya smiled and said, However, you can't just focus on improving your strength in life. You have to learn to enjoy life. Understand? Sorry, did I not tell you that I have 3 girlfriends? And you? Bachelor Jiraiya-sama. Yagami Ryosuke said with a laugh. Jiraiya, Madan, there is no way to talk about this topic. Don't look at Jiraiya's unrestrained life. But just like the night God Ryosuke said, his heart is actually very empty. Whenever the night is quiet, Jiraiya occasionally looks up at the starry sky and also misses the time when she was young. At that time, they Sannin was still together. The 3 of them performed tasks together and went through life and death together. During that time, it was also the happiest time for Jiraiya in decades. And now, go, defect. It is impossible to go back to that time again. Jiraiya, who was a little bit heartbroken, recovered after drinking several glasses of wine for a while. You boy, can't you save some face for this old man like me? Jiraiya said angrily. Then you should find a wife. Yagami Ryosuke looked Jiraiya up and down. Could it be? Master Jiraiya, can't you? *T. What words? Listen to what this is saying. I cannot. But Toad Sage Jiraiya. I can't. Cut. You're a brat. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Jiraiya didn't want to continue the topic anymore. He felt that it would be very detrimental to him to continue talking. So immediately changed the subject. Ryosuke boy, to be honest, you killed Danzo today somewhat impulsively. You must know that Danzo still has a huge base under him, and there are many ninjas who are loyal to him. Jiraiya suddenly said earnestly, If these ninjas really want to make trouble, have you thought about how much damage they will cause to the village? Then I'm going to deal with them now. Yagami Ryosuke was about to stand up as he spoke. Hey, you kid, why are you driving in such a hurry? Jiraiya hastily pulled him back. He was afraid that Ryosuke, the night god, would really go to the root base and then kill the group of root ninjas. Do not doubt. Jiraiya believes that night god Ryosuke has this ability, and it is really possible to do it. Didn't you say that, Mr. Jiraiya? If you let them make trouble, it may cause harm to the village. In this case, if we solve them all, it will be fine. Yagami Ryosuke said with a natural look. Jiraiya, I don't mean that at all, okay? I want to remind you not to be so impulsive in doing things in the future. It turned out that you were fine, and you were going to slaughter the whole root? Good guy. Feelings. You don't understand me at all? Seeing Jiraiya's speechless expression, Yagami Ryosuke also secretly laughed in his heart. Of course, he knew what Jiraiya was trying to convey. But Night God Ryosuke is really not a whim. The premise of impulsiveness is that you cannot bear the consequences of doing it. Injure the enemy 1,000 and self-injure 800. Even injure the enemy 800 and self-damage 1,000. But it's entirely possible that Night God Ryosuke could erase this so-called fallout. So he wasn't impulsive at all. But be fearless. Actually, Jiraiya brought him over for a drink, mainly because he wanted to find out what the Night God Ryosuke said, and see some real thoughts in his heart. Although the village needs a strong man like Night god Ryosuke to sit in town. But if the existence of the night god Ryosuke will lead the village to a terrible abyss in the future, Jiraiya felt compelled to kill the risk ahead of time. He appreciates a talented young man like Night God Ryosuke, but it doesn't mean that Jiraiya will allow him to hurt the village he loves. But after chatting for a few words, Jiraiya found that the Night God Ryosuke seems to have no idea about power, and seems to only like to practice and improve his strength. And, unlike Orochimaru, who likes to do some research or something, there was no sign of danger. This reassures Jiraiya 433. And the words that Night God Ryosuke used to pierce Jiraiya before. It also shows from the side that the bond between him and the village is also very deep. Therefore, after probing for a while, Jiraiya didn't see anything that needs to be careful from Night God Ryosuke. The only problem is probably be impulsive. As for why the Night God Ryosuke didn't show his own powerful strength before, Jiraiya thought about it and probably understood. Hey, old man, look how scared you are of these geniuses in the village. You dare not show your strength even if you have it. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. Even at a certain moment, he actually had a rebellious idea. Do you think that the death of your teacher is not a good thing? So, Orochimaru did the right thing? Jiraiya shook her head secretly, feeling that she had shaken off these outrageous thoughts. Orochimaru is beyond help. He is no longer the little friend he used to be. Jiraiya has also thought about it these years. Otherwise, she would not have gone to Orochimaru to persuade him to return to the village. Really thought Orochimaru hid it that well. Jiraiya already knew of several Orochimaru hideouts, but he never went there once. Nothing else. It's just that it's useless to simply know that it's gone. Come out of the izakaya. The drunken Jiraiya waved at Yagami Ryosuke, and then walked away with the support of the izakaya proprietress. Yagami Ryosuke is not drunk. In fact, with his physique, no matter how much he drank, he would never get drunk. Night God Ryosuke drank no less than Jiraiya tonight. But look how drunk Jiraiya is. As for Ryosuke, the Night God, he didn't feel anything at all. Come and test me. Ended up getting himself drunk. Jiraiya is really... Yagami Ryosuke shook his head speechlessly, then turned and walked towards home. As a result, within a few steps, a drunken figure almost jumped on him. Night God Ryosuke grabbed the opponent by the arm. Only then did it become clear that this person turned out to be Mitarashi Anko. Anko, how did you drink like this? Yagami Ryosuke supported Anko. Seeing her drunken face, she could smell a strong smell of alcohol when she got close. It seemed that she had drunk quite a lot. Hey, it's you. Anko was so drunk that he couldn't see the person in front of him in a daze. So he came closer and took a closer look before he recognized who Ryosuke was. Hee, I'm in a good mood today, so drink some wine to celebrate, okay? Anko waved his arms and yelled. If it wasn't for the Night God Ryosuke supporting her, she would have fallen to the ground at this moment. I can't even stand still, and I'm still shouting and drinking. No, keep your voice down. Yagami Ryosuke looked around. Today was the day when many victims in the village were buried. Anko shouted loudly that he was in a good mood, celebrating something. Isn't this just looking for scolding? Why should I whisper? Why should I whisper? Speak. Why don't you speak? A smell of alcohol sprayed on the face of Night God Ryosuke, and he subconsciously backed away. Okay, I'll help you go home. Look at the stinky look on your body. Don't call you Anko in the future, just call you Stinky Tofu. Night God Ryosuke looked disgusted. Woo, do you dislike me? But I'm not a stinky tofu. You are a stinky tofu. You are still a big stinky tofu. Okay, I'm stinky tofu. You admit it. Anko leaned against Night God Ryosuke with a giggle and poked his face with his finger. Strange, Ryosuke, why do you have two faces? She grumbled and stared drunkenly. You're so stupid. Yagami Ryosuke rolled his eyes speechlessly. If it weren't for the sake of Anko being drunk, Yagami Ryosuke would have to teach her a lesson. But forget it today. Seeing Anko become so virtuous, Night God Ryosuke also knew that this woman might be in a bad mood. Why just said about being in a good mood, celebrating, etc. is a lie. Deceitful. Although Anko is a bit silly on weekdays, but not really a fool. At this time, how could she drink to celebrate something? As for why Anko went to get drunk in a bad mood, Night God Ryosuke can probably guess the reason. It is nothing more than because of Orochimaru, her past teacher. Speaking of which, Anko is also quite miserable. At that time, he was a teacher of Orochimaru and became a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin. The classmates at the same time were extremely envious of Anko for being able to worship Orochimaru as his teacher. However, all that changes with Orochimaru's defection. Anko, who used to be so beautiful, has become the object of everyone's dislike. Those classmates who envied her before even talked behind her back, saying that she also participated in Orochimaru's human experiments and blatantly said that she also helped Orochimaru capture the children in the village. In short, Anko had a hard time at that time. It wasn't until a few years later that there was a slight improvement. But Anko still has no friends. The only friends around her who can be called friends are Uchiha and Yuzuki Shien. As for the others, at most it is acquaintance, but not familiar. So you can see that Anko is usually crazy, and he doesn't look like he's doing anything right. But in fact, it was a habit she developed during those difficult years, similar to a kind of self-protection. So, today she will get drunk and understand. After all, I learned about my teacher again, and as soon as it came up, there was another Wang Zhan. Today, everyone in Konoha went to the cemetery to bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Anko naturally also went, but she received strange gazes from many people. Someone even pointed at her behind her back deliberately, saying that she might be Orochimaru's spy in Konoha or something. Anyway, he said some nasty things. All of a sudden, those bad memories of Anko's years ago were brought back. Originally, Uchiha and Yuzuki Shien wanted to come to accompany her. But now the village has just encountered a crisis, and it is a busy time. Because of Anko's relationship with Orochimaru, there is no work for her. But Uchiha and Yuzuki Shien are busy all day, not as free as she is. Therefore, Anko would come out alone to get drunk. She has been drinking all afternoon. I don't know how much I drank. Yagami Ryosuke helped her and walked to the place where her house lived. As a result, Anko vomited out after walking a few steps. Fortunately, the night god Ryosuke hid quickly, so she didn't spit all over him. But the clothes were still splashed. This left night god Ryosuke speechless. Are you taking revenge on me for bullying you? Night god Ryosuke shook his head helplessly, but he still insisted on supporting Anko and walked to the area where her house lived. He didn't dare to walk too fast. Walking fast, Anko just vomited. I don't know how much this woman drank. Why does it feel like I can't finish vomiting? Obviously, the stomach doesn't look very big. Where did all this stuff come out? Finally, after Anko vomited more than a dozen times along the way, Yagami Ryosuke took her back to the place where she lived. Where's the key? Yagami asked Anko coldly. It turned out that the woman had fallen asleep. I really owe you. Night god Ryosuke glared at her, and then separated a shadow, went directly into the room, and opened the door from the inside. Only then did he successfully enter the house. A few minutes later, Yagami Ryosuke successfully dropped Anko on the bed in her bedroom. The woman was still muttering something, and Night god Ryosuke could barely hear that she was about to kill someone or something, probably referring to Orochimaru. It can't be him, can it? Looking at the places on his clothes that Anko spat on before, Yagami Ryosuke also turned around with a look of disgust and went to the bathroom of Anko's house. Turn on the water and take a bath. Night god Ryosuke took a set of clean clothes from the sealed space and changed into them before coming out of the bathroom. As a result, as soon as the door opened, Anko was seen standing outside the door with a crooked body. You are too slow. While muttering, she pushed Night Ryosuke away and walked into the bathroom. Boom! The bathroom door was shut. Almost missed Ryosuke's nose. He touched his nose, thinking, when will this woman wake up again? Moreover, he was able to walk to the bathroom by himself. It seems that he didn't spit so much in vain before. At least the wine has indeed sobered up a bit. Not as drunk as before. H, can you do it yourself? Night God Ryosuke stood at the door and asked Anko inside. I can't. Do you want to come in and help me? Anko's voice came from the bathroom, and he did sound more awake. Think beautifully. Night God Ryosuke responded. Cut. Brat who has no guts. Anko curled his lips in the bathroom, feeling his head was still dizzy, and he even had double images when he saw things. Obviously, he hadn't fully sobered up yet. But at least it's okay to take a shower or something by yourself. After more than an hour, the bathroom door opened and Anko came out wrapped in a towel. You haven't left yet. She saw Yagami Ryosuke still sitting in the living room. She thought that Night God Ryosuke had already left. In such a hurry to drive me away? I'm also the benefactor who sent you all the way back, right? Would you like me to help you remember how many times you vomited along the way? Night God Ryosuke put down a scroll in his hand, raised his head, and said to Anko in front of him. Anko, whose hair hadn't been dried yet, stuck out his tongue when he heard this. She came over and sat down beside her and said, Okay, thank you this time. How about I treat you to dinner next time? Just one meal. Night God Ryosuke looked at her. Then what else do you want? Anko suddenly blushed a little when Yagami Ryosuke looked at him like that. At least 10 meals. Night God Ryosuke stretched out his hand and gestured. Anko, just this request. I just thought you were going to say something. Anko glared at him with some resentment in his eyes. Cut. It's just to send me home. And you want to have a meal with me? In your dreams. Okay. Are you planning to deny it? Don't admit it. What can you do to me? Anko proudly raised his chin, revealing his snow-white jade neck. Isshin Ryosuke saw that the woman had repaid his benefactor in such a way and immediately raised his hand in anger to hit her. Wow, you still want to hit me? Anko quickly got up and ran. Stop, you ungrateful woman. Let me beat you twice. Night God Ryosuke is chasing after him. As a result, Anko in front did not take 2 steps, but staggered and fell forward. She was a little sober just now, but now she is still a little dizzy and accidentally tripped herself. Seeing that he was about to fall, Anko screamed subconsciously. At this time, a hand suddenly hugged her. Stupid, you could trip yourself up. Night God Ryosuke looked at this stupid woman dumbfounded. Anyway, a special jonin. Even making a foolish act of tripping himself. This is also unexpected by Night God Ryosuke. At this time, Anko, who was hugged by Night God Ryosuke, also looked up at him. I don't know if it's not the effect of alcohol, but the impression of the atmosphere of the venue. Anko accidentally hugged Night God Ryosuke's neck and kissed him directly. Even Ryosuke was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Anko to attack him suddenly. But a few seconds later, Night God Ryosuke directly turned passive into active and suppressed Anko in turn. As a quasi-Six Paths powerhouse, Night God Ryosuke will never lose to anyone in any aspect. Even if the other party is a woman, he will not show mercy. Since Anko took the initiative to provoke this battle tonight, then Yagami Ryosuke will not be polite to her. A few minutes later, the bedroom door slammed shut. The night gods Ryosuke and Anko are no longer in the living room. Only one bath towel fell on the floor and was discarded by its owner. There are countless firsts in life. Seeing the world for the first time, first taste of food, learning to walk for the first time, learn to speak for the first time, and the first time is always the most special. Maybe an adult will not remember what it was like when he first learned to walk and talk. But that's because he was too young to remember those. Picture. But for a ninja, the first time they kill someone is definitely something they will never forget. No matter how powerful a ninja is, he will remember the first enemy who died in his hands. It doesn't matter if the enemy is a hostile ninja or a bloody bandit. It will leave a deep impression on them, and it will be unforgettable for a lifetime. As for the night god Ryosuke, he also had many unforgettable firsts in his life. And now, he had another unforgettable first, Li Hao Hao time. In fact, Yagami Ryosuke himself did not expect things to turn out like this. In the first second, he actually hesitated in his heart. But in the second, his instinct as a man overcomes that hesitation and worry. At this point, I believe that the majority of male compatriots can understand. Sometimes, rationality is really not so easy to maintain. Not to mention, this is still the initiative of the other party. Knight God Ryosuke has the ability to be an able-bodied being, and it's hard to say no to in this situation. 2. Why should he refuse? This night, Yagami Ryosuke found himself underestimating Anko a little in the past. I thought she was a special jonin, and her combat effectiveness should not be very good. But it turns out that sometimes things can't be seen on the surface, and some other additional factors have to be considered, like gender advantage. But Knight God Ryosuke's strength is still excellent. After all, in terms of physical fitness, he said he was second in the entire ninja world, and absolutely no one dared to say he was number one. A strong physique, coupled with amazing resilience. Knight God Ryosuke also did not expect that the recovery power of the entry has more uses than he thought before. But he hadn't tested that stuff before. It's normal not to understand. Don't you understand now? So, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Yagami Ryosuke was already up and eating breakfast, and Anko was still sleeping. He looked like he wouldn't get up until the afternoon if he didn't sleep until the afternoon. After breakfast, Yagami Ryosuke went back to the room and looked at Anko. Seeing that she was still sleeping, he didn't bother her. Noon, Yagami Ryosuke went to Tiantian's ninja shop to buy some detonating charms. He intends to study the ninjutsu of tandem paper bombs on the Book of Seals. This ninjutsu is very interesting, as long as one detonating talisman can achieve the effect of infinite explosion. If Conan knew this forbidden technique back then, there is no need to spend so much money to buy so many detonating symbols. You can teach Uchiha Ibido to be a man with just one card. Certainly, the prerequisite is that it can be attached to Brother Tuzi. You must know that Ibido is actually very afraid of death, so when he goes out on weekdays, he basically shows himself in a hollow state. Although hollow has a 5-minute time limit, but the whole process of switching is actually just a moment. Just at that moment, if you don't calculate the time in advance, you won't be able to grasp it at all. Unless, in battle, when Ibido attacks you, he is not in the hollow state at that time. You can hit him, and he can also hit you. But so far, except Namake's Minato has done it. So far, no one has been able to seize that fleeting opportunity. I have to say, Namake's Minato is indeed a genius. Not only in terms of learning ability, but also extremely talented. Same. He also possesses excellent combat intelligence in battle. Otherwise, many people who are far stronger than Namake's Minato have not heard of Ibido. Why Namake's Minato can do it, and scared Ibido to run away? This is where combat intelligence comes into play. Certainly, among them, Flying Thunder God technique also occupies an important factor. Otherwise, Namake's Minato would not be able to seize that momentary opportunity. After buying detonating charms at Tiny Angia's ninja tool shop, Knight God Ryosuke is a little hungry again. Ever since equipped with the talent entry transformed from Choji, Knight God Ryosuke found himself always hungry. He used to only need 3 meals a day. But after equipping that entry, he basically needs to eat 5 meals a day. And the appetite is several times larger than before. If it is true that Konoha has a bigger appetite than 357, Knight God Ryosuke thinks that he should have his own place. It's been a while since I had Ichiraka ramen. Coincidentally, Yagami Ryosuke is on the street where the Ichiraka ramen restaurant is located at the moment, and the Ichiraka ramen restaurant is not far away. After eating, you can bring a throwaway to Anko. Eating sweets all day is not good either. Easy to gain weight. Knight God Ryosuke doesn't want his girlfriend to become a big fat man in the future. So let Anko eat less sweet words. It's not that you can't eat it, just reduce the amount a little. In the past, Anko could not leave his hand with sweets all day long. With the way she eats, if she is not a ninja and consumes enough calories every day, she would have already become a big fat person. Welcome. Walking into the Ichiraka ramen restaurant, Iris, who just delivered ramen to 2 customers, also looked at Ryosuke, who came in. It's Ryosuke. Is it still the same today? Well, sorry for the trouble, Sister Champu. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, then glanced at the two guests sitting there. Ichiraka ramen business is mediocre today. There are no guests. Except for the night god Ryosuke, who just came in, there's only one table of guests in the store. But what attracted night god Ryosuke to look at them was not because they were the only two customers in the store, but because of their clothes. A long windbreaker with red clouds on a black background. Even when he was eating noodles, he still wore the bamboo hat that hadn't been taken off. Night god Ryosuke noticed these two guys the moment he came in. Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon Kisame. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. He didn't expect that he was so lucky that he would meet the two people who happened to be eating noodles in the Ichiraka ramen restaurant by such a coincidence. Although night god Ryosuke has long known that these two people will come to Konoha, but the specific day he is not very clear. I only know that it was about 2 or 3 days after Konoha's collapse plan. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be today. After glancing at the two of them calmly, Yagami Ryosuke went over to find an empty seat and sat down. Not for a while. Yagami Ryosuke's ramen is also ready. Iris came over with the ramen and put it down. Ryosuke, you must be very busy these 2 days, right? Because there is not much business in the store. Iris also took the time to chat with Ryosuke. It's okay, I'm just a genin, and I haven't received any missions, so I'm quite empty. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Isn't our great hero who saved the village so humble? Yagami Ryosuke was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood why Iris said that. Did the news spread so quickly? He said, It was already spreading throughout the village early this morning. Now everyone is talking about Ryosuke, the hero who saved the village. I also heard that someone proposed to build a statue of you or something. Calamus said with a smile. No, let's forget about statues or something. Night god Ryosuke shook his head and said, He just killed some sand shinobi and Odinin who invaded Konoha. How to act as if he really saved the village. After all, even without him, the Konoha collapse plan this time would not end in failure. Certainly, perhaps in Orochimaru's heart, being able to kill his teacher already means that his plan has succeeded. As for the others, it probably doesn't matter. Anyway, the people from Sunagakure were the ones who got cheated the most. Except that Orochimaru didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to use ghouls to ban him in the end, and was sealed off with a soul of 10 fingers. The others just lost some cannon fodder. Not worth mentioning at all. So, even if there is no night god Ryosuke, Konoha will at most lose a little bit. But let's talk about comparing it with those crises in the future. That's really nothing. But at the moment, Konoha's high-level officials seem to want to set a good example. In other words, after the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the village's high-level officials urgently need to build up confidence for the villagers, so that everyone can rest assured, but also to make people from the outside world less likely to make crooked ideas, including those ninjas from Sand Shinobi who are currently under house arrest. They will definitely be put back in the future. Let them help promote the strength of a wave of night god Ryosuke, by the way. It's also good for the shadows in other villages to calm down. Don't stare at them Konoha all the time. Night god Ryosuke thought for a while and understood the thoughts of those high-level people in the village. Certainly, this is also now that Danzo is cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen also died. The original Konoha F4. Now there are only 2 of the most incompetent-looking products left. Such a decision will only be made by a high-level executive with a big change of water. If Danzo is still alive and Konoha's F4 is still in power. For a young talent like Yagami Ryosuke, it's too low. It would be nice not to slander you maliciously and deliberately exaggerating your propaganda. Think beautifully. After chatting with Changpu for a few words, another customer came to the store at this time, so Changpu went back to work. Yagami Ryosuke was eating ramen while paying attention to Uchiha Itachi and Kisame at the table in the store. Wait until Bika, the first bowl of ramen on his side, is finished. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame also checked out and left. As soon as they went out, they met Kakashi, who happened to be eating, and the three met at the door, but Kakashi didn't recognize Uchiha Itachi. I just feel that the behavior of these two people is a bit suspicious. After all, it was the first time he saw a person dressed like this in the village. Never met before, but it's suspicious, especially in this period. But Kakashi didn't follow immediately. Instead, he walked into the ramen restaurant as if he didn't notice anything. "Yo, you're here too." As soon as Kakashi came in, he saw Yagami Ryosuke eating noodles, so he said hello. "Kakashi, why don't you follow?" Yagami Ryosuke took a sip of the noodle soup, raised his head, and asked Kakashi, "You also think they are suspicious?" Kakashi said, "Wait a minute. Following up now will only make them vigilant. Let's not be busy." Hearing this, Night God Ryosuke didn't say anything. Kakashi is a senior veteran jonin, and he has more love in this regard than Night God Ryosuke. Knowing what to do is the best. No need for Night God Ryosuke to give him any advice. "Mr. Itachi, we seem to be being targeted." Walking on the street, Kisame noticed some unusual places around them. Obviously, they've been targeted by Konoha's ninjas. "Then let's go," Uchiha Itachi said lightly. The purpose of his coming this time is simply to show his presence in front of Konoha Senior management and to show his sense of existence. After the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, their original agreement will no longer be effective. But what Uchiha Itachi didn't expect was that he heard the news of Shimura Danzo's death as soon as he arrived in Konoha. This was quite a surprise to him. Unexpectedly, as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen died on his front foot, his old friend immediately followed him? Should I say, is it true that we have been friends for many years? Don't want to be born in the same year, the same month, and the same day, but want to die in the same year, the same month, and the same day? But Danzo is dead, and Uchiha Itachi is much more relieved. After all, it was Danzo who he had worried about the unruly man before. As for the two Hokage advisors, Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, honestly, Uchiha Itachi doesn't think they have the guts to hurt Sasuke. Now that Danzo is dead, Uchiha Itachi is completely relieved. So after tasting Ichiraka ramen again after many years, he was ready to leave with Hoshigaki Kisame, a tool man. But as soon as Uchiha Itachi and the others reached the outskirts of the village, they found themselves surrounded. Brush! Brush! Several figures appeared in front of him one after another. There are also some members of Umbu surrounding them. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame stopped and looked at the ninjas of Konoha. "So, it's Captain Kakashi." Uchiha Itachi looked at the white hair in front of him. Kakashi was also the team leader when he joined Umbu, and the two were quite familiar. It is the relationship between personalities that makes the two of them have nothing to talk about every time they meet. At most, just nod and say hello. After all, neither Uchiha Itachi nor Kakashi are the kind of talkative people. "Uchiha Itachi, it's you." Kakashi looked at the face under the other's hat unexpectedly. He didn't expect. Out of these two suspicious guys, one of them will be Uchiha Itachi. Now it will be troublesome. If I had known that night God Ryosuke would come here with him, at least Uchiha Itachi could be held back if he was there, and only Master Jiraiya would be there. With the combined strength of the two, we might be able to take down Uchiha Itachi. Available now. Around him are a few Konoha Jonin and some Umbu. These people really may not be able to stop Uchiha Itachi, the S-rank rebel who slaughtered his entire family. Not to mention, beside him is a guy who looks like he should be his companion. Being able to be a partner with Uchiha Itachi, this in itself shows that the strength of the other party is also extremely strong. Sharingan Kakashi? Kisame on the side showed a ferocious smile and said, "Mr. Itachi, this guy has a Sharingan from your Uchiha clan on him. How about it? Do you want to take his eyes back?" "Kakashi, I'm just visiting the village I used to visit. There's no need to mobilize people like this, right?" Uchiha Itachi did not respond to Hoshigaki Kisame's suggestion, but said to Kakashi and others in front of him, "Uchiha Itachi, you are now the S-rank rebellious ninja in the village. Appearing in the village at this time, I can't turn a blind eye. As Kakashi said, he also pulled up his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan of Uchiha Obito. When Uchiha Itachi saw this, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Mr. Itachi, it seems that the ninjas in your past village don't welcome us very much. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark said with a grin. The hand has already grasped the handle of the shark muscle on the back. Be hands on any time. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi also knew that if he didn't play a game today, he couldn't leave. If so, let's have a fight. But you have to restrain yourself. Don't really hurt these ninjas in the village. After all, Uchiha Itachi still has Konoha in his heart. I don't want the village to lose some elite power at this time. Kakashi, let me try. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi took a step forward and looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her. This legendary ruthless man who slaughtered his entire clan, Uehong has long wanted to try to see how far his illusion is compared with the opponents. Careful, Kakashi reminded. Next second, in Uchiha Itachi's field of vision, the people around him disappeared in an instant, followed by a big tree growing rapidly from under his feet, binding him in it. Magic, tree bind kill technique. The figure of Uehong appeared from the big tree, and the kunai in his hand was on Uchiha Itachi's neck. Surrender, she said. However, Uchiha Itachi, who had a calm expression from the beginning to the end, didn't seem to notice any threats and just said lightly, Uehong Jonin, are you sure you want me to surrender? What? Uehong was taken aback for a moment, and in the next second, she realized that she was the one who was tied up by the big tree. Uchiha Itachi, who was supposed to be imprisoned by the illusion, stood in front of her at this moment, looking at her calmly. Red sunset. Is the gap that big? Kurenai Yuhi was shocked. She had never fought against Uchiha Itachi before, but she just heard that the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are very strong in illusion. And Uchiha Itachi, as an S-rank rebel in Uchiha clan, must have extremely high attainments in illusion. But Kurenai Yuhi did not expect that her proud illusion skills would be so vulnerable in front of Uchiha Itachi. Without any warning at all, my illusion was actually bounced back. The other side, just as Kurenai Yuhi started, Kakashi and the surrounding Umbu also rushed toward Hoshigaki Kisame. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark laughed and raised the big sword shark muscle behind him. With a straight slash, several Konoha Umbu around him were forced back. Is this Konoha's Umbu? Hee, that's all. There was a sneer on that shark face of Ganshirgue-sama. Next second, Earth-style heart beheading technique. Kakashi's hands suddenly appeared from the ground, grabbed Kisame's ankles, and dragged him down to the ground. Get out! Kisame slashed at Kakashi with the Samahata in his hand, roaring. Kakashi has recognized the oddly shaped broadsword in the opponent's hand as one of the weapons of Mist Shinobi's Seven Swordsmen, the broadsword Samahata. Therefore, seeing the shark muscle attack, Kakashi did not hesitate to give up the opportunity of this sneak attack. In an instant, he got into the ground and avoided the attack of Ganshirgue-sama. As for the dried persimmon ghost shark, although he avoided being pulled into the ground, his two calves were still pulled in. At this time, the action was somewhat affected, and those Konoha Umbu around him also saw the right time, and instantly used ninjutsu to cover Hoshigaki Kisame in the center. Water-style explosive water shockwave. Kisame Kakisame is known as a tailless beast, and the number of chakra in its body far exceeds that of ordinary ninjas. Faced with these ninjutsu attacks by Konoha Umbu, Kisame Kisame directly hit a burst of water, and the flood caused not only washed away the opposing ninjutsu, but also caused a lot of Konoha Umbu to be swept away by the current. Life and death are unknown for a while. Too bad, this guy's strength is more deceitful than imagined. Kakashi frowned when he noticed this scene, and looked enviously at Kakisame's unscrupulous use of this expensive ninjutsu. As a balloon ninja, Kakashi has always used various subtle tactics to defeat the enemy. But sometimes he also wants to try this kind of violent use of large-scale ninjutsu to end the opponent, but last time he used a large waterfall technique, which almost drained all the chakra in his body. It made him unconscious for a long time without saying anything, and it took him several days to recover before he recovered. So, he can only envy this kind of thing. If you really want to play like this, you have to play yourself to death. Inside the Ichiraku ramen restaurant, a dozen empty bowls were stacked in front of Yagami Ryosuke. Finished the last night of char su ramen. Yagami Ryosuke touched his stomach and felt that he was 70% full after eating. About there, Kakashi and the others should have already started fighting, right? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Immediately, he took out the money and put it on the table, and after saying hello to the busy uncle and Calamus, a flying thunder god disappeared into the ramen restaurant. Outskirts of the village, a flood washed the woods. Night god Ryosuke appeared here instantly through a flying thunder god coordinate left on Kakashi, just in time to see some umbu being washed away by the flood. It's Hashigaki Kisame's water style. He looked at the man in the middle with a shark face. Hashigaki Kisame, Miss Shinobi Rebel. Because of its special physique and the fact that its weapon is the Samahata, which can absorb chakra, it is called a tailless beast. Good at water style, will be tenacious. It's a standard traditional ninja. Brush. The figure of night god Ryosuke disappeared and instantly slashed at Hashigaki Kisame. Clang. Hashigaki Kisame deserves to be a Kaga-level powerhouse at his peak. A subconscious blocked night god Ryosuke's knife. However, the power of a knife sent him flying more than 10 meters away before stopping. After stopping, the dried persimmon ghost shark looked at the big sword shark muscle in his hand with a distressed expression. The shark muscle that had been slashed was whimpering like a living creature at this moment, which was very strange. You're that kid from the noodle shop. Hashigaki Kisame looked at Yagami Ryosuke viciously, and suddenly remembered, isn't this the Konoha kid in that noodle shop before? I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, he might have been injured by now. Kakashi, this one seems to be handed over to you. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Hashigaki Kisame, and then said to Kakashi beside him, Kakashi. Originally seeing the night god Ryosuke suddenly appearing beside him, Kakashi was really taken aback. However, seeing that Ryosuke almost killed Hashigaki Kisame later, Kakashi was happy, but Ryosuke suddenly said this. No, big brother, don't. You finished the game here before talking. Kakashi felt bitter. He hated fighting such a large chakra foe. Because it's too bad. I have to pinch my fingers to calculate every ninjutsu before I can use it, but the opponent can directly use it to bomb like a prodigal. Even though Kakashi is used to this kind of fighting, every time he encounters him, he still can't help feeling a little bitter in his heart. Who knows better than him what it feels like to be short of blue? The other side. After handing the dried persimmon ghost to Kakashi, the night god Ryosuke appeared next to Kuroyuki directly. Uchiha Itachi, it's just the first time we meet. Are you in such a hurry? Yagami Ryosuke hugged Kurenai Yuhi's waist and then disappeared in place. Brush. A strange figure appeared in the position where he was just now. Uchiha Itachi looked at night god Ryosuke faintly with his blood-red Sharingan. As for the old red, feel sorry. Just an illusion Jonin. He didn't pay attention at all. Sister Hong, go and help some Kakashi. I'm afraid that guy can't beat that Hashigaki Kisame. Yagami Ryosuke said to Kurenai Yuhi beside him. Heard. Kurenai Yuhi also nodded, and after taking a deep look at Uchiha Itachi, she turned around and went to Kakashi to help. Are you confident in your own strength? Uchiha Itachi looked at this Yagami Ryosuke, who was as old as his younger brother, indifferently, although he was surprised that the other party could have such strength at such a young age. But he still didn't worry about his own safety in the slightest. After all, Uchiha Itachi has been the best since childhood. A person's self-confidence is never produced in an instant, but is accumulated bit by bit and subtly. Uchiha Itachi is just that. He has been a super genius in other people's mouths since he was a child. Graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, started Sharingan at the age of 8, passed the exam by himself at the age of 10, and became a chunin. After joining Umbu at the age of 11, he was also highly appreciated by the then team leader Kakashi. Then at the age of 13, he awakened the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. Mangekyo Sharingan possesses strength comparable to Kaga level. Now 17-year-old Uchiha Itachi seems to be a Kaga-level peak ninja, asking for flowers. With this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he is not afraid of any ninja of the same level. Not to mention, just a brat who is 5 years younger than himself and the same size as his brother Uchiha Sasuke. No matter how talented you are, is it possible that you can't surpass yourself? Uchiha Itachi is quite confident in himself. What he's thinking now, instead, is how to act more realistically later, so that he won't be seen as letting go of water. Although the night god Ryosuke didn't know what Uchiha Itachi was thinking, but he could also see that Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to regard him as a close opponent. Be underestimated. Yagami Ryosuke smiled lightly. Next second, a blade of light instantly split Uchiha Itachi's body. Quack! Quack! A flock of crows uttered an ugly cry, flapped their wings, and flew away. Night god Ryosuke stood in place and found that the surrounding environment had turned into night. And on a tree in front of him, there was a man whose eyes seemed to be shining. It is Uchiha Itachi. You have fallen into my illusion. From this moment on, any of your attacks will be ineffective to me. Uchiha Itachi looked down at Night god Ryosuke from a high position and explained the matter to Night god Ryosuke with a strong attitude. Illusion? In fact, I'm not bad at all. Yagami Ryosuke smiled lightly, and the world around him shattered like glass in the next second. 0 moment. Everything is back to normal. And he just stood where he was just now without moving. And Uchiha Itachi appeared behind him. His hands under the sleeves quickly formed seals with a speed of 6 seals per second and released a ninjutsu to the back of Night god Ryosuke in just a few tenths of a second. Water style. Water chaos. Night god Ryosuke turned around and spit out, and instantly a huge gust of water gushed out from his mouth, submerging the great fireball attacking behind him. Not to mention, even Uchiha Itachi, who performed ninjutsu, was instantly involved in the monstrous sky dashwadang. Middle. Boom! It is only a sea-level water style, but Night god Ryosuke uses more exaggerated power than the S-level water style. Uchiha Itachi hid behind a tree, and even though he had saved a hand in advance, the one that was scrolled before was just a shadow clone. But at this time, the hiding place he was in was also shrouded by the flood. Have no choice. Uchiha Itachi could only escape from hiding. This water style is even more exaggerated than Kisame. How much chakra does this guy have? Uchiha Itachi was also secretly startled. Realized that I had underestimated this Konoha shinobi who was as old as his younger brother. This kind of ninjutsu, even if the talent in other aspects is average. With this kind of destructive ninjutsu alone, it is enough to become a super genius that the ninja villages of the 5 major countries want. Not to mention, judging from brief fight just now, the opponent's illusion and sword skills are not bad at all. This is a strong man of the same level as himself, thought Uchiha Itachi. This time, he finally did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Otherwise, he's afraid he's going to capsize in the gutter. Brush. A figure catches up to Uchiha Itachi. Yagami Ryosuke held a ninja sword and fought Uchiha Itachi for more than a dozen rounds in an instant on the water. Directly and comprehensively suppressed the super genius of the Uchiha clan. Is this your strength? What about your Mangekyo? Why not? Night god Ryosuke slashed Uchiha Itachi's forehead with a knife, and he managed to dodge it. And Jibwa Itachi, who was about to be open at 10 o'clock, was also panting heavily. He looked very tired already. Uchiha Itachi's taijutsu is not bad, but his body is not. If you move too much for a while, you will be overwhelmed. At this time, after more than a dozen rounds of fighting with a master of martial arts like Night god Ryosuke, he has almost reached his limit. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi didn't intend to delay any longer. If this goes on like this, he will not be exposed but he will definitely be beaten up. Uchiha Itachi is also about saving face. He can let go of the sea on the spot for his younger brother, but in front of others, Uchiha Itachi still has to maintain his own style. Since you want to see Uchiha's ultimate power, then I will do as you wish. Uchiha Itachi wasn't going to show mercy anymore. Or, he realizes that he is not qualified to show mercy to the night god Ryosuke. Without Mangekyo's ability, he can't beat the opponent at all. Also put water fart. Just open it up. Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi instantly raised Sharingan from the state of Senju to the state of Mangekyo, and directly cast his strongest illusion, Tsukuyami, instantly pulling the opposite knight, god Ryosuke, into the world of Tsukuyami. Knight god Ryosuke also experienced for the first time what the legendary illusion of Tsukuyami looks like. In just an instant, he found himself tied to a cross. Uchiha Itachi stood in front of him, holding a handful of kunai, looking at him coldly. What you are in now is my Tsukuyami space. The time and space here are under my control. The past 72 hours in Tsukuyami space, only 1 second will always pass in the outside world. Therefore, I will torture you severely in the next 72 hours, and these pains are imposed on you in an instant in reality. I hope you can resist it. Uchiha Itachi finished talking about the Tsukuyami space for night god Ryosuke in a calm tone, and then took kunai and stabbed him hard in the heart. But the next second, Uchiha Itachi frowned and found that Yagami Ryosuke didn't show any pain, and even looked at him with a smile. Uchiha Itachi pulled out the kunai and looked at the blood-stained kunai in his hand, a little puzzled. It's not right. It's kunai, that's right. 560. It's not a telescopic prop. Ja, why is Yagami Ryosuke reacting this way? It's a good illusion, but unfortunately it doesn't work for me. Knight god Ryosuke said with a smile at this time. This is impossible. Uchiha Itachi said with a frown. Tsukuyami is his Mangekyo awakened pupil art, a powerful force that has never been healed on anyone, unless it is avoided in advance. Otherwise, as long as they are pulled into the world of Tsukuyami, no one can fail to be recruited. Why is there nothing wrong with the knight god Ryosuke in front of me? At this time, Uchiha Itachi suddenly found the whole Tsukuyami world shaking. The blood moon hanging in the sky suddenly burst open, followed by the whole day is cracking. As the controller of the Tsukuyami world, Uchiha Itachi felt a pain like a needle P*******K sweeping his head. A moment, Uchiha Itachi also hugged his head and let out a scream. Ah! The pain made Uchiha Itachi feel as if half of his brain was about to explode. Boom! The entire Tsukuyami space is shattering. The sky was shattered piece by piece, and the ground turned over like an earth dragon. Just a few seconds or so, the entire Tsukuyami space turned into chaos. Next second, with a bang, the sound resounded directly in Uchiha Itachi's mind. In an instant, nearly 80% of the pupil power of his eyes was directly consumed, and the Tsukuyami world made by Tsukuyami is completely smashed and broken. In reality, Yagami Ryosuke stood still and blinked. Then Uchiha Itachi, who was opposite him, knelt on the ground with a sudden scream. Mr. Itachi, Kisame, who was beating Kakashi violently in the distance, heard Uchiha Itachi's screams, immediately abandoned Kakashi, and rushed towards this side. Go away! Several Umbu still wanted to stop him, but they were instantly blown away by the furious Kisame. For a moment, life and death are unknown. Brush. Kisame landed next to Uchiha Itachi. Mr. Itachi, how are you? He asked concerned. I'm fine. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi felt that the severe pain in his head was relieved a lot. The moment he raised his head, Kanshi Kisame saw his bleeding eyes. It was the first time Chinsher Gixir saw that embarrassed look. Damn brat. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Knight god Ryosuke viciously, but the fear in his heart made him dare not act rashly for a while. This kid, Even someone as strong as Mr. Itachi was beaten into such a monster. Hoshigaki Kisame as Uchiha Itachi's companion. He knows how powerful Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan is. Available now. Uchiha Itachi was so dry that his eyes were bleeding. But the night god Ryosuke on the opposite side seemed to be okay. What the hell? When did Konoha come out with this kind of monster-level ninja again? And so young. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Ghostfish, we should go. Uchiha Itachi slowed down and then said to Hoshigaki Kisame beside him. Heard. Hoshigaki Kisame also nodded. He didn't dare to stay in Konoha any longer. This village is much more dangerous than other villages. By the way, the guy from Orochimaru, how dare he invade Konoha? The point is, he even managed to kill the Hokage and escaped unscathed. This moment, Kiki-same, who looked down on Orochimaru at first, suddenly developed an inexplicable respect for Orochimaru. Wanna go? Yagami Ryosuke saw it and instantly disappeared in place. Puff! In midair, the sun burst into light. Then there was a scream, accompanied by Hoshigaki Kisame's roar, and then a blood-red skeleton arm slammed towards Night God Ryosuke. He instantly disappeared in place with the Flying Thunder God technique. The blood-colored skeleton arm slammed into the ground, beating a minister. Wait until the smoke clears. When Kakashi and others came over, they found that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were no longer in sight. In situ, only one arm, still bleeding, was thrown to the ground. If you look closely, you can still recognize it. It should be Uchiha Itachi's. After all, the guy with the shark face of Kisame, has much thicker arms than Uchiha Itachi's. Still got run away. Night God Ryosuke said lightly, but there was no sign of disappointment. You cut off Uchiha Itachi an arm? Kakashi looked at him in surprise and said, It's not the head, so there's no surprise. Yagami Ryosuke pouted and said, Kakashi, that's Uchiha Itachi, the werewolves who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. Isn't it powerful enough for you to chop off someone's arm? I really want to chop his head off. Kakashi feels that he can't keep up with Ryosuke's thoughts. The young people nowadays are really better than each other. These people are really old. At this time, Night God Ryosuke also walked over and picked up the severed arm on the ground with a ninja knife. The 5 fingers of the severed arm were clean, without any rings. The response is fast enough. Night God Ryosuke laughed and threw the severed arm to Kakashi. I don't use this stuff. Let's see if it works. I still have something to do. Let's go first. After speaking, Yagami Ryosuke greeted Kurini Yuhi, then turned and left. Kakashi took the severed arm of Uchiha Itachi and handed it to Wambu next to him with a speechless expression. Take it back and see if you can find anything. The Wambu ninja, who took over the severed arm, remained silent. But I was thinking in my heart, it's just an arm, what can I find? Not the head. Yagami Ryosuke went straight back to Anko's house all the way. As soon as he opened the door and came in, he saw Anko coming out of the bathroom with a sleepy look on his face. I thought you ran away. Seeing him, Anko blushed a bit, then said calmly, I brought you something to eat. Yagami Ryosuke picked up the bag in his hand. Inside was the ramen he had packed before, and because it was placed in the sealed space, the ramen did not fall off. What's delicious? Anko meatballs. Anko's eyes lit up. She was already hungry. After all, last night's physical labor was so much, although most of the time it was the night god Ryosuke who contributed, but Anko is a girl, and her physical strength is not as good as that of a boy. It's already afternoon again. How could she not be hungry? Taking the bag from Yagami Ryosuke and opening it, Anko was disappointed to find that it was not his favorite Anko meatballs, but ramen. Eat less sweets in the future and worry about becoming a big fat man. Night God Ryosuke hugged her, pinched the flesh on her waist with his fingers. You dislike me. Anko looked aggrieved. Looked like he was about to cry. Stop acting. Let you eat less. It's not that you're not allowed to eat. Night God Ryosuke saw through the woman's disguise at a glance. The acting is terrible. Compared with a senior actor like Saratobi Hiruzen, the gap is too obvious. and there is still room for improvement. Cut. Just do more exercise. Seeing that he failed to fool Ryosuke, Anko immediately changed his face. Anyway, it is impossible to eat less. The most is to exercise more. Don't be afraid of getting fat if you consume a lot. Just you? Do you want to exercise more? Night God Ryosuke feels that Anko doesn't have an accurate understanding of himself. What's wrong with me? I also exhausted a lot of energy last night, okay? Anko blushed and said loudly. Then continue later. Yagami Ryosuke looked at her with a smile. As a result, Anko shrank his neck when he heard it, and quickly pushed away Ryosuke and said, "No, I have to rest for 2 days, so please don't come to me these 2 days." Yagami Ryosuke, eat your noodles. Anko smiled when he heard the words, and then picked up a pair of chopsticks to eat. She is really hungry. A big bowl of ramen is all eaten in a few minutes. Fifth full, almost. Anko patted his stomach and said. After eating, Anko went back to the room, changed his clothes, and came out. I'm going to play with Red Piece. Do you want to come with me? She looked to Ryosuke, who was sitting in the living room, and asked. Sister Hong should not be free right now. Yagami Ryosuke said. Have you seen Hong today? When Anko heard this, he came over with a nervous expression, looked at him, and asked. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Night God Ryosuke asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Anko said with a bit of coyness, That, you didn't tell Hong what happened between us, did you? So you were worried about this? Yagami Ryosuke suddenly laughed. He looked at Anko, who was nervous in front of him, and said with a smile, What? Now I know I'm sorry? You took the initiative yesterday. I thought you had. Country. What? You didn't refuse either. Besides, you took the initiative in the latter part, and I said no to it. Anko's ears were red. Yi Shunliang had never seen her look so embarrassed. This is Anko. He is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and dares to curse loudly at anyone he sees. Do not expect. She also has times of fear and nervousness. Don't worry, I didn't mention this to Sister Hong. Yagami Ryosuke put his arms around Anko and let her lean into his arms. 5.1. However, this matter cannot be kept secret for long. Sister Hong is not stupid, so she will definitely see something. Anyway, how long can I hide it? I don't want Hong to make fun of me as... Anko hesitated and couldn't say anything more. What is it? Yagami Ryosuke asked her knowingly. It's a female hooligan, okay. Anko scratched his neck and shouted. Don't say it. You look alike now. Night God Ryosuke laughed. B asterisk 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 D. Kill you. Let you laugh at me. The two quarreled in the living room for a while, and then sat and rested for a while. Anko remembered something and asked curiously, By the way, you just said that Hong is not free. What is she busy with? What? Before we met Uchiha Itachi and a Miss Shinobi called Hoshigaki Kisame, Sister Hong and the others should be dealing with the follow-up. Yagami Ryosuke patted his a asterisk asterisk and left, but left some follow-up matters to Kakashi and Yuahong. Uchiha Itachi, the ruthless guy who killed his whole family. Anko sat up quickly, looked at Yagami Ryosuke, and asked worriedly, Is Hong okay? Is there any injury? Miss Hong is fine. Yagami Ryosuke said. That's good. Anko breathed a sigh of relief, relieved. Hey, why don't you ask me if I'm okay? We're boyfriend and girlfriend now. Why don't you care about it? Night God Ryosuke looked at Anko speechlessly and said, Cut. You ran so fast just now. What can happen? Anko curled his lips and said, Besides, your strength is so strong. Even a ruthless person like Uchiha Itachi. What could he do to you? You have confidence in me. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and shook his head. That's right, you said it yourself. I'm your girlfriend now. Anko giggled and hugged Yagami Ryosuke. Afternoon. Night God Ryosuke came out of Anko's house, first went back home, and then went to the agreed place to date Hinata and the others. In the middle, Night God Ryosuke also used today's conversion times, by the way, using a drop of blood from Uchiha Itachi earlier. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Ninja World dutiful son, golden. Huh. It turned out to be a golden talent entry. Night God Ryosuke never thought that he could transform into a golden level talent entry from Uchiha Itachi. After all, according to the rules of the system, Super Kage level can transform into a golden level entry. And Uchiha Itachi's strength, even if it is at its peak state, is just like the peak of Kage level. It may be slightly surpassed, but it is far from reaching the point of surpassing Kage level. Hashtag. What Ryosuke thought before was that if he could convert a good purple talent entry, it would not be a loss. Can result. There is even a surprise. The great dutiful son of the ninja world. Golden, you are a famous great dutiful son in the ninja world. Your deeds have been talked about by countless people. Therefore, people who know you well will call you the great dutiful son kindly. Filial piety is at the level. Out of strength. Filial piety out of my style. Damage to blood relatives, plus 1,500%. Damage to targets of the same faction, plus 1,000%. Attached. Tsukuyami. No. The system, are you serious? Night God Ryosuke was still surprised just now. He actually transformed into a golden talent entry from Uchiha Itachi. As a result, after opening it, 14 turned out to be this kind of attribute. System. Night God Ryosuke couldn't help being a bit of scolder. This attribute of yours is purely used to disgust people, right? It's the same camp again. Although the name of your entry is Ninja World Great Dutiful Son, but your attribute doesn't need to be so filial, right? Except for an accompanying Tsukuyami Haido Mijutsu. The other two attributes are completely useless. MB, the numbers are so high. What's the meaning? Are you kidding me? Night God Ryosuke's face turned dark with anger. This attribute is too disgusting. As long as you change two attributes, even if the value is a little lower, it doesn't matter. There is a power bonus of the pupil technique, or a pupil power bonus. This is all right. Result. That's it. But just disassemble it. Night Ryosuke, for a moment. He really wanted to break down this obtrusive entry. A golden talent entry. Dismantling it is good enough to recover 10,000 experience points. But, after thinking about it carefully, Night God Ryosuke still gave up the idea of breaking down this entry. He intends to wait. As for what to wait for? Of course, when will I get another rubbish golden talent word like this one? Put the two entries together and synthesize them directly and see if I can synthesize a powerful God-level talent word. Night God Ryosuke hasn't synthesized golden talent entries yet. I don't know if it has a high success rate, but it's okay even if it's low. It's better than taking 100,000 experience points and directly upgrading this kind of rubbish entry, right? Just treat it as waste. As to say, equip this entry? Forget it. Night God Ryosuke was worried that if he equips this item and accidentally hurts his mother or other ninjas in the same village, it will be bad. A 15-fold bonus. A 10-fold bonus. Usually it was just a light pat, but by then it would turn into a slap. Isn't this causing trouble for Night God Ryosuke? So, it is impossible to equip this stuff. Can only stay here to eat ashes. As for the included pupil technique, Tsukuyami, to be honest, for Night God Ryosuke, this thing is actually dispensable. His own illusion ability is already very strong. One more, Tsukuyami, although it can be strengthened, but also limited. The most important thing about Tsukuyami is the effect of changing the flow rate of internal and external time. This is the most magical place. 1 second in reality, 72 hours in the illusion world. Simply titanium, but compared to infinite Tsukuyami, it's average. After all, in the world of infinite Tsukuyami, this time flow rate is even more exaggerated. Just a few seconds outside, the people inside infinite Tsukuyami feel that 10 or 20 years have passed. If it is even longer, a lifetime will be over soon. But this thing is usually not used by Ryosuke, the night god. And the next time you see Uchiha Itachi, night god Ryosuke can just goog his eyes and devour his Mangekyo-esque pupil art. Wouldn't it be more convenient? In the afternoon, Yagami Ryosuke accompanied Hinata and the three of them to wander around the village. In the evening, the four of them had dinner together at a seafood restaurant newly opened in Konoha. Watched a fireworks show at the end. Yagami Ryosuke sent them each home. Night. Yagami Ryosuke went home and chatted with his mother for a while, and then it was getting late, and the two went back to their rooms to rest. It's just that when night god Ryosuke returned to the room, he actually disappeared instantly. Came directly to Anko's house with Flying Thunder God technique. Here he left the mark of Flying Thunder God long ago, so it is very convenient to go back and forth. Why are you here again? Anko just came out of the shower when she saw the night god Ryosuke appearing in front of her. Did you secretly eat a lot of sweets at night? I came here specially to urge you to exercise. No, I don't want to. No, you want. Anko looked at night god Ryosuke, who was carrying him to the bedroom with a speechless face, and then bit him fiercely on the shoulder. Whoa, your muscles are too hard. My teeth are about to collapse. Anko covered his mouth and complained. Who told you to bite so hard, idiot? Yagami Ryosuke looked at her and laughed. This night, Anko half-pushed and still let night Ryosuke stay. So the next day, she overslept again. Yagami Ryosuke got up early in the morning and then returned home with the Flying Thunder God technique. After eating the breakfast prepared by his mother Yagami Mizuki at home, he changed into Umbu's uniform and set off for Umbu to work. He hadn't reported to Umbu for a few days, but with his current status, no one would say anything. What's more, Yagami Ryosuke made such a big effort before, and yesterday he helped deal with Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. He said he didn't go to work, but he did more things than anyone else. Therefore, Umbu naturally wouldn't have any opinion on him. On the contrary, yesterday, someone suggested that night god Ryosuke be appointed as Umbu's minister. This post is now held by a ninja of the Sarutobi clan. But as the saying goes, one emperor and one courtier. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is no more. Naturally, the Sarutobi family can no longer enjoy the preferential treatment of Zengjin. Not to mention, the current minister Umbu is actually very average. Although it is an elite jonin, it is similar to the elite jonin of Asuma, with water in it. If you really want to fight, Kakashi can fight 2 or 3 of this kind of stuff. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was pressing before, so no one in Umbu dared to say anything. But now it's different. The original high-level Konoha has been completely changed. Both Hokage and the Root Chief are dead. The 2 Hokage consultants also kept a low profile as much as possible, not dancing like they used to. Now, the new high-level Konoha is composed of the chiefs of the ninja clans, such as Chief Hyuga, Chief Nara, Chief Yamanaka, and Chief Akamichi. In the past, ninjas like Hyuga were attached to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The benefits enjoyed are far less than those of the Sarutobi and Shimura families. And now, the benefits that were originally conveyed to these 2 ninjas were directly divided among them. Certainly, Hokage's location is yet to be determined. Everything is still in the transitional stage as to whether it needs to be liquidated separately. This will have to wait until the new Hokage takes over. Speak up. Today is the day Jiraiya leaves Konoha to find Tsunade. After Yagami Ryosuke went to work at Umbu, he found that he didn't have any tasks for himself, and they were on vacation in the 7th shift of Umbu. In Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan before, their 7th squad was also one of the teams responsible for guarding the venue. Then the Konoha collapse plan started, and Sand Shinobi suddenly backstabbed, causing many Umbu members to suffer unexpected attacks. Many people were killed at that time. Among them is the Tengu of their 7th class. Speaking of which, Yagami Ryosuke still doesn't know what the name of this sentence is. What is it called? Sarutobi. Definitely not Sarutobi Tengu. That sounds weird. Besides, Black Fong and Shadow were also injured, and they are still recuperating in Konoha Hospital. Captain Yuzuki Shien is fine. But in the 7th class, only Night God Ryosuke and Yuzuki Yuyen are left, and Night God Ryosuke is a god tier. And now, the head Umbu of the Sarutobi clan dare not send him at all. I'm afraid that I accidentally offend this big guy who is said to have a bad temper, And don't be hacked like a watermelon like Shimura Danzo. That would be bad. So, the head of the Sarutobi clan simply gave their 7th class a long vacation. Yagami Ryosuke only found out today. It turned out that their 7th class had already been on holiday, so he was not absent from work before. Ryosuke. Since it was a holiday, Yagami Ryosuke did not stay in Umbu Jili anymore. After changing Umbu's uniform, he was about to go to the training ground to practice for a while, changing his lazy lifestyle these days. As a result, before I got to the training ground, I met Naruto, who was with Jiraiya in 453. It's Naruto. Yagami Ryosuke greeted with a smile. Are you ready to leave the village? Naruto nodded with a giggle. The word happiness is written all over the face visible to the naked eye. Ryosuke boy, are you sure you don't want to come with us? Jiraiya winked at Night God Ryosuke and said, You probably haven't had fun outside the village, have you? I know some good places. Why don't you come with us, and I'll take you there to learn more. Night God Ryosuke ignored Jiraiya's hint. What good places can be called good places by Jiraiya are nothing more than some izakayas, or hot spring hotels with mixed baths. To be honest, Night God Ryosuke is not interested. He is now a man with 4 girlfriends. I don't have enough time to spend with a few girlfriends every day, so I don't have the heart to go outside and play around. Not to mention, he also despised those vulgar fans. Also Jiraiya, meat and vegetables are not taboo. I'll forget it. Be careful on your own roads. Someone broke into the village yesterday. The Kingdom of Fire may not be peaceful these days. Yagami Ryosuke said. After chatting for a few words, Yagami Ryosuke bid farewell to the 2 of them. Watching Jiraiya and Naruto chattering while walking, Yagami Ryosuke also smiled. These 2 people are both alive. But after they left, when they came back, it was the turn of Tsunade, the 5th generation. At that time, Konoha will burst out with new vitality. The whole village will no longer be dead like it was during Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration. Also very depressing. By the way, today's conversion opportunity has not been used yet. Night God Ryosuke suddenly remembered. Then I took out a drop of blood from Hoshigaki Kisame that I had collected by chance yesterday. Let the system convert it into a talent entry. With the experience of yesterday's entry on Uchiha Itachi. This time, Night God Ryosuke has some expectation for the entry that Hoshigaki Kisame can transform. If the entry transformed from dried persimmon ghost shark is also golden, that's great, but don't expect too much. Uchiha Itachi may just be the exception. Yesterday, Night God Ryosuke also thought about why the entry transformed by Uchiha Itachi is golden. This has a lot to do with his later being reincarnation by Impure World. Covered that the sand in the gourd behind Gaara seemed to automatically block some attacks for him, which seemed to have nothing to do with Gaara's own subjective consciousness. But if his speed is fast enough, these sand that will actively defend will not be able to keep up with him. Chidori's speed is extremely fast, without the cooperation of Sharingan. Even the caster himself cannot accurately grasp the point of ninjutsu. That's right, just use Chidori. Gaara's sand will definitely not be able to keep up with my speed. Sasuke felt that he had found Gaara's weakness. His self-defense, sand, seems to be unsolvable, but in fact the weakness lies there, which is very obvious. The key is whether you have enough speed to catch this weakness. Although Sasuke doesn't have physical skills that are too fast to be seen by the naked eye after turning on the 8 inner gates like Shao Li, but the moment he casts Chidori, his moving speed in a straight line is not much slower than Shao Li, who has turned on the 5th gate. With this speed, as long as you find an opportunity, you can give Gaara a one-hit kill. Immediately end this battle. As we all know, Uchiha Itachi, the filial son of the ninja world, has always been in poor health. Even if he didn't deliberately release the sea to his younger brother in the later stage, he wouldn't live long. It is precisely because of this physical condition that Uchiha Itachi's peak period is actually very short. It is normal for a ninja to last for more than 10 or 20 years at its peak. For example, it reached its peak at the age of 17 or 8. Then this state can be maintained at least until about 40 years old, and then it will gradually start to decline and it will start to decline seriously when it is about 60 years old. However, the average lifespan of ninjas is very low. To live to be 60 years old is already a very long life. People like Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo didn't die until they were in their 70s. That's a very long life. Certainly, the Kakuzu category is a special case. There is also Senju Hashirama, if the injury is not too serious, coupled with the long-term squeezing of cellular energy, otherwise with the vitality of Senju Hashirama, is appropriate to live for 100 or 200 years. Moreover, his state will decline very slowly, and he may not experience a significant decline in strength until he lives to 150 years old. But in contrast, Uchiha Itachi's state is not very optimistic. His prime was only a few years old. But to say that the real peak is actually the state after Uchiha Itachi was released by impure world reincarnation. In that state, Uchiha Itachi no longer has to worry about physical illness, and Mangekyo's ability can also be used at will without worrying about blindness. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi in the state of impure world reincarnation is capable of surpassing the Kaga level threshold. The system probably took this situation into consideration, so a golden entry was transformed from Uchiha Itachi. It's just that the attributes of this entry are too bad. Makes people speechless. And if so, the probability of being able to transform the golden talent entry from the dried persimmon ghost is very small. Basically impossible. However, even if it's just a purple talent entry, as long as the attribute is good, it's better than the garbage entry transformed from Uchiha Itachi. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. That was the first time he knew that the original gold-level talent entry would also have such rubbish attributes. The value is high, but that effect definitely makes people feel good. I hope Kisame will not learn from Uchiha Itachi, but be a kind person. Night God Ryosuke prayed in his heart, while taking out a drop of dried persimmon Kisame's blood, and then ordered the system to transform it. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Ninja Real Man, Purple, a real ninja man? It seems to be a good feeling. Although in terms of name, it feels a bit similar to the previous Deshiauzi of the ninja world. But one is a real man, and the other is a dutiful son. The former is praise, the latter is ridicule. Can it be the same? Look at the properties, don't come to that kind of rubbish again. Kisame, do your best. Night God Ryosuke said in his heart. While opening the character panel, he found the newly transformed talent entry at the end. Ninja Real Man. Purple, although you don't have a peerless face or a magnetic voice, your bloodiness is amazing enough. No matter how much pain you suffer, you won't show the slightest weakness. At the moment of death, you were still extremely tough. Therefore, people who are familiar with your deeds call you a real man in the ninja world. Physical fitness plus 450%. Ninjutsu power plus 450%. Willpower plus 450%. Attached. Master Seal. Hiss. When Night God Ryosuke saw the attributes of this entry, he had been praying in his heart to get an entry with stronger attributes, but when he actually saw it, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This attribute, you said it was a gold-level talent entry, and Night God Ryosuke was willing to believe it. 3 numerical attributes, creating the most purple talent entries. In the past experience of Night God Ryosuke, there are 3 numerical attributes, which are usually only on the golden talent word map. And, even if it is a golden talent entry, not all of them have 3 numerical attributes. But in the entry of purple talent, Yi Shunjing has never seen it before. The point is, its value is quite large. Comparing some previous golden talent entries, you can see how excellent this Ninja Real Man entry is. The 3 numerical attributes all reached 450%. Moreover, its 3 attributes are still useful, except that the last willpower may not be as effective as the first 2 in most cases. But in some specific cases, willpower is enough to play a decisive role. For example, against certain special illusions. or against some bad conditions, strong enough willpower can allow you to maintain a high level of strength even in extremely bad conditions. That's great. Needless to say, the other two attributes. One physical quality, one ninjutsu power. These are all attributes that often appear before and are very useful. If it is said that the entry of true ninja man only ends here, then Knight God Ryosuke dare not say that this entry must be the strongest entry among the purple entries. After all, although the three useful numerical attributes are rare, they may not be encountered again in the future. But after having these three very useful numerical attributes, it actually comes with a special ability. The essential, its special ability, is still a very useful special ability. This made Yishun Ryosuke directly push the entry of Ninja Real Man to the height of the strongest purple entry. He was almost sure. It is unlikely that I will encounter a stronger purple entry than this in the future. Even if it's just flat, it's hard. This true ninja man entry, no surprise, is the strongest purple entry. Master of Sealing. You are the master of sealing. Your speed of sealing is unmatched, 8 seals per second, and any ninjutsu that requires sealing can have double the effect in your hands. The ability of the Seal Master not only allows Yagami Kyo to have the highest seal speed in the ninja world, even any ninjutsu that needs to be performed by Jin can exert double effects in his hands, if it only has the effect of the former. To be honest, this thing is of little use to Knight God Ryosuke. Because of his ninjutsu, except for very few exceptions, most of them are already clapping his hands and shouting. No stamping is required at all, no matter how fast you make seals. So what if you make 20 seals in a second? Can it be faster than I don't need to seal at all? So, the pure printing speed is the best in the ninja world, which is not attractive to Knight God Ryosuke. But if you add the latter one, it will be completely different. What is the double effect? Consciousness means no matter what type of ninjutsu you use, as long as it is displayed by Jin, it works twice as well. This is not just destructive power, but effect. The word effect is very broad. It can be a healing effect. It can also be an effect of improving one's own state, or it can be a summoning effect, and so on. In short, as long as the ninjutsu you use needs to be printed, whether it's regular attribute escape, or medical ninjutsu, or summoning technique, sealing technique lotus, and so on. Everything is double the effect. This is awesome. Originally, Knight God Ryosuke's various ninjutsu were already very powerful with the addition of various entries. Now, as long as he makes a mark when using these ninjutsu, the effect that will be exerted at that time will be doubled after the addition of these entries itself. Now, it is not a C-rank ninjutsu that is more powerful than an S-rank. It was a C-level ninjutsu that directly destroyed the world. A simple wind cut technique, the effect is similar to the sword energy that Uchiha Madara controls the full body of Susanoo. Even stronger, can you believe it? But this thing is in the hands of Knight God Ryosuke. He is indeed real. He can really use a C-level wind cut technique to that effect. They can't even cut Wang Dun's mainstream with a wind cutting technique. In a wind cutting technique of Ryosuke, the Night God cuts off the mountain directly. If this is used, who the hell will believe that this thing is a wind cutting technique? Most people think that Night God Ryosuke is yelling. In fact, it is a super S-rank ninjutsu similar to wind cut technique, but infinitely more powerful. Amazing Kisame. Knight God Ryosuke looked at this newly acquired talent entry with admiration. I was in a bad mood yesterday because of the entry of the great ninja, but now I am completely cured. The great dutiful son of a ninja world, no. But I still have true man in the ninja world. After equipping this item without hesitation, Knight God Ryosuke felt his body became stronger again, although there is no change in body shape. But if he really tried it, now he can easily block most of the S-level ninjutsu with his own flesh/body without getting hurt. If you really encounter those powerful S-level ninjutsu, the most is to make some flesh and blood injuries at night. This body, if you say it is number one in the ninja world, Who dares to have an opinion? Believe it or not if you have an opinion, and blow up your dog head directly. Afternoon. Night God Ryosuke went to the beach to try out the different effects of using ninjutsu with and without the seal. He didn't test much ninjutsu. Just take the wind cut technique as an example as a reference. In the case of no seal, the sea level wind cutting technique can release a wind blade that is more than 100 meters long. The wind blade cut across the sea surface at an extremely fast speed. After flying several thousand meters, it could still cut off a mountain, and it didn't dissipate until it flew thousands of meters away. This power has surpassed most of the S-rank ninjutsu. Saying it is super S-class ninjutsu, there is nothing wrong with it. After the sealing, Night God Ryosuke performed the same wind-cutting technique again, but found that the released wind blade had changed from more than 300 meters long to nearly 700 meters long. The speed is also much faster than before. Not to mention, it flew tens of thousands of meters away and directly exploded the volcano on an island 10,000 meters away, causing all the volcanoes to erupt. However, this wind blade still flew out for 2 or 3 kilometers before gradually dissipating. In terms of power, it is indeed much stronger than the wind cut technique that does not seal. Say double, no problem at all. After the test, Night God Ryosuke also confirmed this. Jainda Master's passive ability is really powerful. This ability alone is equivalent to directly doubling the ninjutsu power bonus he obtained from those entries before. This is much better than simply adding a ninjutsu power bonus entry. Even if you give Night God Ryosuke an entry of ninjutsu power plus 3,000%, Night God Ryosuke is not willing to exchange the ability of this seal master. As for saying, will the not seal be caught by the enemy? 8 seals for the king in 1 second. With Ryosuke's research on these ninjutsu, even those ninjutsu with a large number of seals can be simplified. As a result, ninjutsu that originally required a dozen or 20 seals can be used with only 5 or 6 seals, or even 3 or 4 seals. With a speed of 8 seals per second, assuming that a ninjutsu needs 4 seals, it can be completed in only 0.5 seconds. It's only 0.5 seconds. Besides, Night God Ryosuke is not a wooden man and can't move. When printing, it can also move. Others may also need to worry about the movement status affecting the speed of the seal. But Night God Ryosuke does not. His speed of 8 seals per second seems to be constant. It will not be disturbed by these external factors, which will cause the speed to be affected. Evening. Yagami Ryosuke was invited to dinner at Kurenai Yuhi's house. Yuahong also invited Yuzuki Shien and Anko, both her good girlfriends, this time without Hinata and the others. Therefore, Yuahong directly prepared a lot of wine. Although Yagami Ryosuke is only 12 years old, the 3 of them are obviously treated as children. But when the drink was halfway through, Yuzuki Yugao, who observed carefully, suddenly looked at Yagami Ryosuke and Anko suspiciously. What's going on with you two? She pointed to the 2 of them and asked, "What is the situation?" Anko looked a little guilty. "You didn't argue a word tonight, and Anko, you just wiped the corners of Kyusuke's mouth." Yuzuki Shien looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. "Could you be?" No, not what you think." "What?" "Shien, what are you talking about? What happened to the 2 of them?" Yu Hong, who was a little bit drunk, didn't see anything at all and looked puzzled. "Anko, are you nervous?" Yuzuki Shien looked at Anko, and the more she looked at it, the more suspicious she became. Originally, she just felt that the 2 of them were a little bit today. The 2 people who usually quarreled as soon as they met not only did not quarrel, but they even had a little intimate interaction from time to time. But Yuzuki Shien didn't think about the relationship between men and women at first. But now Anko is vehemently denying and very nervous. Yuzuki Shien seriously suspected that this guy had a guilty conscience. So what would she feel guilty about? "You 2 won't be together?" Yuzuki Shien pointed at them in surprise and said, "What?" The wine glass in Shi Hong's hand fell to the table with a clatter, and the wine in the glass spilled everywhere. But Yuehong didn't care about this at all, but looked at Yagami Ryosuke and Anko in shock. Are you really? Fake. Of course it's fake. Anko quickly denied. Hong, don't believe Xian's nonsense. She just drank too much. That's right. She must have drunk too much. Yuzuki Xian smiled and shook her bottle of wine. I only drank half a bottle. How could I drink too much? She smiled and said, Also, Anko, the more you deny it, the more accurate what I just said is. Be honest. When did it happen? On the side, Yuehong also looked at them suspiciously. The more she watched, the more she felt that Anko was very suspicious today. She is not as gentle as she is today. No wonder I didn't hear Anko's bluffing yells today. Is it because my boyfriend is next to me, so I deliberately restrain my feelings? I don't know why, but when I think of these two people secretly getting together, Yuehong actually felt a little inexplicably lost and sad in her heart. It's as if one's favorite thing was bought by someone first. Anko looked at Yuzuki Yen with a determined face, and then at Yuehong, who had already doubted himself, and Night God Ryosuke. And finally, he could only sigh helplessly. Well, I admit it. I'm with Ryosuke. 727. I knew it. Yuzuki Xian patted the table with a smile and said, When I saw you today, I thought you were a little weird. I thought it was something on your mind, but you turn out to be an old cow eating young grass. Hey. Anko immediately became unhappy when he heard this description. What do you mean an old cow eats tender grass? I'm still young, okay? I'm only in my early 20s. So are you young with Ryosuke? Yuzuki Xian asked her with a smile. Anko, look, don't old cows eat tender grass? Yuzuki Xian said with a proud smile. It's all your fault. Anko couldn't say no to Yuzuki Xian, so he turned around angrily and punched Yagami Ryosuke. Yagami Ryosuke. No, the person who said you're an old cow eating tender grass is Yui Xian. Why are you beating me? TSK. Unexpectedly, Anko, you will also have this little girl attitude. I always think you are quite a man. Yuzuki Xian covered her mouth and smiled. Get out. Anko gave her an annoyed look. Will you speak? What does it mean to be a man? I'm being straightforward, okay? At this time, Yuehong looked at the two of them with complicated eyes and asked, When did you get together? How far have you developed? Just a few days ago. Anko said, Now that everything has been said, there is nothing to hide. Simply, Anko told all about her and Night God Ryosuke. Hearing Anko say that she took the initiative, this made Yuehong feel even more uncomfortable. She glanced at the Night God Ryosuke at the side, thinking that if she also took the initiative to do something, would it be possible? After all, Night God Ryosuke had expressed his feelings to her several times before. But at that time, Yuehong still had obstacles in her heart. For a while, I didn't know how to respond to Night God Ryosuke, so I could only procrastinate, thinking that I would give Night God Ryosuke a clear answer after I thought it through. But she didn't expect that she hadn't figured it out yet. Anko went straight to home plate. Is this too fast? Also B. Ryosuke is still a child. Anko, you crazy woman really can do it. Amazing. As expected of you. Yuzuki Xian gave Anko a thumbs up, and she also admired Anko's courage in her heart. Certainly, she felt that there was probably a catalytic effect of alcohol in it. Otherwise, Anko probably wouldn't be so brave. Now that you all know, I have nothing to pretend. Anko hugged Ryosuke, who was next to him, and kissed him on the cheek with a smile. Announced, this is my boyfriend. Correction, you are the fourth. Yuzuki Xian on the side reminded. Anko. No, Xian, are you going to have a hard time with me, Mitarashi Anko, tonight? Ahem. Yishun Ryosuke also coughed twice at this time, and then stretched out 5 fingers and said, Actually, Anko is the 5th one. What? I'm the 5th. Anko jumped up all at once. Who was the 4th? She asked aloud. Uzumaki Xianglin. You should have seen each other before. Let me introduce you next time. Yagami Ryosuke said. Is that the girl with the red hair? Yuzuki Xian thought about it, and suddenly remembered that she had seen a red-haired girl appearing beside Yagami Ryosuke in the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. So she asked, Yes, that's her. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Huh. It turns out that our Anko is Xiao Wu. Yuzuki Shien hugged her belly and laughed happily. I'm so mad, Shien, let's fight. Anko put his hands on his hips and said angrily to Shien, who was hugging her belly and laughing. No fight, no fight. I can't beat you. And what if you ask your boyfriend to beat me after you lose? I can't beat Ryosuke. Yuzuki Shien waved her hand with a smile and said. The angry Anko saw it and could only run to Yu Hong's side to comfort him with an aggrieved face. Hong, look, they are bullying me. Anko hugged Yu Hong's arm and said with a pitiful expression, Anko, if you ask for comfort next time, you should go to Ryosuke. Kurinai Yuhi patted Anko's shoulder and said seriously, Anko. She looked at her best friend with a question mark on her face. Did I get abandoned by my little sister? Late at night, Yu Hong arranged rooms for Anko and Shien. When Yagami Ryosuke arrived, Yu Hong asked him calmly, do you want to arrange him and Anko in the same room? I'll just stay in that room. Yagami Ryosuke said, well, the daily necessities you used before are still in the same place. You can look for them yourself. After Yu Hong finished speaking, she turned around and went back to her room. Yagami Ryosuke looked at her back and smiled. Sister Hong seems to be jealous, he said in his heart. Next day, morning hours, Yishun Ryosuke came out of Yu Hong's house and, as usual, went to the training ground to leave a batch of shadow clone, let them continue to practice and study various ninjutsu, especially Rasengan's other applications, and some developments on Shinju these. There are also some ninjutsu on the Book of Seals. All need shadow clone to practice. Before the night, God Ryosuke planned to study the tandem paper bombs. Now he's basically mastered it. There is no way, there are so many shadow clone helping him. It is very difficult for Night God Ryosuke to learn slowly. Mastering a complex ninjutsu in minutes is already a basic operation. It took more than a day to master tandem paper bombs, which is considered extremely difficult. But in comparison, the most difficult thing to learn in the Book of Sealing is the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Not only because its practice requires the use of a large number of corpses, but also because the soul-level things it involves are too complicated. Even with the comprehension of the Night God Ryosuke, plus so many shadow clones, he will be cheated. Spent these days, he still failed to master the forbidden technique. So, Yagami Ryosuke plans to go to Otoshi Village today. Let's get back the improved version of impure world reincarnation that Orochimaru has researched first. As for whether this improved version is not perfect enough, not as good as the version used by Yakushi Kabuto during the Fourth Ninja World War, this Night God Ryosuke doesn't care. It can be used normally. As for subsequent improvements, this Night God Ryosuke can study slowly by himself, or you can continue to take ready-made ones at that time. It is all possible. Anyway, Ryosuke, the Night God, has not awakened Rinnegan yet. There is still a long way to go before he masters the Rinne Tensei technique. So don't rush to come up with the perfect version of reanimation jutsu so soon. From Konoha to Inin Village, it didn't take much time for Night God Ryosuke. He first used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the border area of the Land of Fire, and then set off all the way towards Inin Village on the map, which took him more than 10 hours. I have already seen the gate of Inin Village from a distance. The gate of Inin Village. When the two Genins guarding the gate saw someone approaching, they also reached out to stop him. Stop! This is Inin Village. No one is allowed to enter. As a small ninja village in a small country, the attitude of Inin Village to the outside world can be said to be very arrogant. Even ninja villages in the 5 major countries will not be so arrogant when dealing with foreigners and directly drive them out. However, considering that Otoshi Village is a village created by Orochimaru, it can be understood. After all, Orochimaru, a neurotic guy, can basically recruit a group of ninjas with a slightly abnormal brain, similar to his 4 people and Kimimaro. Which one is sane? They're all paranoid people. Therefore, it's normal for the ninjas in his village to stretch a little. However, Yagami Ryosuke is not one of those rich businessmen who came to Inin Village to discuss cooperation. As soon as he raised his hand, two streaks of frost instantly froze the two genins in front of him. Immediately, Yagami Ryosuke walked directly towards Odanin village. Brush, brush, brush. At this moment, one after another figures came and surrounded him at the entrance of the village. There is an enemy attack. It's an intruder. Is that? Ice escape. Be careful. The other party is a blood-following ninja, so be careful. The group of sound ninja surrounded Night God Ryosuke, staring at him cautiously. At this time, Night God Ryosuke also glanced at these people and then shouted loudly, "Orochimaru, come out and meet me." What? How dare you disrespect Lord Orochimaru? Damn, this guy is coming for Lord Orochimaru. Stop him. In an instant, the sound ninjas around all rushed towards Yagami Ryosuke, one after another. They were still hesitating whether to do it just now, but when they heard that Yagami Ryosuke was coming towards Orochimaru, he did it without hesitation. I have to say that Orochimaru's brainwashing ability is really strong. The #1 human trafficker in the ninja world is really no joke. At the same time, Orochimaru, who was studying his physical condition in the underground laboratory, also heard the movement from outside at this time. Immediately afterwards, the door of his laboratory opened. Yakushi Kabuto, who replaced the Odanin forehead protector, came in from outside the door. Master Orochimaru, there is an ice escape bloodline ninja outside, and it seems to be aimed at you. I've heard it. Orochimaru nodded and said, "Do, come with me to have a look." Ice escape bloodline. I can't imagine that there are still people alive in the Minazuki clan in the ninja world. Orochimaru had looked for this type of ninja before. For Orochimaru, the benefits of abducting those ordinary ninjas are naturally not as great as those blood-successful ninjas. Not to mention, or being done, a blood successor who is well known in the ninja world. Consider Kimimaro. Just one Kimimaro brings many benefits to Orochimaru. If it weren't for Kimimaro's body being incapable of being a container, Kimimaro's status in Orochimaru's mind would be even higher. But it would be a good choice if he could replace the body of a ninja with the ice escape blood successor. Sound Ninja Village. When Orochimaru brought Yakushi Kabuto to the ground, there were a dozen ice sculptures standing in the village, and in the center of these ice sculptures was a man wearing a long black trench coat and a white mask. Orochimaru frowned, with a displeased look on his face. Anyone who sees someone running to his village to kill someone and stands there so arrogantly waiting for him to come will be unhappy. Even if Orochimaru didn't regard the genin in this group as his subordinates, at most they were just some cannon fodder. But the cannon fodder was killed without showing any effect at the position of the cannon fodder. This also displeased Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru. At this time, Juama Liu and others just arrived. Seeing these ice sculptures in front of them, as well as the man with the mask, they all stared at each other in full force. Who are you? Have I offended you? Orochimaru stared quietly at the masked man in front of him and asked, Orochimaru, I'm here to collect what you promised. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. Hearing this, after Orochimaru thought for a while, he instantly understood what the other party said. So, it's Ryosuke-kun's friend. Orochimaru also showed a smile on his face. I thought Ryosuke-kun would come here by himself, but I didn't expect him to have a friend from the Minazuki clan like you. Ryosuke-kun's hiding is really deep enough. Even Orochimaru failed to find the descendants of the Minazuki clan, but was found by Night God Ryosuke. This is enough to show that the secrets hidden by Night God Ryosuke are far better than those he has learned. Orochimaru, did I mention that I belong to the Minazuki clan? Night God Ryosuke said indifferently. Do you still want to deny it? Orochimaru pointed to the surrounding ice sculptures. Being done Shueiji, what else could it be if it wasn't the Mizuzuki clan? Ice escape is just one of my many abilities. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. Remember, the name Uchiha is numb. Uchiha. Orochimaru was genuinely surprised now. Your last name is Uchiha. He looked at each other in surprise. Is there a problem? Yishin Ryosuke's eyes instantly turned into Sanguyu's appearance. With red eyes, he stared coldly at Orochimaru in front of him. A chilling feeling swept over Orochimaru's body in an instant. For a moment, he even had the feeling that his life was being held in the hands of the other party. This made Orochimaru's face change slightly. There was even more turmoil in his heart. Uchiha. It's really Uchiha. Unexpectedly, apart from the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, there are other living Uchihas in the ninja world. Yes, in Konoha's collapse plan before, the person who suddenly appeared with a pair of Mangekyo. Also a ninja of the Uchiha clan. It's just that Orochimaru doesn't know who the other party is. At this time, Orochimaru looked at the Uchiha in front of him with a numb face and wondered in his heart whether the other party was the Uchiha who appeared in Konoha before. The clothes of the two are quite similar. But in the ninja world, there are many mysterious ninjas who like to wear clothes. It's not that the person in front of me is the only one dressed like this. And the last time that Uchiha showed off was a pair of Mangekyo. But the Uchiha facing him in front of me is just a pair of 3-hooked jade. Certainly, it's also possible that Uchiha in front of him felt that he didn't need to show Mangekyo to deal with them. Master Orochimaru, since this person is Uchiha, why not? Yakushi Kabuto at the side suddenly said quietly. Heard. Orochimaru was also moved. Originally, he planned to wait for Sasuke to come over and directly use the secret technique, living corpse reincarnation technique, to reincarnate into the body of Uchiha Sasuke. But it's hard to say whether Uchiha Sasuke will come or not. But Orochimaru's body was almost unable to hold on. 10 fingers were sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen before, so it is only 10 fingers, but things related to the soul level. Even if it is only a little bit, the impression is extremely profound. Not to mention, Orochimaru's soul was already in trouble. Now part of it is sealed. That would be even worse. So, these days, he has been researching how to heal himself. Until the last moment, he would not be willing to reincarnate now. After all, if he was reincarnated on a new container this time, he would not be able to reincarnate a second time in the next few years. Otherwise, his soul will be completely broken. It takes a while to cultivate well. However, in that way, if Sasuke came later, he would not be able to reincarnate in his Sasuke's body immediately. We can only wait a few years. This will undoubtedly increase the uncertainty of things. In case the boat capsizes in the gutter, that would be too embarrassing to Lung Jun Orochimaru. And just when Orochimaru was wondering what to do, another Uchiha appeared. And it's delivered right to your door. After hearing Yakushi Kabuto's words, Orochimaru's heart was already fluttering. Although Uchiha Sasuke is good, the Uchiha noodles in front of me are not bad. Although he looks a little older than Sasuke, but the pair of 3-hook jade is even more outstanding than Sasuke's 2-tomo Sharingan. If he was reincarnated, looks good too, Orochimaru thought to himself. Yagami Ryosuke saw Orochimaru's appearance and knew what was going on in his mind. Involuntarily, a sneer appeared on his face under the mask. Orochimaru, I advise you not to seek death, or else I don't mind crushing your stinky snake to death. Yagami Ryosuke said coldly. Bold, how dare you disrespect Lord Orochimaru? Kimimaro, who is a diehard fan of Orochimaru, shouted angrily when he heard it. Brush. Night God Ryosuke's eyes instantly fell on Kimimaro. Following the 3 hooks in his eyes, Kimimaro, who was still furious, suddenly became numb and directly pointed at his chest with 10 finger-piercing bullets. Damn, what did you do to Kimimaro? The surrounding Tone Ninja became restless. However, as long as Yagami Ryosuke's eyes glanced over, these originally angry Odanin would instantly quiet down. It looks like a puppet being manipulated. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru instantly felt a deadly threat in his heart. In his state, his resistance to illusions is already very bad. Now I meet such a Uchiha with excellent illusion ability. If he fights with the opponent, I'm afraid it will be another scene of being killed by a face-to-face instant kill. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's face became extremely ugly. And Yakushi Kabuto on the side also looked shocked at these Tone ninjas who were instantly controlled around him. Looking at the opposite Uchiha in disbelief. Is this illusion so strong? In just a split second, even a ruthless person like Kimimaro was controlled. Although Yakushi Kabuto is very confident in his ability. But he clearly knew that if he really wanted to do something, he would definitely not be Kimimaro's opponent. After all, he's a research talent. For fighting, it's nowhere near as good as Kimimaro. Moreover, Kimimaro, who has been fighting against illness for many years, is also extremely good in willpower. But even so, he was still instantly controlled by the opponent. He also shot himself with 10 finger-piercing bullets. Obviously, his chest was already bleeding profusely, but he still stood there with a sluggish face, motionless. So horrible. So weird. Yakushi Kabuto was so scared that he wanted to turn around and run away. If it weren't for Orochimaru still around, he will really do it. After all, if you keep the Green Hills, you don't have to worry about no firewood. What about staying and waiting to die? Apart from adding an extra life to the opponent, there is no other effect. Orochimaru, would you like to try it too? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a pair of 3-hooked jades and said jokingly, Orochimaru, moment. Orochimaru smiled and said, Mion Makin, this is a misunderstanding. Please let these ineffective men of mine go. I apologize to you on their behalf. Heard. Yagami Ryosuke also looked at Orochimaru with a smile for a few seconds, and when Orochimaru wanted to run away, he finally nodded and said, asking for flowers. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, so it's good to explain it clearly. I'm not such a stingy person. After speaking, Night God Ryosuke instantly lifted the illusion effect on these people. For a moment, the Tone ninjas who were controlled just now, including Kimimaro and the 4 of them, woke up from the control of the illusion. The moment they woke up, these people took 2 steps back in unison. He looked at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him with a look of horror. Do, take Kimimaro down for treatment. Orochimaru glanced at Kimimaro, who was seriously injured. Although he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, he didn't dare to attack at the moment. So he could only hold his breath in his heart and settle accounts with these guys when he has a chance in the future. Yagami Ryosuke. Uchiha Noodles. Correct. And Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru murmured these 3 names silently in his mind. Immediately, he ordered the 4 of his subordinates to go to his laboratory and bring over a scroll of impure world reincarnation. After a while, the 4 returned with the scrolls, delivered to Orochimaru. Miyama-kun, this is the scroll that Ryosuke-kun wants. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Night God Ryosuke himself. At this time, Night God Ryosuke also noticed Orochimaru's hands. He wears some kind of device to fix the 10 fingers on his hand, and there are thin wires connected to the arm, which can rely on the subtle manipulation of the muscles on the arm to control the movement of the 10 fingers. However, this method obviously has many disadvantages. The first one is to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Secondly, the impact on the printing speed is also very serious. Orochimaru is now able to achieve 3 seals per second is already very remarkable. And once these fine lines are destroyed, his 10 fingers can't move at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen sealed your 10 fingers? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Orochimaru, but he didn't expect that what he had guessed before turned out to be true. Orochimaru really has 10 fingers sealed. TSK. Sarutobi Hiruzen is real. Is the more you live, the more you go back. Now even Orochimaru's 2 arms can't be sealed. Just sealed 10 fingers? What rubbish. Night God Ryosuke didn't know that this time Sarutobi Hiruzen not only sealed Orochimaru's 10 fingers, but also failed to seal the souls of the 2 ancestors Hokage to Shinigami. Belly, if Orochimaru hadn't taken the initiative to disarm the reanimation jutsu, maybe these 2 ancestors Hokage can give a big gift to the ninjas of Konoha. Miyama-kun was also in Konoha at the time? Orochimaru asked tentatively. Knight God Ryosuke glanced at him indifferently, put away the scroll, and said, Orochimaru, haven't we met before? It really is him. Orochimaru thought to himself. Then he secretly rejoiced that he didn't do it immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid he has fallen into the other party's illusion right now. Kimimaro can be easily controlled with only the 3-hook jade. If you use Mangekyo, even if Orochimaru sinks into the illusion world forever, Inshimaru doesn't doubt whether the other party can do it. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt aggrieved in his heart. Since he lost face in front of Uchiha Itachi once, he seems to be more and more powerless in the face of these Uchiha. But this also made Orochimaru more determined to make Uchiha Sasuke his next container. This is not just to change your own predicament, and also to get revenge for what Uchiha Itachi did to him in the first place. As for the Uchiha noodles in front of you, forget it. Orochimaru didn't want to make another Kage-level Uchiha an enemy for himself just yet. And the other party is also in contact with Konoha's knight, God Ryosuke, and the relationship between the two seems to be quite unusual. This made Orochimaru think that maybe they could cooperate with each other. For example, if Uchiha Sasuke doesn't want to come by himself, so can Orochimaru ask Uchiha Menma or Yagami Ryosuke to help? Take Uchiha Sasuke out of Konoha, or even directly to Odanin Village. Let Knight God Ryosuke tie Sasuke out of Konoha and bring it to Orochimaru. Have to say, Orochimaru is really a thoughtful person. I really want to. With the Orochimaru version of a scroll of reanimation jutsu, Ryosuke's goal this time is half completed. Orochimaru, do you mind if I take some biological cells from you for impure world reincarnation? Knight God Ryosuke said bluntly. Heard. Although Orochimaru was 10,000 unwilling. Potential is stronger than people. Facing Uchiha, who is too capable to restrain himself, Orochimaru can only agree to the request of the other party aggrieved. That Kimimaro just now is pretty good. I want a copy of his cells. And that Yakushi Kabuto is also pretty good. Give it to me together. Yagami Ryosuke said. Heard. Orochimaru gave him a strange look. Want living cells? Is this guy planning to kill Kimimaro and Yakushi Kabuto afterward? But Orochimaru obediently took a copy of Kimimaro's cells and Yakushi Kabuto's cells, along with some of the biological cells of 10 powerful ninjas he collected in the ninja world in the past. All to the night, God Ryosuke. Orochimaru just wanted to send this evil star away quickly. As for cooperation or not, let's talk about it next time. After all, now, he's not sure if Sasuke will volunteer to come his side. If Sasuke volunteered to come over, then he doesn't have to bother working with this damn Uchiha Minami in front of him. Something in hand. Knight God Ryosuke was also satisfied with 033 and put it away. Orochimaru, happy cooperation. Yagami Ryosuke said with a laugh. However, Orochimaru in front of him couldn't laugh. The guy in front of him seemed like a robber, and he snatched a lot of good things from him abruptly. But he didn't dare not give it. This makes Orochimaru very frustrated. Get out of here. Lousy never wants to see you again. Orochimaru thought viciously in his heart. Exit Odanin Village in Orochimaru. Knight God Ryosuke was originally going to return to Konoha directly with Flying Thunder God technique. But at this moment, the Kagura mind he got from Xiong Rin's entry suddenly sensed the appearance of a familiar chakra underground. This made Knight God Ryosuke change his mind instantly. Absolutely. Is he after me? Or is he here for Orochimaru? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Black-White Zetsu's ability is really suitable for spying on intelligence. Therefore, there are few things in the ninja world that he doesn't know about him, including Orochimaru's hiding place. In fact, it is absolutely clear. Even Pen knows where Orochimaru is hiding. But why hasn't the Akatsuki organization settled with Orochimaru? On the one hand, Orochimaru's life-saving ability is too strong. It is easy to defeat him, but it is difficult to kill him. On the other hand, It is also because Orochimaru has not leaked any information about the Akatsuki organization, and he is quite sensible, and Pain always thinks that Orochimaru may be useful in the future. That's why they never sent anyone to liquidate Orochimaru's betrayal of the Akatsuki organization. To be honest, with Orochimaru's ability to offend people, he can live to this day and even continue to live in the future. This is enough to show how powerful this guy's life-saving ability is. In a ninja world, strong ninjas may not necessarily live longer, but a ninja with strong life-saving ability will definitely live for a long time. Night God Ryosuke found that Chakra was still hanging far behind him after he left Odanin village for a certain distance, so he knew that he was definitely not looking for Orochimaru. Instead, I'm focusing on his identity as Uchiha Face Numb. Just don't know what the purpose is? Are you planning to absorb him into the Akatsuki organization? Or ready to tackle his unstable factor? But Night God Ryosuke thinks that the possibility of the latter is very small, and the possibility of the former may be high. After all, the Akatsuki organization has not yet officially started collecting tailed beasts, and it is still in a dormant stage, and the existence of the Night God Ryosuke has not shown any threat to the Akatsuki organization. With Pain and Uchiha Obito behind him, there's no reason to shoot him. If you intend to absorb me into Zhao's organization, it seems that it is not impossible. Night God Ryosuke suddenly thought of a good idea. With his identity as Night God Ryosuke, he doesn't intend to let him do anything in the ninja world. It is enough to stay in Konoha peacefully to be Konoha's Dinghei Shinsen. But the original intention of Yagami Ryosuke to create the identity of Uchiha Myanmar is to make it easier for him to do things in the ninja world, but it will not affect the identity of Yagami Ryosuke. So, in terms of the ability to do things in the ninja world, which organization can compare with Akatsuki? Moreover, the next few years will be the most glorious and brightest years for the Akatsuki organization. Wait until the Tailed Beast Capture program begins. The Akatsuki organization will go to the major ninja villages to catch tailed beasts. While they were catching tailed beasts, Night God Ryosuke was going to collect the biological pheromones of those strong ninjas. There is no conflict between the two parties. Totally possible to work with. In addition, Night God Ryosuke has been thinking about Rinnegan for quite a long time. Although he's not sure if he transforms a talent entry from Uzumaki Nagato, can he get Nagato's pair of Rinnegan? After all, that thing actually belonged to Uchiha Madara. Nagato is only a temporary user. B. What if? No more. Nagato's strength is beyond Kaga level. Even if you can't get a pair of Rinnegans, isn't it a good thing to add a golden talent entry for yourself? So, in terms of emotion and reason, joining the Akatsuki organization will not do any harm to Night God Ryosuke. Anyway, he joined Akatsuki as Uchiha Minma. At that time, it will naturally have nothing to do with his identity as Night God Ryosuke. Now it's up to Pain to see if he has this idea. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. After leaving Odanin village for some distance, Yagami Ryosuke stopped suddenly. The friend behind, you've been with me for so long. Don't you plan to come out and meet? He suddenly said without looking back. Behind him, hiding in the ground, followed Uchiha's numb face all the way. At this time, he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard that the other party revealed his existence. You know, his mayfly technique can cut off all the breath on his body during the activation. No one had ever spotted him before. Wherever he went, including Ninja Village and the 5 Great Nations, no one noticed his existence. But this time, he was discovered by this guy who called himself Uchiha Minami. This surprised absolutely. Could it be his Mangekyo pupil technique? Do not guess. But, now that it has been discovered, Jute didn't continue to hide, and just got out of the ground and appeared in front of the other party. Hello, Uchiha, you could be great. Absolutely said after appearing. Ju. Yishun Ryosuke looked at Ju, who was like a pitcher plant in front of him, and then asked indifferently, Okay, Mr. Ju, I don't know if you've been following me all the way. What advice do you have? I don't know if you have ever heard of Akatsuki. Never answer questions. Shao. Yishan Ryosuke heard the words and said, "Is that the mercenary-like rebellious ninja organization?" "That's right, but Akatsuki is not just that simple." Never said. "So Mr. Ju is also a member of the Akatsuki organization?" Night God Ryosuke looked at him with sharp eyes. "Yes, my code name in the organization is Xuanwu." Ju said, "Sir, you haven't joined any organization yet, have you?" Night God Ryosuke shook his head. "No. You want to invite me to join your organization? It's not me who invites you, but him." Saying so, he looked to one side. Immediately, the space at that position suddenly twisted. Then a man wearing a Uzumaki mask appeared out of nowhere. Uchiha Bido. Night God Ryosuke thought it was Pain who asked Ju to invite him. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Uchiha took this guy to F***K. Is it because my avatar is also surnamed Uchiha? He thought. The descendants of the Uchiha clan, famous Uchiha. As soon as Brother Tuzi appeared on the stage, he announced his identity with extraordinary momentum. In the end, after waiting for a while, but did not receive the expected response, I couldn't help but frown. What's the matter with this kid? Uchiha Bido thought wonderingly. Whether you believe it or doubt it, you should give me some feedback. Why is there no reaction at all? Aren't you surprised to see the ancestors of your Uchiha clan? The person on the side probably didn't want to embarrass Abito too much, so he took the initiative to ask instead of Abito. Why should I be surprised? Night God Ryosuke looked at the two of them indifferently. Uchiha is the ancestor of the Konoha Uchiha clan. What? Uchiha Bido. What he said was so reasonable that I was speechless. The two were silent for a while, probably because they didn't expect such a reaction from the other party, so they didn't know how to continue some of the words they had planned. But, at any rate, this is not the first time that Abito came out to bluff and deceive. Although Abito was very speechless and Uchiha had a numb attitude, he still quickly cleared up his mood and explained his reason for coming. Young Uchiha, you should have figured out, Abito said, pretending to be mysterious. Find what? Night God Ryosuke asked him. Are your eyes getting blurry? Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but its side effects are just as scary. If you continue to use it without restraint, one day in the future you will eventually lose these eyes and completely lose your light. Abito said in a bewitching tone. So, Yagami Ryosuke looked at him. What are you going to do? Help me change my eyes? No. Abito shook his head and said, I can help you evolve your eyes. Ordinary Mangekyo can only maintain permanent light if they evolve to the higher level Eternal Mangekyo, and your pupil power will far exceed the current one. More powerful. Then what will I pay for it? Night God Ryosuke asked calmly. Young Uchiha, you are very calm. I hope you will always keep this calm in the future. Abito, the deputy admired his appearance very much. Next, I will let you join the Akatsuki organization. Your task is very simple. That is, to monitor Pain, the titular leader of the Akatsuki organization for me. In name? In other words, you are actually the real leader behind the Shao organization. Yishan Ryosuke looked at the Tuzi brother, who was already fully involved in the play, and said, That's right. The Akatsuki organization is an organization I created to bring real and lasting peace to the ninja world. But I'm too old, and I can't devote so much energy to take care of this organization. So, I chose Pain as the leader of Shao Organization 1.3 on the surface so that he came to fulfill this dream in my place. But I don't trust Pain. In order to realize my dream, I need a trustworthy person to monitor him and report his situation to me at any time. So you found me? Night God Ryosuke said. Abito nodded. You and I are the same clan. Compared with outsiders, I am more willing to trust my clansmen. Of course, Uchiha, won't ask you to beg for help. As long as you agree to help me spy on Pain, I'll tell you how to evolve Mangekyo into an eternal square flower tube after it's done. Law. At the same time, during this period, I can provide you with white Zetsu cells so that your eyes will not go blind so quickly. Abito's purpose is very simple. He doesn't trust Nagato and Konan, so he needs to place his own people beside them, who can monitor their actions anytime and anywhere. He had already placed a dried persimmon ghost in it before, but Kisame is too honest. However, Nagato also arranged for him a teammate like Uchiha Itachi, which made Obito a little passive. At this time, he heard that during Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, a Uchiha tribe with a Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. At present, Hokage is easily controlled by illusion. So Obito had an idea. That is to invite this junior Uchiha to join the Akatsuki organization and let him become his second eyeliner in the Akatsuki organization. As for how to convince the other party, this is so easy. The other party is Uchiha, who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And since that is the case, it is only necessary to help him open the Eternal Mangekyo as a condition. Obito does not believe that the other party will not be moved. After all, no Uchiha who has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan can resist the temptation to own a pair of Eternal Mangekyo. Certainly, Obito actually doesn't have the ability to help the opponent evolve eyes. If he really had this ability, he would have evolved his eyes long ago. Why bother to rely on white Zetsu cells? So, Obito is actually drawing a big pie for the other party that will never be eaten. But the other party didn't know about it. At that time, he only needs to give the opponent a little white Zetsu cells regularly to maintain the daily consumption of the opponent's pair of Mangekyo, and he can continue to PR*SD***Uda this useful tool for nothing. Obito believes that Uchiha, who can open Mangekyo, will not be an honest person like Hoshigaki Kisame. The best way to deal with such a cunning guy is to clarify the stakes with the other party. Directly lure it with profit. In order to maintain the cooperative relationship between each other. Certainly, Obito's real goal is to PR**SD***Uda the other party's labor force. But on the bright side, it is still necessary to pretend that they are cooperating so as not to be seen through by the other party. Ow! Young Uchiha, tell me your answer. After explaining the stakes, Obito stared at Uchiha with one eye. Eternal Mangekyo. Night God Ryosuke pretended to be pondering, nodded after a moment, and said, Yes, if you can ensure that you can do what you say, then we can cooperate. Relax. Uchiha Madara, don't bother to deceive a junior. Obito said lightly. He is Uchiha Madara now. Will a dignified Uchiha Madara draw a big cake for others in order to deceive a tool person? He will not. Uchiha Madara. Who said I can't? Okay. Let me believe what you said. Night God Ryosuke stared at this U-14 Jubal Madara, although he knew very well in his heart that this guy was a counterfeit, Uchiha Obito pretending to be it. And there's also absolutely no way for Uchiha Obito to evolve an ordinary Mangekyo into an Eternal Mangekyo. He must know the method, but no one do but 2 yards. Obviously, Obito does not have this ability. He's just Ryosuke, the Kataya god. But isn't Night God Ryosuke also lying to him? 2 people are cheating each other and taking advantage of each other. One pretends to be Uchiha Madara. One simply fabricated the identity of Uchiha Noodles. One pretends that he can help awaken the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. One is pretending not to know the truth, deliberately pretending to be deceived. Actually, both of them have their own calculations in their hearts. It's just that Uchiha Obito's calculations, Yagami Ryosuke's heart is clear, and Night God Ryosuke's calculation, Uchiha Obito knows nothing about it. So, the one who is really deceived is actually the one who seems to be cheating. Sometimes this world is like this. You go to deceive people, but you don't realize that you are the one who was deceived, and you're still complacent after the end, thinking how wise you are and how stupid the other party is. But maybe until the last moment, you couldn't figure out when you were seen through. How did you get cheated? Anyway, at this moment, Obito felt that he was too smart. This does not. He just made a slight move and easily tricked him into a useful tool man. What is it called? This is called wisdom. So, as a ninja in the new era, you can't always just know how to fight and kill. Sometimes you have to learn to use your brain. These days, ninjas who only know how to fight and kill can no longer keep up with this era. What is that white Zetsu cell you just mentioned? Night God Ryosuke asked at this time. That is a special cell that I have developed, which can offset some of Mangekyo's side effects. But it is a consumable, and it is not a long-term solution to use a little less. Obito explained that he was also worried that this Uchiha noodles would be too dependent on white Zetsu cells, and deliberately said that this thing is not a long-term solution. The purpose is to allow the other party to continue to maintain the expectation of eternal Mangekyo, instead of wallowing in the effects of white Zetsu cells. Like him, unable to extricate himself. You take this white Zetsu cell first, and I'll give you a new one after it's used up. At this time, Obito asked Ju to take out a white Zetsu cell that he had prepared a long time ago, and handed it to Night God Ryosuke. He doesn't have many white Zetsu cells. No matter how good the transplant is, he can use it 5 or 6 times at most. The reason why I don't give more is to better control the Uchiha noodles. Hold it firmly in your hand, lest this guy's wings become stiff and disobedient. How do I use this thing? Night God Ryosuke took the sealed scroll from Ju, and what was sealed inside was a jar of white Zetsu cells. It can be transplanted to the body. Any position can be used. Obito said, since you have agreed to cooperate with me, then I will arrange for Ju to invite you into Zhao's organization. In the future, if you have anything to do, you can contact Ju directly. If I need you to do anything, I will take the initiative to come to you. Remember, act like you've never seen me in front of other people. Obito warned carefully, for fear that Uchiha Myanmar would accidentally mess up his plan, although he also has a remedy. But that would be very troublesome. The key is, Nagato's side will definitely be more suspicious of him. This is something Obito doesn't want to see. Don't worry, I'll take advantage of you, and I'll definitely do things well. Night God Ryosuke nodded, and then put away the seal scroll in his hand. The next thing, you can discuss it with Ju. Seeing that the matter has been negotiated, Obito slowly disappeared in front of the two of them. Just like when he came, appearing out of thin air, disappearing out of thin air, gives a sense of mystery. But for Ryosuke, the night god who knows his details, this kind of behavior of Naoshi only makes him feel a little funny. If it wasn't for absolutely still watching, Yagami Ryosuke might not be able to hold back the laughter right now. How good at pretending, Uchiha Obito! Ben asked me to discuss with you next. Tell me, what should I do next? Yishan Ryosuke secretly laughed a few times, and then pretended to be serious and looked at Ju when beside him. It's very simple. You can find a time to show up in 2 days. Then I will bring people from the Shao organization to invite you to join, and there may be an assessment process at that time. Just show your strength a little. Never said, okay, I'll pretend I haven't seen you when the time comes. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Isn't it acting? Who wouldn't? On this trip, Night God Ryosuke originally wanted to get from Orochimaru the previously agreed scroll of impure world reincarnation. And by the way, get some biological cells from Orochimaru who used to be strong in the ninja world as impure world reincarnation medium to use. After all, if Night God Ryosuke collects this stuff slowly, he doesn't even know where to start. And the corpses of many past strong men have been dug up by Orochimaru. Even if you find the tomb, it's empty. It can only be a waste of time. Therefore, it's better to just grab a ready-made one from Orochimaru. Anyway, Orochimaru is warm and generous, and is eager to send all the materials he has collected to Ryosuke, the night god. What? You say Orochimaru was forced? Nonsense. That is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a good father, mother. In the ninja world, he must be voluntary. How could it be forced? But even Ryosuke, the night god, didn't expect that Uchiha Obito would find him, and also pretending to be Uchiha Madara in front of him. Invite him to join the Shao organization because Jin-neiing. This fell right into the arms of Ryosuke, the night god. He had planned to go to Cloud Shinobi Village some time ago to collect the biological pheromones of other members of the Akatsuki organization. Originally, Night God Ryosuke's idea was to directly enter. At that time, he will drive a Gundam and directly suppress a village by himself. Even if Uzumaki Nagato wants to fight him desperately, Night God Ryosuke is not afraid at all. Not to mention that the current Nagato is just a disabled Nagato. Even Nagato in the impure world reincarnation state, Night God Ryosuke can defeat him with one hand. However, now that he has received the invitation in advance, Yagami Ryosuke doesn't need to be so violent. When the time comes, you will become your own person, and you will find an excuse to compete or something. I believe that with the rebellious character of those people in Ishiao's organization, they will definitely not refuse. The only one that is a bit more troublesome is Nagato. This guy has been hiding in the depths of Rain Shinobi Village all year round, except for Conan. Only Uchiha Obito and Jun know where he is hiding. As for Pen's 6 paths, that's just 6 puppets. It's useless for Night God Ryosuke. It's time to find an excuse to get close to Nagato and get a piece of his hair. If you just get a hair, it's not too difficult. With the means of Night God Ryosuke, it is not difficult to perceive Nagato's position as long as he arrives at Rain Shinobi Village. At that time, relying on his illusion ability, coupled with the weakening effect of the invisible person entry on the sense of existence, it would not be too difficult to approach Nagato silently and get one of his hairs. With a little care, you won't go wrong. In fact, the most troublesome guy is Uchiha Obito. When he met Night God Ryosuke before, he found that Obito is really afraid of death. Obviously, Ryosuke, the Night God, has appeared as Uchiha Noodles a handful of times, and the strength he has shown is not too terrible. At least he has shown his own Susanoo in front of Tsunade. Other people don't know the true strength of Uchiha's identity for the time being. He probably didn't know this either. So, in Obito's eyes, Uchiha Minma is a Kaga-level Uchiha Jr. But even so, when Obito saw him, he still cautiously appeared in a hollow state. 953, although he seemed to be standing in front of him at that time. But in fact, he has been in a hollow state. Ryosuke, who has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, still has a keen sense of space. So he immediately discovered that Obito does not really exist in the real space. Otherwise, at that time, Night God Ryosuke also had to try. Test what Obito can do. See if I can get a drop of his blood or some other biopheromone. This guy is too much. If he really wants to hide and not show up, even Yagami Ryosuke has nothing to do with him. Unless the Night God Ryosuke plundered the Sharingan's Pupil technique on Kakashi first. Then he could connect to the Kamui space. That way, Obito has nowhere to hide. However, the cooldown of the plundering ability is not over yet, and it will take a while before it can be used. Take your time, there is still plenty of time anyway, don't rush. Night God Ryosuke said in his heart, and then took out a drop of Kimamaru's blood that he got from Orochimaru today. System transformed this drop of blood. Ding! Converted successfully. The drop of blood from Kimamaru on his hand disappeared. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Night God Ryosuke's mind. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Deadbone Pulse's Swan Song Blue. As expected, the entry transformed from Nemuro is blue. Not purple. That's normal, because Kimamaru died too early. When he died, his strength did not reach Kaga level. So the entry is blue, no problem. Now the main thing to look at is whether the attribute of his entry is good or not. Is there a blood succession that comes with Deadbone Pulse? If so, then Night God Ryosuke wouldn't mind putting 1,000 experience points into it to raise it to the purple level. Deadbone Pulse's Swan Song. Blue, you're the last Deadbone Pulse owner in the ninja world. When you die, it also means that Deadbone Pulse has completely disappeared from the ninja world. You also have the strongest Deadbone Pulse of the Hui Uruchi clan. Deadbone Pulse power plus 50%. Physical fitness plus 50%. Attached. Deadbone Pulse. Good entry, worth upgrading. Yagami Ryosuke saw the attributes of this entry, and Tianfen was satisfied. So without hesitation, he swiped 1,000 experience points and upgraded this entry to the purple level. And the Deadbone Pulse's Swan Song entry, which has been upgraded to the purple level, has also greatly improved its attributes. Deadbone Pulse's Swan Song. Purple, you're the last Deadbone Pulse owner in the ninja world. When you die, It also means that Dead Bone Pulse has completely disappeared from the ninja world. As the last swan song of Dead Bone Pulse, you also have the strongest Dead Bone Pulse of the Uchiha clan. Dead Bone Pulse power plus 400%. Physical fitness plus 400%. Attached, Dead Bone Pulse. After the upgrade of Dead Bone Pulse's Swan Song entry, the attribute has directly increased from the original 50% bonus to 400%, an 8-fold increase. Such a purple entry, although it is not as strong as the previous Ninja Real Man entry. But among the many purple entries owned by Yishin Ryosuke, it is already considered a boutique entry, not to be underestimated. And another 400% increase in physical fitness. Let Yishin Ryosuke's physical strength become more and more titanium. If this continues to improve, Night God Ryosuke is very doubtful whether his body will be able to hurt anyone in this ninja world in the future. At that time, Otsutsuki Kagaya can only scrape Night God Ryosuke for a total killing of ashes. That's great. However, this is what Night God Ryosuke wanted. As long as the blood bar is thick enough, I can completely ignore no matter how powerful the attack is. Even if I stand up and let you hit me, you won't be able to hurt a hair of my hair. Of course, Yishin Ryosuke still has a long way to go before this step. It is not a problem to block a few shots of S-level ninjutsu, but if it is an attack like Shindun, then even Ryosuke's current physical strength may not be able to handle it. So, still have to keep working hard. Ninja method, 10-finger piercing. In the forest, Night God Ryosuke opened his hands and 10 fingers, and instantly the phalanxes of the 10 fingers flew out like bullets. After piercing through the big trees in front of him, they pierced through the mountain wall behind with unabated momentum. Is to stop. The effect is not bad. Yagami Ryosuke nodded slightly. The effect of finger piercing is much stronger in his hands than in Kimimura's. But compared with his other ninjutsu, to be honest, the effect is a bit average. However, the biggest benefit of Dead Bone Pulse to Night God Ryosuke is not actually some offensive ninjutsu brought by Blood Successor. After all, in terms of powerful ninjutsu, Yagami Ryo does not lack at all. Because the ninjutsu of Blood Succession Limit does not enjoy the relationship of the normal ninjutsu power bonus entry, its effect may not be as powerful as ordinary ninjutsu in the hands of Night God Ryosuke. But a passive effect of corpse quality is to increase the strength of one's own bones. This is very useful for Night God Ryosuke. His physicality is strong in its own right. Now with the blessing of Dead Bone Pulse, the bones of Night God Ryosuke have far exceeded the strength of some alloys. Not only has the effect of high temperature and low temperature resistance. At the same time, in the face of small-scale, high-intensity blows, it also has a strong resistance. And Dead Bone Pulse owner's bones can be infinitely regenerated. This regeneration can be spawned indefinitely by consuming chakra. That is to say, even if Night God Ryosuke pulled out all the bones in his body, he can regenerate a complete skeleton in an instant by consuming chakra. This ability is very powerful. Even with the current recovery ability of Night God Ryosuke, it is impossible to regenerate the bones of the whole body in an instant. At most, it will regenerate piece by piece, and the speed will be slower. Not so fast. Moreover, the bones in some important parts are more difficult to regenerate, like a skull. But now, this is no longer a problem. Even if it is a skull, Night God Ryosuke can now instantly regenerate it. All that needs to be paid is just some chakra. It just so happens that what Ryosuke needs most is chakra. Next day, Night God Ryosuke transformed the biopheromone obtained from Yakushi Kabuto. Another blue talent entry was obtained. Yakushi Kabuto is a very important role in the Fourth Ninja World War. Night God Ryosuke is actually quite looking forward to the entries transformed from him. After all, Yakushi Kabuto could summon an entire impure world reincarnation army during the Fourth Ninja World War. And he also inherited the legacy of Orochimaru, and even learned the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave. This is something not even Orochimaru has learned. Certainly, that's not to say that Yakushi Kabuto is better than Orochimaru. It's just that Orochimaru's legacy to Yakushi Kabuto is too rich. So much so that after Yakushi Kabuto ate these inheritances, he became a fat man in one breath. The late Yakushi Kabuto definitely has Kaga-level combat power. Therefore, the talent entries transformed from him are also purple level, not blue. However, regarding the attributes of the entry, Yagami Ryosuke was somewhat disappointed. He was also expecting to convert from Yakushi Kabuto to a talent entry with reanimation jutsu. However, the actual situation is that Yakushi Kabuto's entries only have bonuses on numerical attributes, without any incidental content. The Spy Without Ego, purple, medical ninjutsu effect plus 350%, camouflage ability plus 350%. This entry of Yakushi Kabuto can only be said to be the bottom of many purple entries. The attribute value is not high. The attribute type itself is also unsatisfactory, but it cannot be said that it is completely useless. So barely get rid of the end of the bottom. But if you want to say good things, it's really not enough. Compared with the entry of Deadbone Pulse's Swan Song, which has been upgraded to the purple level, is far worse. Not to mention comparing it with purple entries like True Ninja Man. That is one heaven and one earth. Not a class at all. However, although Yakushi Kabuto's entry was stretched, Night God Ryosuke still equipped it. Anyway, it can also increase the effect of medical ninjutsu. It just so happens that Night God Ryosuke is also studying medical ninjutsu during this period. He has 20 shadow clones dedicated to the study of medical ninjutsu. Currently, Night God Ryosuke has mastered 4 or 5 medical ninjutsu, including healing jutsu. Surgery. In this aspect of attainment, it seems to have surpassed most medical ninjas, let alone Chunin. Even some jonin who follow the medical ninjutsu route have been equaled or even surpassed by Night God Ryosuke in this area. The third day after returning from Inin village, Night God Ryosuke converted a small part of white Zetsu cells into a talent entry in the morning. White Zetsu cells are cloned cells from 100,000 white Zetsu. Therefore, in the judgment of the system, the source of these biological pheromones is white Zetsu. As for which white Zetsu? Anyway, it won't be the nonsensical white Zetsu of a Fae. Other white Zetsu are similar. Only a Fae is a special one. To the surprise of Yishun Ryosuke, the talent entry transformed from white Zetsu cells was also purple. To be honest, this Night God Ryosuke really didn't understand what was going on. Logically speaking, white Zetsu's strength is rubbish. 100,000 white Zetsu is actually just cannon fodder. Although it is said that Otsutsuki Kagaya's original intention of creating white Zetsu was to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, but Otsutsuki Kagaya wanted to create more than 100,000 white Zetsu. Her goal was to transform all humans in the ninja world into white Zetsu. How many ninjas are there in total? Let's put it this way. The population of the Fire Nation alone exceeds several million, and the population of the entire ninja world is at least tens of millions. Imagine what an army of tens of millions of white Zetsu would look like. And the 100,000 white Zetsu can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. If the white Zetsu is under the control of Otsutsuki Kagaya, it will be the real finished product. At that time, the strength of the white Zetsu will be much stronger than the current 100,000 white Zetsu. According to the judgment of Night God Ryosuke, if 100,000 white Zetsu is taken out alone, its combat power is at most between that of Chunin and Jonin. This is the case after calculating their weird latent ability. Certainly, if white Zetsu changes into someone you are familiar with, and you're not vigilant, and you're killed by a sneak attack, that situation is another matter. Night God Ryosuke is now talking about the level of hard power. Therefore, previously, Yishun Ryosuke judged that the talent entry that white Zetsu cells can transform should be blue, maybe even green. But he never thought that white Zetsu's cell transformation talent entry would be purple. And The properties are pretty good. Ninja World's strongest disguise master. Purple, you are the Ninja World's strongest disguise master. No one can see through your disguise. Aura concealment effect plus 400%. Body art power plus 400% in camouflage state. Attached. Pretending technique. The attributes of the two numeric types, and both of them are 400% of the value, are relatively excellent. And both of its properties are useful. The stealth effect may be huge, but at least it is a completely useless attribute. Needless to say, the attribute of physical power plus 400% in the camouflage state. Attributes that increase the power of physical skills are good attributes. As for this precondition, that's so easy. Isn't it just a disguise? It's not enough to mess around casually. And this entry also comes with an ability. Pretend to be a technique. This is an ability that White Zetsu is good at. White Zetsu has 3 signature abilities. One is the Mayfly technique. It is the ability that is most often used to inquire about intelligence. It can move freely among the vegetation, trees, mountains, and rocks, making it difficult for people to find his existence. The other is the Spore technique. White Zetsu can plant spores on the target. When the spores are activated, they will become a white collision object similar to White Zetsu. Wrap the target in it, and absorb the target's chakra. It is a relatively difficult ability, mainly because the spores are difficult to detect before they are activated. Concealment is very strong, and the third one is the difficulty of pretending attached to this entry. As the name suggests, it is the ability to pretend to be someone else. White Zetsu can disguise himself as the opponent by absorbing the target chakra. This kind of camouflage is much better than transformation technique and the like. As far as is known, no one can see through this disguise. At least in terms of breath and appearance, they can all pretend to be exactly the same. Unless you have a keen intuition, or you have some special tacit understanding with the other party, or there is some kind of relationship that White Zetsu doesn't know about. Maybe exposed due to insufficient information. Exposed himself. But it's not that you can't pretend to be a technique, but that you haven't collected enough information yourself. And this ability, White Zetsu, is generally used when sneaking into a secret area, such as pretending to be a ninja guarding a secret area. In this kind of working environment, generally they won't get to the bottom of it and ask you some things. If it's an assassination or something, it's even easier. It can be said, this pretending technique is the most brilliant disguise ability in the ninja world. Cooperating with the entry attribute of the camouflage state, Qian Wang's. Lower body skill power plus 400% in the front. It complements each other perfectly. And by pretending to be a technique, Yagami Ryosuke can better pretend to be Uchiha Myanmar. Although there is no real Uchiha Myanmar in the ninja world, but pretending to be a technique can also simulate other types of aura. It is also very easy to pretend to be a fabricated character out of thin air. Simple things, if, with style transformation technique, may still be seen through. Then White Zetsu pretending to be technique is really foolproof and flawless. After all, the only time you can get caught impersonating a technique is if you meet someone who is particularly familiar with the person you're impersonating. Through some language, behavior, and subtle small movements and the like, it may be discovered. But the identity of Uchiha Myanmar was completely fabricated by Night God Ryosuke. There is no such person at all who will see through him. So, even Uzumaki Nagato with Rinnegan and a deep-minded guy like Uchiha Itachi, it is absolutely impossible to see any flaws in Uchiha Facehand pretended by Night God Ryosuke. Come, in this way, Night God Ryosuke doesn't have to worry about his identity being seen through. From now on, Uchiha Myanmar will be Uchiha Myanmar, and Yagami Ryosuke will be Yagami Ryosuke. The two parties know each other, but it is just a cooperative relationship, not the same person. Night God Ryosuke intends to completely separate the two identities. After, when he was pretending to be Uchiha, he completely blended into this role to de-emphasize. You can't bring some of your original habits and the like. Avoid being seen by some careful people. What does Uchiha Mima have to do with my knight, God Ryosuke? When Yagami Ryosuke thinks that he will do things everywhere in the ninja world with the identity of Uchiha Menma and provoke a lot of enemies, even Konoha's people may regard his identity as a thorn in their flesh. Think about those people who are itching for Uchiha noodles, only to have the real Uchiha noodles standing next to them without realizing it. He couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Am I a little too mean? But what does it matter if a man is a little bit worse? Besides, the bad thing is Uchiha's facial numbness. What does it have to do with my knight, God Ryosuke? My knight God, Ryosuke, is Konoha's Dinghei Shinsen, and I came from a good man. Yagami Ryosuke smiled, then looked at the time and felt that it was almost the same, so he left a wood clone of himself in the training ground. His true self just pretended to be a technique and changed a completely different appearance from himself, and then put on Uchiha's iconic costume with a numb face and put on the white mask. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly disappeared into the original land. In a forest, Uchiha's numb figure appeared in a tree. In the future, when pretending to be Uchiha Noodles, call the protagonist directly Uchiha Noodles. When I appear as Uchiha Myanmar in the future, I will try to avoid using the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, this is a time-space ninjutsu learned by the identity of Ryosuke, the Night God. With the special nature of the Flying Thunder God technique, if two people who have learned it at the same time appear at once, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not be suspected. So, the identity of Uchiha Myanmar is best set so that he does not have the Flying Thunder God technique. In Night God Ryosuke's vision, the identity of Uchiha Myanmar mainly uses Sharingan and various blood succession abilities as a fighting method. As for the identity of Night God Ryosuke, these bloodline abilities and Sharingan abilities cannot be used. Certainly, it can also be used sneakily. Anyway, when his Sharingan and Baiyin are used at the same time, there will be no change in his eyes. But the iconic Pupil technique, Susanoo, etc., cannot be used. The identity of Yishun Ryosuke, the main means are Flying Thunder God technique, 5 elements ninjutsu, and wood style. You can also show it later and create a character with Senju blood. 837-1 Senju, 10 Bud Jibwa. No one will treat these two people as the same person if they're killed, right? In addition, the ability of the Shadow Devouring Sword, as well as the abilities attached to some entries, can be used. The main thing is actually the iconic ability of Sharingan, as well as other bloodline limited abilities such as Ice Escape. In this way, the abilities of his two identities are distinguished. Unless Night God Ryosuke himself takes the initiative to expose. Otherwise, no one would associate the two of them together. We'll do that from now on. Chuanko Town. This is a small town near the junction of Fire Country and Kawa Country. Chuanko Town has a small population, but it is very developed. Because it is at the intersection of the two countries, merchants from different countries will pass here, and some product from different countries will be sold again from time to time. Some businessmen also like Zaikwanguchi Town for handover. Therefore, this small town with a small population appears unusually prosperous. Jingle, jingle. In the morning, on the main street of the town, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization wearing bamboo hats were strolling. Haiden, can you please be quiet? Kakuzu has endured it for a long time. He couldn't stand it when he looked at Haiden, who was jumping up and down from time to time. Even if this guy has just put on a new body, it has been more than a month, so why are you still so excited? The freshness hasn't passed yet. Uncle Kakuzu, look how light my body is. Haiden jumped lightly with a smile and landed directly on the roof of a nearby house, then flew forward quickly for a certain distance, and then turned back again. Repeated this several times, Kakuzu couldn't take it anymore, so he just closed his eyes, trying to keep out of sight and out of mind. And Haiden, who had just got his new body for more than a month, completely ignored Kakuzu's impatience and excitement at this time, and continued to laugh and laugh, jumping up and down, adapting to this body that was really stronger than his previous one. Half an hour later, the two walked out of Chuanko Town, and just after walking out of the gate of the town, A head that looked like a pitcher plant suddenly emerged from a tree in front of them. Absolutely. Can you stop appearing suddenly all the time? It will scare people to death. Haydn was about to jump over it just now, but was taken aback by the sudden appearance and almost fell to the ground. The leader has a task for you. Absolutely ignored Haydn's complaints and directly issued the order of the leader of pain to the two. What is the task? Just give it to Master Haydn, and it will be done beautifully. When Haydn heard that there was a mission, he ran over excitedly and asked, Haydn, please be quiet. Kakuzu gave this guy a fierce look and then looked at Ju in front of him with a questioning look. Our organization intends to recruit a new member to replace Orochimaru's previous position. The leader wants you to investigate this new member and see if he is eligible to join us. He quickly told the two of the tasks assigned by Pain. But in fact, this target person was recommended by him. But Pain did have the idea of adding members of the Akatsuki organization. After all, Orochimaru's empty Chin ring has never been inherited. This means that their organization has always had one less person. Replace Orochimaru's empty position. Kakuzu frowned and said, Why did you entrust this task to us? I think Suzaku and Nandu are quite empty, so why not let them go? Kakuzu only wants to make money. If he performs this kind of recruiting task, it will definitely take up his time to make money. With that time, he can complete several reward tasks in the underground black market. So, Kakuzu is not too happy to accept this task. This is an order from the leader, and the target is very close to you, so it won't take you much time. Ju said lightly, directly threatening Kakuzu with the leader Pain, and at the same time explained that the reason why this task was given to them was because the target was the closest to them. No other meaning. Forget it. Hurry up and tell me the location of the target. Kakuzu had no choice but to accept the task when he saw that the leader had moved out. Fortunately, the target is not far from them. That shouldn't waste much time. As for the target being brought back to the Akatsuki organization base in Rain Shinobi Village after passing the assessment, Kakuzu didn't have time for this kind of thing. When the time comes, just ask Ju to take the other party there. The target is at this position. Hurry up and go there. Ju handed over a coordinate to the two of them, then got back into the big tree and disappeared. Hurry up, speed up with us. Haydn shouted excitedly. It could be seen that he was really suffocated during this period of time. That's why I'm so motivated to complete this task. To put it bluntly, I just can't wait to use this new body to fight other ninja powerhouses. Haydn, it's time for you to inspect the newcomers. Kakuzu saw that Haydn was so active, so he simply gave Kaosuo's task to him. As for himself, of course, save your strength to complete the next reward task. Investigate newcomers? Beef? Is there any money for it? If not, why waste effort? In a valley 5 or 6 kilometers away from Chuanko town, Uchiha Myanmar is sitting in a clearing by a river grilling fish. The flame-grilled fish is sizzling and oily. The oil dripped on the fire, which made the fire burn more vigorously. At this time, Uchiha's numb ears moved, and he turned his head to look somewhere in the woods. Brush! A figure rushed out of the woods at an extremely fast speed and landed not far from him. Are you that rookie? Let Mr. Haydn try your strength. Haydn laughed and waved his sickle and slashed at Uchiha noodles who were grilling fish at an extremely fast speed. Just the next second, with Haydn's side down, the target in front of him turned into foam all over the sky. Haydn watched this scene in surprise. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Look down. A palm shining with lightning had already pierced his chest, directly crushing his heart. I was killed. Haydn was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. Is this the strength of a rookie? What was that just now? Illusion? The other side. Kakuzu, standing at the edge of the forest, was also speechless, looking at Haydn, who rushed forward foolishly, and then was given a second move by the opponent. You idiot. Don't you know that the newcomer is from the Uchiha clan? It's so embarrassing to rush forward so stupidly. Kakuzu originally expected that Haydn, who had changed his body, would become a little smarter than he used to be, but now it seems that as long as Haydn's brain has not been changed, that it is really impossible to make him smarter. But this injury is nothing to Haydn. Don't look at his heart was blown. But for Haydn, who has an immortal body, a mere heart blown is nothing. Brush. Haydn, whose heart was blown, reacted immediately after a brief moment of stupefaction and waved his sickle directly, and the wolf slashed at Uchiha behind him, his face numb. Then his action has long been seen through by Uchiha's facial numbness. Before the sickle was cut, he had disappeared. Next second, fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters struck Haydn. Where did Haydn see such a big great fireball? He was so frightened that he yelled and dodged quickly. Boom! The bang of the explosion startled a flock of birds in the distance. Although Haydn ran very fast, he still underestimated the scope of this possible great fireball's explosion. One arm was blown to pieces by the explosion. If this were left in the past, he could only find another arm now, and let Kakuzu sew it up for him. But now, Haydn, who had changed into a new body, screamed in pain, but at the fracture of his broken arm, there were countless granulation sprouts growing wildly. Visible to the naked eye, a new arm is growing back. Such a strong fire style. Kakuzu looked at the scene just now in surprise. He knows the great fireball technique, the fire style ninjutsu that the Konoha Uchiha clan is good at. But the level of ninjutsu is only sea level. The difficulty of learning is low, and the upper limit is not high. He had seen Uchiha Itachi, a member of the same Akatsuki organization, use this ninjutsu. At that time, Kakuzu once thought that the great fireball technique performed by Uchiha Itachi should be the ceiling of this ninjutsu. After all, the huge great fireball with a diameter of about 5 or 6 meters has surpassed most sea-level ninjutsu in power and is comparable to the destructive power of some B-level ninjutsu. But today, Kakuzu knows what it means that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people outside the sky. If the great fireball of Uchiha Itachi is comparable to the destructive power of certain B-level ninjutsu, then the great fireball technique used by Uchiha Miyama just now, its destructive power has reached A level. Kakuzu doesn't know. This is already the result of Uchiha's deliberate restraint. Otherwise, have you ever seen a great fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters? A great fireball will directly send you to the sky in a spiral. It looks like Haydn is no match for this rookie. Kakuzu was still standing on the edge of the OB, with no intention of going up to help. As for Haydn, relying on his immortality, he rushed up time and time again, and was beaten up by Uchiha again and again. After a few times, Haydn found to his dismay that he couldn't meet this newcomer at all. He couldn't even touch anyone, so he couldn't use his secret art, CC Ping Shui, and there is no way to use the secret technique. Even if Haydn has a new body, his strength is only at the Kaga level. Facing this Uchiha in front of him with a numb face, he can only be completely abused by one side. Finally, Haydn couldn't take it anymore. Uncle Kakuzu, come help me. Haydn was kicked by Uchiha Minma and couldn't help calling Kakuzu's name loudly. What a waste. Kakuzu came out from the edge of the woods while cursing. Uchiha, we are not your enemies. Kakuzu didn't do anything. Their mission was to test the newcomer's strength, not to kill people. And relying on the process of fighting Haydn just now, Kakuzu has approved this newcomer, feel that the other party is qualified to join their organization. So, naturally, there is no need to fight anymore. No, those who attack me are all enemies, Uchiha said with a numb face. Next second, Kakuzu fell to trance, and then found himself hanging upside down at the bottom of a cliff. His hands and feet were bound with chains. Can't move. And I don't know what the iron chain was made of, but even he couldn't break free. Illusion. Solution. Kakuzu knew it was an illusion, so he tried to break the illusion with the usual way to break the illusion. But no matter how many times Kakuzu tried, nothing changed in the surroundings. It is still a cliff scene at dusk. At this time, Ga, In the distance, a group of crows with black feathers flew over in groups. Kakuzu's eyes froze. The next moment, crows swarmed towards him, their sharp beaks pecked at his body, pecking out thumb-sized holes one after another in the skin. Kakuzu howled in pain, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. These damned crows, and the chains that bound him so that he couldn't move. I can't get rid of it. Uchiha noodles! This is a misunderstanding. Kakuzu shouted loudly. As a result, a crow pecked directly on his tongue. In an instant, the tongue was pierced with a hole. Kakuzu was so scared that he didn't dare to open his mouth. The other side, while Kakuzu was being dragged into the illusion world to be tortured, Haiden outside was also being beaten by Uchiha. It can be said that every piece of the whole body is intact. A few minutes later, Haiden is dead. It's not that his immortal body can't hold it anymore, but that his own will can't hold it anymore. He's about to cry. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Haiden begged for mercy loudly. The whole person curled up into a ball, trembling with fear. At this time, Ju's figure also emerged from the ground beside him. Stop, he said. Uchiha face numb. We are here to invite you on behalf of the Akatsuki organization. We are not your enemy. What are you? Uchiha stopped with a numb face, and the Sharingan with a pair of three-hooked jade looked at Ju coldly. I am amazing. This is Haiden, and that one over there is Kakuzu. We are all members of the Akatsuki organization. This time I came to find you, just to invite you to join our Akatsuki organization. Never said. Can't see any flaws at all. Join you guys? Uchiha said with a sneer. I'm not interested in being the partner of two defeated opponents. Haiden, who just got up on the ground, subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he saw Uchiha looking at him with numb and cold eyes, his neck shrank instantly in fright. I dare not speak anymore. Believe me, the strength of our Shao organization is far more than that, Ju said, and even Uchiha Itachi of your Uchiha clan is now a member of our Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha hesitated for a moment. I can go and see with you, but if your Shao organization is not as powerful as you said, I don't mind teaching your leader how to better develop Ten. He said. Ju took a deep look at him, then nodded and said, If you can do it, then of course there is no problem. I'm starting to like you guys a little bit. Uchiha said with a numb smile. Then can you undo the illusion on Kakuzu now? Never asked. Certainly. Uchiha nodded numbly, and then removed the illusion on Kakuzu. For Kakuzu, who has 5 hearts and 5 different chakras, it is not easy to trap him in an illusion. But that's for other phantom ninjas. For Uchiha Noodles, it's actually not that difficult. At this time, Kakuzu, who had escaped from the illusion space, also snorted, staggered, his face turned pale, and he looked weak. Uncle Kakuzu, are you all right? Haiden leaned over and looked at Kakuzu with a sympathetic look. Uncle Kakuzu, we seem to have been tricked, and this rookie's strength is too low. Haiden muttered. Kakuzu ignored him with a black face, but looked at Uchiha over there with a numb face. He swears, even when I met Senju Hashirama in my life, I have never been so embarrassed. At least Senju Hashirama doesn't have the same knowledge as him, so he doesn't pay attention to him at all. But this time, he is the majestic Mr. Kakuzu, but he was instantly killed by this kid from the Uchiha family with a single look. That illusion was horrible. Even he couldn't break free at all. If the other party wanted to kill him during that time, just now, there would be countless opportunities to do so. That's why Kakuzu was obviously furious in his heart, but he only dared to stare at Uchiha with a numb face, not even daring to say a harsh word. He is scared. Rain Shinobi Village. Deep in the woods, inside the towering tower, a pair of purple renegades opened suddenly, followed by an indifferent voice. The newcomers are already here, and they are very strong. Kakuzu and Haiden are not rivals at all, Pain said calmly. Conan, who was standing next to Pain, also frowned and said, Is this all right, Pain? Newcomers are definitely recommended. Does it have something to do with that Uchiha Madara? It doesn't matter, Pain said indifferently. He has unprecedented confidence in his own strength. Even if he knows that Uchiha Myanmar is very likely to be inserted by Uchiha Madara to monitor him. But Pain doesn't care. His strong strength is the source of his self-confidence. What about Uchiha Madara? It's just an old guy who has been eliminated by the times. Maybe the Uchiha Madara, who used to be the Ninja Shura, is an existence that everyone fears. But now, he is nothing more than a product of the old era who only dared to hide in the dark and calculate. I'll keep an eye on him with these renegades of mine. Conan, don't worry about it. When Pain saw Conan with a worried expression on his face, he also offered a word of comfort. Okay, but after the newcomers join, how do we arrange it? Now there are no vacancies. Conan said, let Afe form a team with the rookies. Pain said, Hooligan is Uchiha Madara, and both Pain and Conan know that. But now Pain deliberately puts Afe and the newcomer on Uchiha Madara's side together. There is a high probability that Uchiha Madara also has the idea of disgusting and disgusting. Didn't you put an eyeliner in? Then I'll arrange this eyeliner on your own side. Certainly. Specifically, if Afe disagrees with you, you have to ask him. If Afe disagrees, Pain has nothing to do. Let's go. Ju is almost here with that newcomer. Pain turned and walked forward. Conan took a look and followed quickly. Shao Organization Base. Uchiha Mima followed Ju through the door. Boss, the newcomer is here. Ju looked at Pain, who was standing on a huge finger in front, and said, This is a huge cave-like environment in front of you, and there is a huge golem in the depths of the cave. It is the body of 10 tails, Geto statue, and on Geto statue's fingers, there are figures standing at this moment. These people are full members of the Akatsuki organization. Most are phantoms. It is condensed through Akatsuki's unique slide body technique. This technique allows members of Akatsuki to hold remote online meetings at any time, even if they have branches in various parts of the ninja world. At this time, as Ju's voice fell, several eyes also fell on Uchiha's numbody. Is this a newcomer? Wearing a mask, is he as shameless as Afe? A somewhat jumpy voice came, and it was the yellow-haired Ivola who spoke. This guy looked at Uchiha, who followed Ju, with a playful expression. His face was numb, and there was a chill in his eyes. Asking for flowers? Deidara hates the Uchiha clan. Its roots lie in Uchiha Itachi. Because Uchiha Itachi denies his art and looks down on his artistic creation. So Deidara hates other Uchihas as well. Coincidentally, this time the newcomer is from the Uchiha family again, which makes Deidara very unhappy. So I couldn't help but make a provocative sentence. Standing on one finger next to Deidara is the red sand scorpion. He looks like an ugly, hunchbacked uncle, but in fact the one outside is just a puppet of the scorpion, and his real body is hidden inside this puppet. Scorpion stared coldly at the newcomer below. Can't say I hate it or like it. In short, quite indifferent. Haydn, why don't you speak? Deidara looked at Haydn, who was not far away. Today, Haydn looked very quiet, just like his bluffing before. It was exactly the same as two people. Idiot Deidara, shut up if you don't want to die. Haydn glared at Deidara. He didn't dare to provoke this newcomer. This guy is as strong as a monster. Although Haydn has an immortal body, he also feels pain. He was beaten violently for more than 10 minutes, and even his arms and legs were torn to shreds several times. Haydn was really scared, knowing that if you can't fight, you'll be abused and still go up to provoke. Isn't that the behavior of a pure fool? Idiot Haydn, what are you talking about? Want to fight? Deidara also has a violent temper. When she heard Haydn scolding herself, she immediately responded to the doctor. However, Haydn just snorted coldly, as if he was too lazy to talk to him. An angry Deidara yelled, a look of rage. Enough. Quiet. At this time, Pain, who had gotten started, finally spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, even Deidara shut his mouth obediently. Don't dare to complain about anything. Uchiha, you are welcome to join the Akatsuki organization. Pain's pair of renegades stared at each other coldly, and an invisible sense of oppression arose spontaneously. No one who could join the Shao organization is how you guy. Basically, they are rebellious, and each of them refuses to obey anyone's thorns. Therefore, every time a newcomer joins, Pain needs to show off his muscles. in order to avoid the newcomers not being able to see the form clearly and not obeying the orders of his leader. Are you the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha raised his head and looked at Pain, his twin Rinnegan's to be precise. This was also the first time he saw these legendary eyes with his own eyes. Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, these legendary eyes actually exist. Uchiha let out a voice of exclamation with his mouth numb, and looked at Pain with a more dignified look. Uchiha's face is numb. I heard that you are dissatisfied with the strength of our Akatsuki organization. Pain said lightly. Hey, what's going on here? How do you look down on us, newbies? Hearing this, Deidara, who had been quiet for a while, couldn't help jumping up and questioning Uchiha below with a numb face. Who is going to assess the newcomer? Don't you teach this newcomer to be a man? Deidara complained dissatisfied. At this time, the faces of Haiden and Kakuzu on the side turned black. Deidara said this. Isn't it just the two of them? Idiot Deidara, shut up. Haiden cursed viciously. Deidara took a look and immediately understood what was going on. Wow, no wonder, Haiden. You are so weird today. It turns out that you two are the rookies who went to the assessment. Isn't it true? You two should be taught a lesson by this rookie, right? Deidara said, couldn't help laughing. Deidara, do you want to die? Kakuzu stared at Deidara coldly. He is afraid of Uchiha's phantom jutsu, but Deidara's explosive ninjutsu, he is not afraid. Cut. You can't even beat the rookies. I think you should quit the Akatsuki organization. It's too embarrassing. Deidara giggled, completely unfazed by Kakuzu's threats. Deidara quarreled with the undead duo, and then Scorpion was also pulled in. The two sides were fighting each other. If they were not phantoms, they would have rolled up their sleeves to fight by now. Leader. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing on the other finger of the Geto statue, suddenly raised his head and said, Since the newcomer is from the Uchiha clan like me, why don't you let me have a try? Pain looked at him and nodded after a moment. The strength of Uchiha Itachi is second to none in their organization. If it weren't for the physical drag, he would definitely be the strongest existence under Pain. In this regard, Pain or Nagato can quite empathize. After all, his body is not good either. Then you go and try the strength of the rookie. Pain said. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi jumped off Geto statue's fingers in an instant and landed not far from Uchiha's numb face. Uchiha Noodles, I've never heard of the name. Uchiha Itachi stared at the opponent in front of him, as if looking at the mask on the opponent's face. There are plenty of people you haven't heard of. That only shows that you are too ignorant. Uchiha said with a numb face. Wearing a mask, is it because you don't want to be recognized? Uchiha Itachi said. No, it's just to avoid being disturbed in normal times. Uchiha smiled numbly and said, Of course, if the strength of your Akatsuki organization can be recognized by me, then I don't mind letting you see my real appearance. Cut. Uchiha 380 guys just know how to pretend. Who the hell wants to see what you look like? Deidara above curled her lips upon hearing this, with a displeased look on her face. Say a few words and watch carefully. The Scorpion next to him said, Uncle Scorpion, who do you think will win between the two? Deidara asked the Scorpion beside him curiously. I don't know. This rookie's ability to beat Haiden and Kakuzu is enough to show that he is very strong, but Uchiha Itachi is also very strong, so it's hard to say who will win. Scorpion said lightly. What? Why are people surnamed Uchiha so strong? Damn it, Deidara complained angrily. At this time, the two figures below disappeared almost at the same time. Immediately after that, there was a sound of kunai colliding in the air, and the two figures moved extremely fast. But if you look closely, you can still see that Uchiha has the upper hand in terms of speed and strength. Boom! The figure of Uchiha Itachi backed up instantly. At the same time, another figure appeared above Uchiha's numbed head. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A ball of fire the size of a volleyball hit Uchiha Miyama below. However, facing Uchiha Itachi's fire style, Uchiha just made a seal with one hand, and instantly a gust of wind spewed out from his mouth, blowing out the fireballs all over the sky in an instant. also tore the Uchiha Itachi above it to shreds. Ga! Ga! A flock of crows scattered. Uchiha Itachi, who was torn apart, appeared again in another location. Fire style. Impatience paw red. The fireball wrapped in the sky and attacked Uchiha on the opposite side with a shuriken. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Boom! A strong gust of wind instantly blew Uchiha Itachi's ninjutsu back. Densely packed shurikens were nailed to the ground around him, but none of them hit Uchiha Itachi's body. The accuracy is terrible. Deidara frowned. However, the next second, boom! One of the shurikens turned Uchiha's face numb and instantly stabbed Uchiha Itachi's back with the kunai in his hand. Can't escape. Uchiha Itachi immediately judged that he could not dodge the attack, so he opened the first stage of Susanoo without hesitation. A few huge red ribs instantly protected Uchiha Itachi and blocked Uchiha's sudden attack. Clang! Kuwu stabbed on the red energy ribs, and the huge force caused cracks to appear on the ribs. Uchiha Itachi frowned, then activated Susanoo's second stage. More bones grow, forming the image of a halfling skeleton with a height of 1 meter. Uchiha Itachi stood in the middle of Susan in the second stage, and a pair of strange Mangekyo stared coldly at Uchiha, whose face was numb on the opposite side. The petty fights should be over. Let me see your strength, he said coldly. Susanoo. Uchiha sneered with a numb face, but he didn't seem to use Mangekyo's power at all, and rushed up directly. Wow, this rookie is so brave, shouted Deidara. The scorpion on the side also frowned, thinking that Uchiha's numb behavior was too irrational. That's the ultimate power zone for the Susanoo Uchiha clan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, doesn't this guy know the power of Susanoo? It shouldn't be. Earth style. Earth spear. Strange power fist. Uchiha rushed in front of the red Susan in an instant. First with an earth-style soil spear, covering his arm with a layer of hard material, and then unleashed Tsunade's strange power, directly punching the red Susan violently body. Crack! Moment. Under Uchiha Mima's punch, the bones of the red Susan directly shattered. His defense is as strong as Susan, and he can't stop his punch. And Uchiha Itachi was also surprised to see this scene. He manipulated Susan to attack the opponent, but was dodged flexibly by Uchiha, and then smashed an arm of the red Susan with a punch. Strange power fist. Yada mirror. Seeing that his Susan couldn't block the opponent's fist, Uchiha Itachi also directly used one of his whole cards, Yada mirror. The round mirror is in front of him in the form of shield. Boom! There was a loud bang. Uchiha's numbed fist hit the Yada mirror heavily. This time, Uchiha Itachi finally blocked the opponent's attack. Yada mirror's powerful defense counteracted Uchiha's facial attack, and at the same time, a reflected force also acted on Uchiha's facial numbness. It's all right. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha, whose face was numb as if nothing happened, and was a little surprised at the physical strength of the other party. To know, one of the functions of Yada mirror is to reflect all substantive attacks. It's like saying that Uchiha punched himself directly just now. However, Uchiha Minami looks like nothing happened at all. Simply amazing. Yada mirror, good job. Uchiha took a step back, then sneered and disappeared instantly. Next, countless attackers bombarded Uchiha Itachi's Susan like a bombardment. Although his Yada mirror is powerful in defense, it can only block one side. And Uchiha's facial numbness was too fast. Uchiha Itachi could resist it at first, but gradually he couldn't keep up with Uchiha's facial numbness. A few minutes later, bang! A red Susan was blasted out and instantly shattered. Although Uchiha Itachi, who was protected by Susan, was not seriously injured, blood and tears flowed from his eyes. Susanoo is no longer available. The pupil power was consumed too much, and the vision was already blurred. This time, after returning from Konoha with the help of Uchiha Bido, he transplanted an arm made of white dimensional cells. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to use Mangekyo's power so recklessly today. But even so, Susan, who had been damaged and repaired for a few minutes, still couldn't hold it. One arm of white Zetsu cells can't make Uchiha Itachi maintain the consumption of Mangekyo for a long time. At most it is better than before, but also limited. Compared with Uchiha Bido, half of the body is made up of white Zetsu cells, and it is also a high-level white Zetsu cell, which is completely incomparable. Uchiha Bido is not stupid either. The white Zetsu cells he used to make Uchiha Itachi's arms are diluted and not of high purity. Otherwise, he would really worry about getting Uchiha Itachi with an arm made of white Zetsu cells. After all, this guy is not Hoshigaki Kisame, who has been completely limped by Uchiha Bido. Abido doesn't trust him, so naturally he won't give him real good things. Ahem. Uchiha Itachi got up from the ground coughing. The illness on his body made him feel extremely weak at this moment. Coupled with the large consumption of pupil power, it also made him unable to maintain the state of Mangekyo. He lost, although Uchiha Itachi still has some whole cards that are useless. For example, the Ten-Fist Sword on Suzuwa, and that Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. These are all Itachi's trump cards. If it is not necessary, it will not be used easily. Your strength is not bad, but your body is too weak, Uchiha said with a numb face. Heard. Uchiha Itachi also smiled wryly. Uchiha Itachi, come back. Pain's voice sounded. Next second, he landed slowly on the ground and waved Uchiha Itachi to back off. Need a break? Pain asked. No, it was just a warm-up, Uchiha said with a numb smile. This rookie is too arrogant. Hearing his words, Deidara couldn't help but sneered before Uchiha Itachi himself had any reaction. Although Uchiha Itachi was defeated, Deidara was quite happy. But he just wasn't happy with Uchiha's aggressive attitude. This Uchiha Noodles is even more arrogant than Uchiha Itachi. Deidara just doesn't like this kind of guy. As for being able to beat it, is he, Deidara, the kind of person who will just keep his mouth shut if he can't beat him? Mr. Itachi, are you alright? Uchiha Itachi returned to Geto, statue's finger, and Hoshigaki Kisame on the side also asked him with concern. It's okay. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, then looked down at his left tail. His arm was given to him by Uchiha Bito, made of diluted white Zetsu cells. White Zetsu cells? Ben, what the hell are you trying to do? Uchiha Itachi thought inwardly. This kind of white Zetsu cells that can greatly relieve the pressure on Mangekyo. If it can be mass-produced for the Uchiha family, it is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. But now, there are only 2 or 3 Uchihas in the ninja world. In addition, opening Mangekyo is not something that can be opened just by saying it. But what worries Uchiha Itachi is that Ban will use this. What do things do? Does he have other uses? Besides, Uchiha Madara can live until now and not die. Is there also a reason for this white Zetsu cell? For a while, Uchiha Itachi didn't even have a mind to watch the following battle. After personally trying the 4.2 power of white Zetsu cells, the uneasiness in his heart was replaced by zoom and infinitely. The other side, Uchiha's facial numbness also started a fight with Tiandao Pain. The two sides first competed in physical skills. Tiandao Pain's physical skills are also not weak, but compared to Uchiha Myanmar, is still far behind, even though Yagami Ryosuke has deliberately weakened his physical strength when he showed himself as Uchiha Myanmar. But even so, whether it was facing Uchiha Itachi before or Tiandao Pain now, in terms of physical skills, it was easily suppressed by Uchiha's facial numbness. Chief, is this your real experience? Don't tell me. Your renegades are just for decoration. Uchiha forced Tiandao Pain back with a blow and questioned his strength as the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Since you are so impatient, then I will fulfill you. Tiandao Pain looked at him coldly and said. Next second, as soon as Uchiha rushed forward, Tiandao Pain on the opposite side opened his fingers. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom! An astonishing repulsive force struck. Uchiha's face was numb and forced back. Universal pull. Tiandao Pain shot again, and the Japanese stock attractedly to pull Uchiha's numb body towards him in an instant. Strange Power Fist. Shunluo Tianzhong. The two forces collided instantly in the air. In the end, it was Uchiha who retreated some distance. Is this your Rinnegan ability, boss? Repulsion and gravity, pretty good. Uchiha shook his arms with a numb face and said to Tiandao, Pain in front of him. You're good at using your strange power. You learned it from Tsunade? Tiandao Pain asked. I met Konoha's Tsunade Heim once before, so I stole it from her. Uchiha said with a numb smile. It can be regarded as an answer to the doubts that have been lingering in some people's minds since just now. But in fact, the strange power of Uchiha noodles is obtained from the entry of Spring Festival. But Haruno Sakura's strange power is passed on to Tsunade. And Yagami Ryosuke did meet Tsunade as Uchiha Miyama. So he wasn't lying either. All I can say is it's not. If it's just this level, it's not enough. Tiandao Pain said lightly. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Rinnegan's strength is by no means so simple. Even if there is only Tiandao Pain in front of him, his strength is enough to crush most Kaga-level powerhouses. I was also afraid that I would accidentally damage your place, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Uchiha smiled and said, and then his eyes instantly changed from the state of three-hooked jade to the state of Mangekyo with 5 sickles. Here it comes. This guy's Mangekyo ability. The members of the Akatsuki organization present got serious. They were curious. What exactly is Uchiha's Mangekyo ability? Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo abilities are already well known to them. At Tsukuyami, unless it is to avoid eye contact, otherwise, in the entire Akatsuki organization, except for the leader, no one can stop it. There is also a flame of Amaterasu. However, although this thing is powerful, the temperature is as high as 5 or 6,000 degrees Celsius. But just one Amaterasu pupil surgery, the effect is very average. The speed of release is not fast enough. It is difficult to hit 14 people, unless you have flame control like the late Sasuke. Combined with the flame of Amaterasu, it will have a more powerful effect. Or simply an Amaterasu. It's really not that useful. What will this guy's pupil technique be? Even Deidara was curious and watched seriously. But in the next second, Susanoo, unexpectedly, Uchiha didn't use his Mangekyo-S pupil technique, but directly used Mangekyo-S ultimate power. Susanoo, before Uchiha Itachi didn't use his pupil technique, it was because he knew that the other party was also Uchiha, who had awakened Mangekyo. Tsukuyami is one-on-one against everyone else. But against Uchiha, who also awakened Mangekyo, the effect is a bit unsatisfactory. Not to mention Amaterasu. Uchiha's facial numbness is so fast that he can't hit anyone at all. That's why Uchiha Itachi didn't use these two pupil techniques, but directly used Susanoo. Certainly, this is also related to the situation at that time that can only be solved with Susanoo. Otherwise, with Uchiha Myanmar's violent fighting style, how can Uchiha Itachi, with such small arms and legs, be able to handle it? At this time, a black skeleton rose from the ground. The pitch-black energy burns on Susan's body like a flame. Uchiha Itachi stared wide-eyed, looking at the black Susan in front of him with a look of disbelief. Looking at the shape of this Susan, it is obvious that it is only the second stage. A complete skeleton upper body has just been condensed. It is similar to the Susan Uchiha Itachi used before, only the color and some details are different. But the Susanoo cast by Uchiha Miyama in front of me is much bigger than Uchiha Itachi's. Uchiha Itachi's Susan, in the second stage, is only about 10 meters tall, and the black Susan in front of him is as tall as 60 or 70 meters. If you put Uchiha Itachi's Susan in front of it, it's like a baby standing in front of an adult. The gap is too big. What's going on? Why is his Susan so big? Uchiha Itachi frowned, puzzled by Rizhao's certainty. He could understand it a little bit. Could it be that Susan's size is also divided into different people? But he remembers Shursue's Suzua, since he was very similar to him since he was a child. But this Uchiha-faced Susan in front of me, why is it like this? Mr. Itachi, this rookie's Susan seems to be much bigger than yours. Hashigaki Kisame on the side also said doubtfully. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, "It is indeed much bigger, but Susan is not only big but also powerful." Dried persimmon Kisame nodded with a vague understanding. But he still felt in his heart that the huge black Susan in front of him and the small red Susan of Uchiha Itachi looked much stronger. Just a visual impact is not a level. Wow, what a big skeleton. Isn't this Susanoo a little too big? Exaggeration. Susan's head is almost touching the ceiling. No wonder this guy said that he was afraid of destroying the organization's base. It turned out to be true. After seeing Uchiha's numb Susan, all the members of the Akatsuki organization exclaimed in amazement. It was the first time they had seen such a huge Susan, although most of them have actually never seen any other than Uchiha Itachi's Susan. But this did not prevent them from exclaiming at this time, "Is this Susan?" Tiandao Pain also looked at the black Susan in front of him in surprise. "The other party's body is too big, but I don't know. Is it just not useful? Try it and you'll know." Next second, Tiandao Pain flew over and directly hit the black Suzhou with a shot of Shinluo Tianzhong. However, the god Luo Tianzhong, who was always invincible in the past, hit the black Susan this time, and it only made it shake slightly a few times. Not even a step back. God Pain. Xiao organized everyone. "No, is this black Susan so strong?" The divine Luo Tianzhong, which resisted the leader, turned out to be only a few slight crystal movements. Akatsuki's members stared wide-eyed, looking at this scene in disbelief. Among the crowd, Ju's eyes also shone with a strange light. "I don't know what I'm thinking. Chief, is this your full strength?" Inside the black Susan, Uchiha folded his hands with a face numb and said lightly. Tiandao Pain frowned, followed by spreading his 5 fingers, remembering that the more powerful Shinluo Tianzhong bombarded the body of this black Susan. This time, the black Susan finally moved a little distance back. But that's all there is to it. Hiss, is this rookie so powerful? No way. The leader shouldn't be able to defeat this newcomer, right? Deidara beeped softly. Deidara is also a little timid at the moment. Seeing that this rookie is so powerful, and even the leader's Shinluo Tianzhong has no effect, Deidara feels a little feverish in his heart. He's not stupid, it's just that he's a bit silly. In addition, he has no grievances with this newcomer. It is purely because the other party's surname is Uchiha, so he is dissatisfied. The other side, Tiandao Pain looked at the unscathed black Susan who had resisted Shinluo Tianzhong and felt more and more troublesome in his heart. This black Susan is like a smelly and hard turtle shell. Nothing can be broken, although it is only a strong defense. At most it can avoid being hurt. But this is Susanoo, no matter how you look at it. It is impossible to simply have a strong defense. This guy, in terms of attack power, is absolutely not to be underestimated. No solution anymore. Tiandao Pain thought about it. Next second, several more figures with Rinnegan appeared beside Tiandao Pain. "Pen, he be serious." Seeing this scene, Conan frowned and said, it was the first time she had seen Pain so seriously. Since Yahiko's death, they avenged Yahiko by killing the Hanzo of the salamander. And since then, Nagato has been known as the Pen 6 Paths, but he has never actually used the Pen 6 Paths calendar area at the same time. All along, the power of just one heavenly Dao Pain is enough to suppress everything. But today, Tiandao Pain met this extremely difficult opponent. This Uchiha face is much stronger than other members of the Akatsuki organization, and his black Susan is too weird, so it's okay to be so huge. The key is that he can resist the godly god Pain's Shinluo Tianzhong unreservedly. You know, the power of Shinluo Tianzhong can be adjusted. Generally, Tiandao Pain will only use the less powerful Shinluo Tianzhong because it consumes the least amount of money. However, the power of the Shinluo Tianzhong just now is already the maximum consumption under normal conditions. If there is more, it will have a certain impact on Nagato's body. Nagato wouldn't do that easily. After all, this time, It was just to let the newcomers realize the strength of the leader of the Shao organization. And it wasn't that he was facing an enemy that had to be killed. And the higher-level super, Shenluo Tianzheng, will consume Nagato's vitality even more. Then it cannot be used easily. So, Nagato summoned more Pain's 6 paths to cooperate with Tiandao Pain to defeat this extraordinary rookie. The space here is too small. Let's go outside to fight. Heavenly Dao Pain appeared together with Azura Dao and Beast Dao, the 2 major Pain 6 paths. The space in this cave is obviously already a little narrow, and if a little big action is made, it may be demolished directly. Pain didn't want to change bases, so I suggest going outside. Can. Uchiha folded his hands numbly and nodded. Next second, the Black Susan dispersed, and he himself flew towards the outside of the cave in an instant. No, I still fight. Go and see. It's rare for a leader to be so serious. This time, you should be able to see the true strength of Leader 900, right? It's hard to say. How do you know that this is the true strength of a leader? This rookie is amazing. Do you still need to say? Shao organized the figures of the people to fly out one after another, leaving the interior of the base and rushing to the forest outside. As soon as they came out, they saw a hundreds of meters tall Black Susan blowing away a huge summoning beast in the distance. And around the Black Susan, there are more huge summoning beasts attacking it. Boom! There was an explosion. A missile bombarded Black Susan's back and exploded violently. That is the power of Shura Dao. Every part of its body is a weapon, and these weapons are not in the ninja style at all, more like modern gunpowder weapons, either missiles or rockets. All of 5 flowers, 8 gates, brains bombarded Black Susan's body. And the huge Black Susan is completely reduced to a target, being bombarded nonstop, and a lot of summoning beasts crawled onto the Black Susan, using their claws' teeth. My God, isn't this too scary? Deidara had a stunned expression on his face, eyes widening. Boom! A black shadow flew over and smashed heavily not far from the few of them. It's so miserable. Kakuzu glanced at the summoning beast that was smashed into a pulp in the eye hole, and subconsciously glanced at Haiden next to him. Hey. Kakuzu, what do you see me doing? Haiden is in a hurry. His face was very ugly. It made him think of himself before. It's not that bad, but it's not that bad. Mr. Itachi, you, the Sea Clan, are really strong. Looking at the ruined battlefield in the distance, Qianshi Guishui expressed his heartfelt emotion. Uchiha Itachi, next to him, has wiped off the bloodline around his eyes. Although his vision is slightly blurred, he can still clearly see the huge movement on the battlefield. What the hell is going on, Susan? Uchiha Itachi couldn't understand it all. It was clearly just Susan in the second stage, and the flesh and fascia hadn't even appeared yet. But how could the combat power be so strong? Those missiles, summoning beasts, etc., if they fell on his Susan, he would have blown up his second stage Susan. But when it fell on this Black Susan, there were only some chefs. This gap is too big. Bang! Bang! Huge explosions came one after another, and more cracks appeared on Black Susan's body. Seeing this scene, Uchiha's facial numbness also instantly increased the output of pupil power. Layers of muscles and meridians began to appear on the Black Susan's body surface visible to the naked eye, and then he was wearing a Wutenga battle armor, and he also wanted to put on the black beard. Zoe's body. Bang! The Black Susan waved his arms, and 2 groups of pitch-black flames extended instantly, forming 2 swords in its hands. The huge black saber is 1 or 200 meters long, and the Black Susan, who has entered the 3rd form, has also grown to a height of more than 200 meters. Susan, who was towering like a hill, and those large summoning beasts summoned by Shura Dopamine also looked unusually small. Boss, what about me? Uchiha folded his hands with numbness and spoke in a calm tone. Pain didn't respond, but responded with a more violent attack. Numerous missiles and rockets exploded on Black Susanoo's body. But the attack that could break the Black Susan before, but now it has no effect at all. And the Black Suzuo waved his arms, and the 2 swords revealed black sword energy instantly. The terrifying sword energy tore through the ground, and even a large number of summoning beasts that summoned the beasts were instantly beheaded. Just for a moment, all the summoning beasts that came out of summoning were slaughtered. Even the beast Dao itself was shattered by the Black Susan's attack. At this time, another pinned 6 paths with Rinnegan appears next to him. This is Pain of Hell. Health Dao summoned Yin Luo, swallowed the fragmented animal Dao, and as Yin Luo chewed, a brand new animal Dao Pain was resurrected again. Uchiha face numb. Your strength is indeed very strong, but that's it. Heavenly Dao Pain is high in the air, overlooking the battlefield below. As his voice fell, a pitch-black sphere appeared in his hands. Planetary devastation. Tian Dao Pain opened his hand suddenly. The black ball flies out in an instant, hangs in the sky, and releases an unparalleled suction force, absorbing everything around it to its surface. Even the Black Susan on the ground was affected by this suction force, and under the action of the planetary devastation, it was directly sucked into the sky. Susa. Slash. The Black Susan flew into the air, and the black saber in his hands instantly made 2 jet black slashes. Bang! The rock sphere formed by the large amount of matter absorbed by the planetary devastation was collapsed by Susanoo's slash. But the black ball still exists, and it still attracts the Black Susan to the past. Boom! Countless rocks and trees were absorbed into the air, and in a blink of an eye, a huge sphere with a diameter of several hundred meters was formed, hanging high in the air. The people from the Akatsuki organization were also staring at this scene in astonishment. Rao is that they already know the powerful strength of the leader Pain. But seeing this scene with his own eyes, he was still so frightened that he lost his ability to speak. After a while, bang! Sudden, the rock sphere in midair was split by a terrifying attack. Then a Black Susan rushed out from the inside of the rock sphere. Along with countless broken stones falling, the Black Susan also dispersed, and then Uchiha Myanmar, who was protected by Susan, also rushed to the front of Tian Dao, Pain like lightning. Lightning style, pseudo-dark. A thunderbolt spear stabbed at Tian Dao Pain. Shunluo Tianzheng. Boom! A terrifying repulsive force instantly sent the thunderbolt bullets flying out, and even Uchiha behind him flew back, and a ball of iron sand flew up from under his feet in midair to catch him firmly. Magnet style. Tian Dao Pain's eyes changed slightly. Magnet style. Iron sand roar. A large piece of iron sand formed a giant dragon, roaring and rushing towards the direction of Heaven Pain. Shunluo Tianzheng. Tian Dao Pain once again used Shunluo Tianzheng to bounce the giant dragon formed of iron sand into the air. Seeing this, Uchiha also stopped. It's really a roguelike ability, he said. Then open your eyes. Tsukuyami. This is the pupil technique that he temporarily equips with the talent entry. Ninja Daffily, transformed from Uchiha Itachi. Tsukuyami's power, combined with Uchiha Myanmar's huge pupil power second only to Eternal Mangekyo. Rao as God Pain's Rinnegan has received a little influence. Tian Dao Pain, who was pulled in the world of Tsukuyami for a moment, looked up at the huge Sharingan in the sky, and then the pair of purple Rinnegans turned. A larger pupil force instantly shattered the entire Tsukuyami space. Outside world, Uchiha frowned, and there was a tingling sensation in his eyes. Although no blood or tears flowed out, Tsukuyami was broken, which still gave him some impressions. As expected of Rinnegan, even if it's not my own, but this pupil power is still not something my Mangekyo can compete with. Uchiha said with hesitation. In fact, he had already guessed that Tsukuyami would not be able to influence Rinnegan. After all, Rinnegan is an existence that can even compete with the power of infinite Tsukuyami. Merely ordinary Tsukuyami. Where's the confidence? But Uchiha is also trying to see how well Nagato can control Rinnegan. Now it seems that Nagato has been sitting on the Rinnegan for so many years, even though the eyes are not his, but his control and use of the Rinnegan has reached an unprecedented height. Breaking through, Tsukuyami, Tian Dao Pain, and the other 3 Pain also appeared in front of Uchiha's face in an instant. Do you still want to fight? Tian Dao Pain asked coldly. No need, you leader, I agree. Uchiha said with a numb smile. Then he took the initiative to take off the mask on his face. The white mask was taken off, revealing a young face. He looked like he was in his early 20s. The eyebrows are like swords, the thin lips look a bit harsh, and the lines of the face are also clear and distinct. In addition, the pair of evil Sharingans give people a feeling of this guy is not a good person at first glance. Really, Night God Ryosuke's disguised identity is used to cause trouble in its own right. So naturally you don't have to look so kind. If he hadn't been a bit demanding on his appearance and couldn't pass the test in his heart, he would even want to have a look like Kisame or a powerful appearance like Kaido in the next-door pirate world. But in the end, Night God Ryosuke still chose this picture, which looks very evil and charming, with a handsome look. In terms of appearance, it is slightly lower than his own appearance, but he is not inferior to the two brothers Uchiha Itachi, mainly because one look at his face makes people think that he is not a good person. No matter how many bad things you do, it will give people a feeling that you deserve it. It's as if he was born a bad guy, and it would be a pity if he didn't do bad things. Let's get to know each other officially. Uchiha is Numb, 21 years old, unmarried, no girlfriend for the time being. Back in the base, Uchiha also smiled and formally got to know everyone in the Akatsuki organization. For Uchiha, who just showed his strength, everyone in the Akatsuki organization is also quite polite. Even if they are as rebellious as they are, they will show corresponding respect to those who are stronger than themselves. Come. After getting to know each other briefly, Pain also said, from now on, Uchiha Myanmar will be an official member of our organization, codenamed Kongshin. Everyone nodded, no comments. Koro-chin's ring is still in Orochimaru's hand. You can get it back yourself. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. Pain looked at Uchiha and said, our Akatsuki organization is usually in a team of 2, but there are no more regular members to team up with you for the time being, so I arranged for an intern member to be your temporary teammate. Faye, come out. Have the seniors finally finished their communication? Woo! I thought I had to continue to wait. At this time, a guy who was also wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization and a Uzumaki mask on his face came out. He looked a little funny, and he was also bouncing around when he walked. This is a Faye, the intern member of the organization, and I will hand it over to you in the future. Pain ignored a Faye's funny and told Uchiha with a numb face. AI Faye, yes. Uchiha nodded numbly and did not refuse to take the intern. Others don't know, but he knows in his heart that this hooligan is Uchiha Bido. Nagato and Konan also know this. Let a Faye team up with Uchiha Myanmar. There may be some calculations in it. But Uchiha Myanmar didn't care at all. The strength he said before was only the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Even the last Suzuo was voluntarily dispersed by him, and it was difficult for him to pretend that his pupil's strength was exhausted. But act. Naturally, I have to act a little bit more like it. If it comes up, I will directly blow up Pen's 6 paths. Let alone Nagato. Even Obito would hide in fright and never dare to appear in front of him again. Not like now. Obito, pretending to be a hooligan, has now readily accepted Pain's arrangement and formed a new duo with Uchiha Myanmar. Senior Myanmar, my name is Faye. From now on, we will be the closest partners. I finally have a partner. Faye seemed to be crying excitedly, while running over and opening his arms as if to give Uchiha a hug. Faye, right? I will take you with me in the future. Uchiha hugged Faye with a numb smile. This made Obito a little surprised. He thought that Uchiha, who had a violent personality, would avoid it and even disliked himself as an intern. Unexpectedly, he was surprisingly easy to talk to. But in fact, no one knew that when Uchiha Myanmar hugged Faye, he had already secretly taken one of Faye's hair. Uchiha Obito's biopheromone, here it is. It was so easy. Much easier than imagined. But this is precisely why Pain arranged for Uchiha Obito to pretend to be a Faye to team up with Uchiha Myanmar, plus a Faye's funny character in a deliberate disguise. Otherwise, It would not be easy for Uchiha Myanmar to obtain Obito's biopheromone. He had thought about fighting Obito on purpose before. Now it seems that there is no need. Kong Chun, you are a newcomer. You may not be very clear about the goals of our Akatsuki organization. Pain said lightly, have you ever thought that this ninja world has been in constant disputes and the outbreak of 3 ninja world wars? Plus the past Sengoku era, these are for what? Hearing this, Uchiha thought for a while and said, it should be because of benefits. Everyone wants to get more benefits. After getting some good ones, they want more. So there will always be conflicts. You're right, it's profit. Pain nodded, looked at Uchiha with satisfaction, and said, the goal of our Akatsuki organization is to end these disputes in the ninja world. Bring true peace to the world. For peace in the ninja world? Uchiha said with a blank face, I'm not interested in this, but want to ask the leader, how do we achieve this peace? It's simple, let the world feel pain. Pain said, as long as people feel each other's pain, they will be afraid, and fear will make everyone start to feel war. Think new. But this is not enough. Our Akatsuki organization must master a more powerful force, which is enough to suppress the entire ninja world. For this, we need to collect the 9-tailed beasts, seal them in this ghetto statue, so as to control the power of the 9-tailed beasts, and then use the power of the 9-tailed beasts to declare world peace. At that time, everyone in the Quanin world will obey, and no one dares to have any objections. 21. Pain told the newcomer, Uchiha Myanmar, the goals of their Akatsuki organization. Then his purple renegades also looked at each other. Collect tailed beasts and control the power of the 9-tailed beasts? Uchiha said with a smirk, it sounds interesting, count me in. Pain nodded when he heard the words, and he recognized Uchiha's numb attitude. Although this guy doesn't seem to be interested in his peace theory, how many people in the organization actually joined because of his peace theory? More. All have their own purposes.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.